Hello, Steeler Nation. Welcome to day 3 of the Steeler Nation Draft Show, the marathon day that starts at 11:30, carries on through all 7 rounds of the draft, ending squarely an hour after the draft, after the Steelers have picked up all of their undrafted rookie free agents and we've added them to our spreadsheets. So, exciting day to day, but really, what do we even have to do today? Is there even anything to do today? We've already got our offensive tackle, Broderick Jones, moving up 3 spots to grab him. We've already got our cornerback that a lot of people wanted in the first round, Joey Porter Jr. What happened? He fell to us in the second. Beautiful. Second pick of the 7th round. Grab that big nose tackle we've all been screaming for the last few years. Got a great one. Keanu Benton joining the squad. Another Badger. Worked out last time we got a Badger in defense. Good old TJ Watt can attest to that. And then in the 3rd round to close out the day, we pick up a guy that a lot of us were mocking in the 2nd round with either our first pick or our 2nd pick in the 2nd round. A lot of mocks had him even going late first. Darnell Washington, one of the most athletic tight ends measured. I think there was a stat that Alex Kozora put out of 1,400 tight ends. He's 14th in measurables in NFL history for tight ends. Amazing. This is a guy that might be banged up, but the guy doesn't need to start out of the box. Why? We got Muth ahead of him. Why? We re-signed Zach Gentry for another year. Guy can heal up, be a big part of the show, and help us out. What a great haul. I am geeked, guys. I know you guys are geeked too. It's your show. It's just me right now. I don't know who's going to show up. We'll see. I put out the links, but you got my ugly mug to start off the show. I'm starting off with Miles, who's always in the green room. Day 3, baby. Woohoo! We are going to see a 2nd cornerback taken. And then in the 7th, we're going to take edge and quarterback. I like those calls, Miles. I really like those calls. I could see that happening today. And it looks like you and me today, Strike. That's it. It's our show. It's the Miles and Stryker show. Except for Claude joining as well. How you doing, Claude? Good to see you. Dustin, is there any inside linebackers worth looking out at? I'd like to see them. Grab one if so. Yes. On these links, guys, go to the comment section. I have links to the draft show page, which has all of our stats, our big board. Don't know if that's going to get updated today because I'm going to be pretty busy with the show. Zach, unfortunately, who's been doing our updating for all of our spreadsheets, he is at the on his way to the medical facility. He's having kidney stones, so we want to wish him the best. We love you, Zach. Thank you so much for all you were doing for the first 2 days of the draft. Get well soon. Show your love for Zach, Steeler Nation. But click on that link in the comment sections. It takes you over to SteelerNation.com. You get to see the draft tools going down toward the bottom, and we have direct links to all of those pages. So I will be checking out one of these pages right now. I didn't even share this yet. I got to share this. We'll look at it together here, Dustin. And that is the BPA. Boom. Share it. So here we are right now on the BPA board that we have. I thought Eco went. I'm not sure. Let me know. Jordan Battles there. Let's see for inside linebacker. Linebacker got Noah Sewell, who we've been talking about. If he hadn't gone already, like I said, I'm not sure. To'o is definitely a possibility as well. We've been talking about him. D. Winters, I'm not sure how he sets or fits in this system, as he's one of the ones I haven't been talking about lately. But I know there was a run at inside linebackers here just at the end of the draft. But I'll tell you guys who I really like in the 4th. My projected guy that I want to see coming off this board, up here a little bit. There we go. Clark Phillips, the 3rd. You know how Steelers like getting people with a 3 number at the end of them. I'm surprised we never got RG3. But Clark Phillips the third, out of Utah, awesome slot corner, great tackler, big playability there in the slot that we haven't had since Mike Hilton has left. It's time to draft a replacement. Hilton and Sutton are gone, who were our big corner slot guys, or our best slot guys that we've had for a long time. Maybe Clark Phillips the third gets into that conversation and gets to be a Pittsburgh Steeler. I would be ecstatic. The draft is over. Don't need it anymore. So everything is good there. What up, Miles? Joey Fisher. There you go. There you go. How you doing, Crystal? Good to have you back on the show. Saw you there piping up yesterday as well. Ian. Hey, Striker. Very good picks first 2 days. Now let's go get some more good ones. Go Steelers. Claude, Washington is going to be a game changer. Yeah, and that's a good thing. We can bring him up slowly. Don't have to rush him in. Super psyched. Super psyched about that. And get Claude. Claude. I'm looking on Claude here. Not sure which Claude you're talking about. I'm not very good at I don't know everybody in the draft, guys. You know, I'm not I'm a big fan of the college football. So tell me full names, tell me school, tell me position, and I'll be able to comment a little bit better. Maybe Caleb can help me out. I know he's sitting here in the green room. How you doing, Caleb?
What's up, Striker?
And how you been?
Oh, you know, I just got off work this morning.
Oh, mutant. You're muted.
I'm muted. Hang on. No, I shouldn't be.
We'll get you worked on that. Oh, I see your kids in the background too. They're looking great. Yeah, still don't hear you. Trying to see if it's on my end. Nope, it's not on my end. So
hello.
Mic is out. If you just want to test that, I'll pop you back in here really quickly, and we'll hang on to that question too. You can keep that in the back pocket. Just keep working. Give me a thumbs up or a quick private chat when you're ready to go. Miles, can we get a breakdown on Benton? I don't know much about him. Yeah, we talked about Benton on the show last night. It was Ben is super high on Keanu, and I'm going to bring up his stats just so I have his size measurables, because I don't have his size measurables memorized, but he was on Ben's radar. Ben loved him. Ben actually had him higher than Matt did, but it dropped him down on the overall board because they had to make concessions and compromise. But love his athleticism. He is a fast guy for as big as he is. Weighing in at 6'4", 309. Where was his speed? There it is. I know he was a 40-yard dash is 5:08. Okay, so he was not a sub-5 guy. Usually, if those guys can get to sub-5, they are insane. But still, low fives for that size. Very, very quick athlete. 9 foot 3 inch broad. 29.5 inch vertical. The guy is pretty sparky. 25 bench press. I'm not sure if his arm length is a factor with that, but as far as for the score breakdown on NFL.com for him, they're giving him a green production score, athleticism score, and a green total score. So athletic lineman, big guy, little taller than I was expecting, to tell you the truth. Sometimes we like those little the guys slightly shorter, like Casey Hampton and Joel Steed there in the middle. But it'll be interesting to see how he does when he puts on the Steelers black and gold. But he's definitely going to be a 0 to 3 tech. That means playing up, head up over top of the center, in between the guards, taking on all those interior offensive linemen. So really excited to see how he's going to end up working out. Henry, inside linebacker, is still on the board. Thank you, Claude. Oh, there's Claude. You're asking for Claude. Get Claude. Sorry, you guys were talking amongst yourselves. Now I've got it. Sorry, I'm just catching up to the conversation. A little slow with that. Dustin as well. I like Sewell. Wouldn't mind grabbing him. Yeah, he's my guy. I meant to say hi, Claude. Yeah, that's where I got confused. Thanks. To'o would be great. Not sure if he's going to be there at 132. We don't know. This has been a weird draft. Did anybody think Washington was going to be in there in the third round after we dropped back past the 80 pick that we had in the third round? I mean, that's insane. A great pickup. Caleb, I'm going to try to bring you back up here, seeing how you're doing. How's it working there, Caleb? Can I hear you?
Can you hear me?
Oh gosh,
No?
still am
I
not
don't know.
hearing anything. Let me try to do a quick run here on just to make sure my stuff is working. Oh my gosh, Caleb, I'm an idiot. I am an absolute idiot. I'm sorry for putting you through that. I had my computer muted.
That'll happen.
Everybody else is like, I can hear Caleb.
Hi. Say hi. That's Striker. Say hi. Oh, you want to hear him?
Yeah.
Nice. Hi, how you doing? How you doing? I like your jersey. What player jersey we have on there? What number?
Hang on. Now I can't hear you. Freaking! I had to take. Hang on. Stand by.
No worries. No worries. We at least
that?
we can hear you. I can
There's
hear
so
you.
much things playing right now.
I should have known.
What is happening?
Yeah, I love this draft too. Here, Gonzalez.
What is happening?
There we go. I'm just muting you for a second. I'll pop you back up. Give me a thumbs up when you're good. So yeah, you're good. Okay, you popped your own mute. So you're good. I've got you back on, so you're controlling it. I love this draft, but I would have taken Gonzalez. I'm with you, Claude. All of us were expecting Gonzalez. I mean, Trey Essex, we were all like, this is the Gonzalez pick. He said earlier they weren't as high on Broderick Jones when they were talking. They came around. I mean, he's got great measurables, very athletic guy, can pull, and just needs to be coached up a little bit. And I think that is going to happen here relatively shortly. And we're going to get it moving on that end. Caleb, just give me a quick message again when you got that running. So we got, so we'll pot you back in. Comment. Morning, Robert. How you doing, my friend? Glad to have you back on the show as always. How many picks do we have left? We have a fourth round pick, which we traded back to actually bank that fourth round pick, which is a great move. Still got Darnell Washington. And then we still have 2 picks in the 7th round. I think it's 241 is the first one, and then 251 because we swapped 7th round picks with the Rams to end up bringing in Robinson, that old Penn State wide receiver, to our team. So those are the guys. So those are the 3 picks that we currently have on the board. Could we trade back again and bank another 5th or 6th rounder? Anything is possible in this draft. But to tell you the truth, like I am so happy with the way that the draft has gone thus far. It's been absolutely a perfect draft, in my opinion, for drafting and filling the cupboards at positions of not necessarily need, but upgrading positions because I thought that, Omar Khan has done a fantastic job of stocking the cupboards here in free agency this year. Good thing. Yep. Caleb's back on. We're going to welcome him back to the show again. 3rd time's the charm, Caleb. How you doing?
That's why I wore the Haskins jersey today,
yes!
you know?
Oh, rest in peace, Haskins. Oh.
Yes. Yeah.
And the rest of the kids, we got a little Roethlisberger there.
Yep, and then Kenny Pickett in the background.
Oh!
We're rocking all the quarterback jerseys today.
That is awesome. I was going to say, is that Maddox? I'm not. No, you got the Pickett jersey. You got him quick.
It was funny because I live out in Colorado Springs. There's one of these stores that has like throwback stuff. I saw a Tommy Maddox Steelers jersey.
Woo!
I was like, what is going on here? It was like right after Kenny got drafted. I was like, this is weird.
and it's the same number. They're like, I think they're just trying to get rid of some 8 jerseys.
Yeah. But man, what a draft so far, huh?
I know. I want to get your opinion. We had you, fortunately, on the first day of the draft show. I know we didn't see you on day 2, but happy to have you back on day 3. I want to know, because like day 2 was just like I said, I always call the draft Steeler Christmas, but it actually was Christmas. I want to know what you think about the 3 picks. Run them down. It is your mic, Caleb.
Yeah, I was all on board with going Joey Porter once he fell to 32. I know we kind of talked about it the first day with when we selected Broderick Jones, and I said one of these corners are going to fall to us, and it happened to be the one we really wanted. We went and got him, and then Benton, I think, has been linked to the Steelers since probably since he went to Wisconsin. So that was a really good pick, and Darnell Washington was my favorite prospect. If we didn't go Joey Porter Jr., I wanted him at 32. That's how good I think he can be. He's just a massive human being. Kenny has all these receivers now that are 6'3" or taller with him, Robinson, and Pickens and Miles Boykin. I mean, and then you got Pat, like the red zone. We should have no excuses in the red zone. We score every single time. You could even line Broderick Jones out there. I'm sure he'll probably catch it. I'm just ecstatic about this draft. It's crazy.
You've heard it here, ladies and gentlemen. Caleb already calling Broderick Jones to have a touchdown as a tackle-eligible player for the Pittsburgh Steelers this season. I love it. Was he a tight end earlier? Is that the player that transitioned from tight end to offensive tackle?
No, they were in that regard. They were referring to Darnell potentially doing that later on if he were to gain weight. But I mean, that guy's a tight end. He runs a 4.6.
Yeah.
Broderick Jones just with the basketball background, power forward, center. If I hope he doesn't be a tackle eligible receiver, because that means he's probably not starting at left tackle, which is the main goal. But man, just what a draft class so far. I mean, national media is recognizing it. I was talking to my dad last night. I was like, what holes do we have anymore? I can't think of one.
There's one hole left. There's one hole left, and this is something that we were expecting to be hit on day 3, and that is quarterback. We do not have a third quarterback on the roster.
Yeah.
We only have Trubisky and Kenny Pickett. That is it. So
I wouldn't sleep on the Malik Willis possibility if Tennessee were to let go of him.
That's kind of like what we did when we got Haskins.
Yeah.
Because Washington let go of him after 2 years, and then we ended up getting that talent to be able to pull him over. And, if he was healthy, who knows if we even would have drafted Kenny Pickett. That was just an incredible, strange sequence of events. But I definitely see quarterback is going. And Robert has a question here, which I'd like to get to. Out of inside linebacker, quarterback, and safety, which other positions are more likely than those 3? Like quarterback, we just talked about. Absolutely. I think cornerback, too, where nickel corner can be another pick here coming up. Inside linebacker, definitely a possibility as well. Now that we've gotten to the point for safety, I don't even know if we're going to grab a safety, Robert, because we already do have our safeties kind of locked in on the team for 2 years for KZ. Maybe we'll go and try to get a higher safety next year. But yeah, it's weird to think that we could have had Gonzalez and Branch on our team with our first 2 picks. Like that is a different way that the draft could have worked out, but it ended up working out in our favor in an even better way, in my opinion, getting the offensive tackle to try to protect Kenny Pickett moving forward. And then of course, picking up that huge size in a cornerback that can tackle as well as, that can tackle as well as play the ball and be very aggressive coming down the field and doing that. So super excited with those first 2 picks as well.
Yeah, I'd say outside linebacker as well, that third edge rusher. We did bring back Roche, but there's a possibility that he might not be who we thought he was whenever we tried to retain him his rookie year. But look out for Nasty Nate's little brother Nick with this first pick. Yeah. I mean, Chef Omar's just cooking out there. So let's just keep it going. Let's keep it rolling.
Yeah, I absolutely love what he is cooking as well. I mean, that's some great stuff.
Some filet mignon.
Right? Robert Tomlin interviewing college kids to see who can stick their nose farthest into his bum. Shouldn't be made as important as become if Gonzalez is a better cornerback than friend, family, Porter, nepotism. Yeah, you're pushing that narrative that I don't agree with, Robert. We all know Coach Tomlin, he does not need his ego stroked in any way, shape, or form, and he will tell you he will shy away from that. He does not care if players love him or don't love him. He just cares that players work hard for him, and he's going to be honest with them in those respects for both evaluation and for, having them ready to play on game day. The issue is here, in my opinion, if you found a way to piss off Tomlin. Tomlin is a leader of men. Tomlin has organizations that he runs in the Pittsburgh area and in the Virginia Beach area that for young boys, trying to mentor them, make them better people. If somebody comes off the wrong way, does not have it, is not mentally mature, you can have all the physical talent in the world. If you're not mentally mature, you will not make it in the NFL. Ryan Leaf, case in point, and he'll even tell you. Phenomenal podcaster now, too, if you ever have a chance to listen to Ryan Leaf now. Absolutely love his stuff. But he told us he wasn't mentally mature. He was an alcoholic, didn't take it seriously, and these are some red flags. He's been in the league long enough to know that if there's a red flag on Gonzalez, it's probably for a good reason, but he's got enough of a character that he's never going to tell what that red flag is.
Hey, Stryker, I'll be back in a little bit. There's chaos going on at my house. So, my 9-month pregnant wife just came in, so I got to go help her.
Oh, you got another kid on the way.
Oh, yeah.
Look at your house. Love the dance in there, buddy. Keep it going. Dancing us off the screen. All right, Caleb, well, I'll be here.
Oh, there she is. There she is.
Hey, Ma.
He said hi.
Welcome.
Yeah, sure you were.
I was. We were just
talking about you.
Yeah.
I had a hard time getting out of the car.
I was coming.
All right. I'll let you go, Caleb. I'll talk to you in a second.
All right.
There we go, guys. We're getting all the family dynamics at Steeler Nation today. Great fun. Great. You never know what you're going to get on the Steeler Nation draft show. At least we have the kids before I start drinking because I don't want to do that. A slow cornerback, isn't Porter Jr. better suited to inside cornerback than outside cornerback? Then we shouldn't already draft an inside cornerback. No, you need faster cornerbacks at inside. They have to be more fast twitch, usually a little bit smaller to get through space and try to avoid blocks and picks. You definitely need a quick twitch guy on the inside. The slower guys can play the outside, use leverage, use the sideline to counteract and make the game come to them as opposed to having to chase or trail in the game. Travel buddy, guten Tag, guten Tag today, right? It's still daytime for you. I don't know. Yeah, it might be getting to Nacht. It might be. Welcome back to the show. Dang, I'm late. Guten Tag. Yes, guten Tag. This time. How are we doing this wonderful draft day 3? It's Steeler Christmas. We've gotten basically every need that were the top needs that we thought we were going to touch on with offensive tackle, cornerback, nose tackle, check. I mean, even Tim Burrow's got to be happy about that nose tackle pick. That's a big pickup. I am psyched for that one, man. And then grabbing a tight end. We did not really have a third tight end on the roster. Yes, I know we swap in every once in a while with Little Hayward, Littlehead, and he's been doing a great job, but we really need a guy in there to really push that line, and we got him. That was a great addition there too. Eddie Longs, do you think we'll get Noah Sewell out of Oregon? He's an inside linebacker. He's been one that we've been talking about. So we wanted Sewell to be one of those guys that would be available when we draft. I am big on Clark Phillips III. I want that quick twitch, playmaking corner, slot corner that can come in here and really like push it. So that's the way it goes. Yep. What's that? If Tomlin didn't have his butt kissed enough by Gonzalez, then specifically how did Gonzalez make T disqualify him because of Tomlin's interviewing him? It has to do with attitude. It has to do with, do they have problems in their life? Did they do things off of the field that they might not take responsibility for? Always a victim. We want men on this team. He's not going to draft boys that have mental capacity of being boys. That was your problem with the locker room with Antonio Brown. That was your problem with the locker room with Le'Veon Bell, who I didn't think was really a locker room problem. He just didn't sign his tag. But that's what we're doing. We're drafting character people. These last 3 drafts, all character drafts. So looking forward to at least seeing how Joey Porter Jr. does. And I guess we'll all have to kind of think of like, who's going to be better. New England is definitely playing on the fact that, hey, Bill Belichick might be able to coach that guy up, get him to play in line. We'll see. But that coaching style does peeve off a lot of players now that they're not winning Super Bowls. They used to put up with Belichick very well when they had Tom Brady on that team. Now so much, you can hear their locker room starting to chirp a bit. So that's an interesting thing to think about as well. Travel Buddy, 6 p.m. at the moment. So it's pretty early. Oh, that's great. That is great. You still have the sun shining. So yes. Ian, Ringo is still there, but I think he will go here in the 4th round. Yeah, I agree. I think Ringo will be gone here pretty quickly in the 4th. Having another day, getting ready for the draft gives teams a chance to kind of like breathe, reassess, see who's on the board, BPAs, and start grabbing those guys that we had toward the top of the draft as well. So that's the stuff we're starting to hit on. Canada already has said that Hayward will be more likely a fullback now after trading Washington. And that's what we were talking about on the show too, Travel Buddy. When we let Derek Watt go, we had a vacancy at fullback. Littlehead wants to be fullback. Awesome. All for it. His dad had that hard head too, coming through the middle as a running back, Ironhead Hayward, for the other black and gold team back in the day, the New England Saints, among others. I know he played quite some time in the league. Very, very tough runner. And both of his kids, that's the one thing I can say about both Hayward brothers on this team. Tough like their dad. Absolutely love that. Inside cornerback, essentially doing what safeties traditionally do. And safeties are a larger guys, not quite as fast as cornerbacks. So you're saying inside cornerbacks are faster, don't square up. No, you're talking about 70s, 80s football, man. I'm talking about having 3 corners on the field at the same time, going, with one less D-line or one less linebacker, which is pretty much our base defense now, nickel. When we're in nickel, we got a slot corner on the field. You have to have 3 corners to line up against 3 wide receivers, and this league is a 3 wide receiver league. So that is the positioning you've got to start thinking about, not standard 3-4, which we did not run as much as we ran nickel last year, because that tends to be the way that people play now. Robert at Gonzalez. Gonzalez might have rubbed a lot of teams the wrong way because he was supposed to be the first cornerback gone and wasn't. You're right. Witherspoon went in the top 10, which Gonzalez was supposed to be in the top 10. So he didn't just piss off, I guess, Tomlin. He pissed off a lot of coaches to be at the point where, like, yeah, we're not going to take this guy. Let him drop down a little bit. New England took him. So, but they like his measurables. He does have fantastic measurables, and I'm never going to argue that. I think he's super athletic. He's going to be a playmaker, and if he can keep his attitude and his nose clean in this league, he might be a great player. Ringo will be ours. Oh, Miles jumping on Ringo, the 5th Beatle. As opposed to Smoke Monday for this draft. Oh, that's great. That is great to see. Eddie, welcome to the show, Eddie. I also noticed a common theme with the draft and the free agent signings. They all have size. Yeah. Especially those linemen, those big boys. When we picked up Raven Clark, even as the backup tackle. So now we don't even know if he's going to make the team. And we got a lot of inside offensive linemen, Isaac, Seumalo, and Nate Herbig, of course, Big Nate. Big guys. Like, we are transitioning to become a power team a little bit more. There's going to be some finesse there as well, but kind of like utilizing the running game a little bit more to help Kenny not have to run for his life as soon as the ball is snapped. I am all for that, Eddie. Oh, looks like we got Caleb back on the show. Popping back in. Let's say hi to Caleb again. Caleb, how you doing?
Hey!
You're very loud there in the background.
Was it her?
Yeah, it's picking up them too. But what's up, man? How you doing?
Oh, just getting rid of the chaos.
I hear you. Thank you for helping out your wife. I know at 9 months, it is very difficult.
Yes.
And you've been through it at least twice. I can see that in the background.
Yes. I was actually this will actually be my first time experiencing the first 6 months because I deployed when they were born.
Wow.
Yeah, both of them.
Which armed force?
I'm in the Air Force right now.
Awesome. Thank you for your service.
Yep.
Really.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Oh.
But back, I think Miles brought up Ringo. I wouldn't hate that at this point because that's you have Joey Porter Jr. and then you have Ringo who has, the sky's the limit for his potential.
Yeah.
It's just getting that minor details put into his game, and who better to learn from than a future Hall of Famer?
Yeah, true. Ian, if they take a wide receiver in the 7th round, who do you see them taking? I actually have a mock draft up. If you go to that link right here in the comment section, you can go to the Steeler Nation page. The mock drafts are up there for 7 of us. And thank you. And I actually, where's my mock? I'm trying to find my mock. It's on my screen here somewhere behind all my windows. Mock draft list. There it is. I went with TCU wide receiver Darius Davis. He's a smaller slot receiver, very quick twitch, also a kick and punt returner. So that helps out a lot. And to get a guy in the 7th round that has 6 career punt returns for touchdowns in college ball, that's a guy I want to return kicks and punts to, or at least to compete with Calvin Austin III as well, doing that. Got him back up. There he is.
Hey,
that's how you walk out. As soon as you walk out, I'll drop him down, and until you pop back in, I'll pop you back up.
I have to keep reminding my daughter to, keep it down a little bit.
Awesome. Are there any late round, 7th round wide receivers that you have an eye on?
So sadly, we had technical issues with the episode we recorded with Jacob Copeland, but after talking with him, I really like him. He's a receiver out of Maryland, and he played at Florida. And a little backstory about him, at the University of Florida, when, they give a player number 1, it means something, right? Like, Percy Harvin wore 1. That's the only name I can think of off the top of my head.
Yeah.
Right. Actually, Kadarius Toney wore number 1 with Florida, but he was 15 for like the first 2 years he was there. And then they awarded him that number 1 because he's that guy. And then he went to Maryland, and he might go undrafted, but he would be a guy I would love in day 3. He's a physical receiver. He plays fast. He kind of reminds me a little bit of Juju.
Nice.
But it's so hard thinking that we'll draft a receiver, but we seem to always do.
Yeah.
We just have so many people in that receivers room. I just don't know if it's going to be that this year.
Yeah. Travel buddy chiming in here too. And after waking up today at 2 p.m., I watched another highlight video of Washington, and dang, in one play, he caught a ball, crushed into a safety, and bye-bye. Safety flew like 5 yards in the air. Yeah, he is a strong man. And if you liked when Vance McDonald's face planted that cornerback in the game that we played against Tampa Bay a few years back, and then ran for like 90-some yards, shades of that. And Miller had a 90-yard catch and run the one time. It was more like a rumbling, bumbling, stumbling run. But this guy is a lot more athletic, a lot faster. And if he gets healthy, sky is the limit on his athleticism as well.
Yeah, I'm just going to say one thing. Smash Mouth football is back. Like all these finesse teams that are out there, they're about to get a rude awakening on the offensive and defensive side of Steelers football. It's going to be glorious.
And the pendulum is swinging back because a lot of these teams are built to stop the pass. They're not built to stop the run at all. Yeah. And it's some of these teams that can run the ball. You look at the Eagles with that mobile quarterback and that tough offensive line up front as well. Like 3rd and 1, 4th and 1, they're like, it's a first down. Like every time, pushing that quarterback every time. I don't know if that rule is going to stand in the league for as far as it's going to, but getting behind and pushing a quarterback for a first down, I don't know if the competition committee is going to talk about that or not.
They did, and it's still going to be a thing, at least for this next year. And, I mean, we took advantage of it with Kenny, and, I mean, shoot, put Najee under there too. I mean, the offensive line is just just so dominant now. Like you brought up, Sayamalu and obviously Broderick Jones, and then now if Dan Moore's not the starter, you have him as that potential swing tackle. You put him in there because he's a dominant run blocker. Then of course, we got the best run blocking tight end, and who knows how long, or at least as dominant. Like there's solid run blockers in the tight end position the last few years. Yeah. But as dominant and as athletic as Darnell Washington. Good luck if he's in front of you and Najee's running behind him.
Yeah.
It's gonna be sad season for especially AFC North teams.
Yeah. And right here, Miles, Mike Tomlin and Gonzalez lacked a competitive edge to Minka's. That's why they didn't draft him. I can see that. If he didn't lack, if he's not as competitive as they wanted him to be, or maybe doesn't take practice as seriously as some other teams and some other players, that would be a reason to drop somebody down your board for work ethic. So if you got a low work ethic, we've been bringing in high work ethic guys that live, breathe, eat football. Kenny Pickett, film stud. I mean, these guys want to get better. George Pickens out there learning route running this year because he says he wants to be a complete wide receiver. And at his size, if he gets his route running down where he can get people to turn just by the right steps at the right time, like Deontay Johnson does, look out. Like that is going to be a really tough combo to go up against for any defense in the NFL.
Here's my thing. Speaking of, he lacked that competitive edge. We don't really have a single self-centered person on this roster. Like, when's the last time you could say that? It's been a long time. I know George. Like people probably gonna say George Pickens. He's not. He's a competitive guy, and he wants to win. He came from Georgia, where all they did was win. He didn't get the ball all the time. Darnell Washington didn't get the ball all the time. It's like we don't have a single self-centered person. That all they care about is winning.
And now we have two Georgia guys.
Yeah. And you know what? We're probably going to draft another one. I wouldn't be surprised if somehow we got Stetson Bennett in one of these picks if we were to draft a quarterback. And I wouldn't hate it.
Right.
And that was shout out to my old roommate because I texted him. He's a big Georgia guy. I was like, we're just going to draft all your offensive players. He was like, you guys probably going to go get Stetson Bennett. I was like, I don't hate that.
Not at all.
Because, eventually when Mitch transitions on, Stetson Bennett could be a really solid backup. And him and Kenny kind of have a similar play style, the way they play the game.
That is a call that I hadn't heard yet. And I think I like it. I like that perspective.
Yeah.
It makes sense. And it's crazy to me how a quarterback can win back-to-back national championships and not be a first rounder. Like you expect those guys to be gone early in the first round, top 10. Back-to-back national championship.
You could say, like Alex Smith, didn't win any Super Bowls, but the consistency was there.
Right.
Stetson Bennett was the Alex Smith of college football.
And we all know that. Well, Tim Tebow was a winner as well. I forget how many championships he won.
He
seemed to be up there like
Ohio State in one of those.
Yes. Yeah. He was a hell of a competitor as well.
Yeah.
Travel buddy. To summarize the draft. Kick butt picks. Hell yes. Eddie, I'm definitely digging your stream. Keep up the excellent work. Thanks, guys. Guys, keep sharing. Keep liking. That's what keeps this stuff going. We've doubled our numbers yesterday from day one, which was huge. This is going to be a long show, so we're probably going to have good numbers on this show as well, just because the show is so long.
Yeah, and guys, shout out to Stryker because he does this every year, and he goes and sits through the whole entire draft.
Oh.
Thankfully, last year I'm just new to Steeler Nation, so I wasn't a part last year. But like 2 picks before we picked Kenny, we ended up getting a Wildland Fire call somewhere, so I missed it. I was not driving on. And looking at my phone when we picked Kenny Pickett. But, so I saw that and, I'm sure a lot of people, as myself, were surprised with the Malik Willis hype. But that's last year's draft.
Right.
We got Kenny. He's the guy.
Right.
The draft is on. We're rolling. 2 picks. The second pick's in. It's going. It's going.
The draft is on the board. I didn't even bring up the NFL.com right over here. I got to go to the draft page now. Draft tracker.
The Saints picked a tackle out of Old Dominion.
ODU tackle. Great. Yep. Nick Saldiveri.
Yeah.
ODU. Guard.
I was
saying this is listing him as a guard, so I don't know if they're gonna have him bumped down inside. You never know. Like,
yeah.
Sometimes they get him wrong. Like they had Connor listed as a tight end last year. He's kind of like an everything scat back. But they'll try to pigeonhole him wherever they can.
Yeah. And one more thing. I know the draft is on right now, but our guy D Gray is about to play in his USFL game with the Birmingham Stallions. They're 2-0. Go watch our guy. He's the starting right guard for him. And I mean, he is much bigger than his entire offensive line.
And he was also drafted in the 7th round by the Pittsburgh Steelers, ladies and gentlemen. A big part of that day one draft. We got the great reactions from both he and Trey Essex, getting to talk about that offensive lineman that we drafted in the 1st round when both of them were offensive linemen with the Pittsburgh Steelers. I've got highlights of that on our YouTube page /Steeler Nation. You can see their reactions. It's like 2 minutes. It's gold, absolute gold to see what they have to say about Broderick Jones.
Yeah, I mean, what better insight to get than, insight from 2 former, Steelers offensive linemen, one who won 2 Super Bowls.
True. Claude, AB and Bell didn't show any problems during their interview process, or they would have never become Steelers. That's a good point as well. I mean, Antonio Brown was a very hardworking 5th round draft pick, 5th or 6th, 5th, I think it's 5th. And made himself into what he was, which is rare in the NFL. That he had a phenomenal work ethic, though. That was the reason why he was drafted. The guy trained. The only person that we've ever heard that had like an insane workout that anybody that tries to do a workout with that guy, they could not, was Jerry Rice, arguably the best player to ever play in the NFL. Antonio Brown had that same type of work ethic. Somebody would go out and describe practicing with Antonio Brown. It's like, I had to stop and throw up. Like, that guy was just an absolute practice freak as well. Just the only problem was he let his success go to his head, I think.
Yeah.
No, perfect. You say that for the head injuries.
Yeah.
CTE probably being a factor as well. Yeah. Getting hit as a smaller guy by large people. Yeah, that's tough to go.
And Le'Veon's a great person deep down. He just got terrible advice from his agent. That's all that was. Le'Veon is I don't think he's a self-centered person. I think he just got terrible advice.
Yeah, gotcha. Caleb, also in the German chair force. Poking you. Were you stationed in Germany for a little bit?
I was not. So okay. I've been in what's crazy, I've been in Missouri. I was in Missouri for 7 years. Now I'm out in Colorado. Nice. And funny, I was actually blessed enough. The Steelers came to Kansas City a lot, and I was actually at the last playoff game we won.
Nice.
In Kansas City.
Yeah.
And that's where I met Kevin before the terrible tailgate.
Yeah.
And yeah, it was a great experience, and him and I have been friends since then, so almost 6-7 years now.
Oh, that's great. Kevin's a great guy.
Super proud of that guy.
Yeah.
He's just seeing where he started, and, we made the Pittsburgh News that day, so that was pretty cool to me because, not growing up, my dad's from Pennsylvania, and then myself not growing up there, not getting those many opportunities to go watch the Steelers, we take it as much as we can get.
Nice. And I've actually have a little bit of experience in the Air Force over there in Germany. Not me myself, really good friend of mine that we went over to Germany and we toured Europe with he and his wife, and me and my wife right before my daughter was born. He was stationed in Nuremberg. He flew Apaches, I believe, helicopters. Mm-hmm. So it was great. We got to actually go on site, sit in the cockpit of one of his helicopters. It was amazing, absolutely amazing. And they have to, pretty much go out and run flights just about every day. But I guess that's Army though. That wasn't Air Force. I'm sorry. He's Army, I believe.
Okay, yeah. There's a lot of like right by my house is Fort Carson, so there's Army bases, usually pretty close to Air Force bases and all that. Oh, there goes Ringo.
Yeah. Oh, Ringo's off the board.
Philly. Yep.
To Philly. Holy crap. The rich getting richer.
I should have known that we weren't going to draft.
Absolutely killing it too.
I should have known we weren't going to draft a Georgia defensive player because Philly was going to take him.
I'd like to thank Paul and John for getting me ready for the draft today. Thanks, Ringo. Welcome to the team. Welcome to Philly. Why is everybody so mad at everyone? Welcome to Philly. Lived there for 13 years. Fun place. Don't miss it. Don't miss it. I actually like Baltimore more, to tell you the truth. Baltimore's a lot more of a laid-back town. And as long as it's not football season and I'm wearing black and gold and they're wearing purple, because then they're just idiots. Absolute idiots. And my favorite thing too here, Caleb, and this is the fun part about day 3, we just tell stories. We have a good time.
Yes.
Going down to Baltimore, wearing black and gold, and they're like, you can't wear them colors down here. And I'm like, what are you talking about? He's like, those colors, you can't wear those colors in Baltimore. You can't wear them colors in Baltimore. I'm like, what? You're talking about your state, or sorry, your city colors? And I lift up my shirt. I always have a Baltimore flag. The Baltimore flag is black and gold. So it's flying on every single like government building right down there in downtown Baltimore. It's like, know your city.
They love us. They love us. They love us.
we own them even in the colors. They're a black and gold flag. None of their teams are black and gold. Pittsburgh just comes and whips their butt in their city, both in baseball when they get the crossover games and in football, of course.
Yes.
And I like that too, Miles. And who better than Patrick Peterson to learn from? Yeah, that's a good call. Especially, I mean, that's really it. Like, Patrick Peterson signed a 2-year deal. I'll be happy if he gets production for 1 year. That's really what a lot of these contracts are. We sign a lot of these guys to 2 years. They end up being 1-year contracts, just like Schobert, just like Jack. So it doesn't hurt us if we have to let a player go a little earlier than their contract if they don't work out physically or financially, because it's just the way that it's structured for some of these free agents that we've been bringing in. And it's not hurting us in the pocketbook because we're still grabbing tons of players in free agency as well.
Yeah, Joey Porter's already a phenomenal corner, and now he's just going to learn those minor techniques. He's going to learn how to study the game.
From a Hall of Famer.
Yeah. And then
Peterson's a Hall of Famer.
Yeah. And people hate that Joey Porter has 1 interception. I mean, that's just the way it goes. I mean, he's there. He's there. It's just hey, Brandon.
B-Wall! The co-host of the what's it called? This Spaces, or the on Twitter.
Twitter Spaces, yep.
Twitter Spaces, yeah.
Yep.
He and Colton are the good friend of the show. Love missing Colton on this show. Colton hasn't been over here yet. Love what you're doing, Brandon. You guys are killing it, obviously, with Steeler Nation Multimedia. We have the new Steeler Nation app as well. If you're an Android user, go to the App Store, the Google Play Store, and download the Steeler Nation app. Direct link to our podcasts, our multimedia, our articles, bunch of stuff too in there. I just started playing around with it now. Must have, absolute must have for any Steeler fan. Go grab the Steeler Nation app on the Android phones, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes.
Brian Brown, welcome back to the show, Brian. Good to see you. Robert, keep it simple. Shouldn't we simply keep the fastest wide receiver available? We have no top end speed on O, no way to take the top off the opponent's D. I think that our fastest receivers are Calvin Austin III, who can take the top off of his defense. He unfortunately was hurt all year, spending time on injured reserve for 2 different injuries, which really, really sucked. Outside of him, yeah, I mean, Deontay Johnson has more wiggle than top-end speed, though George can get open deep, and he did last year for us. Miller is the other one. I think Miller's probably the other fastest receiver we have on the roster. Boykin has sub 4.4 speed, too, with his size.
Yeah.
That he didn't get on the field for deep routes that much last year.
People are sleeping on Calvin Austin. Brandon said it in one of the Twitter Spaces not too long ago. He was at every single day of training camp, he said, and Calvin Austin is different. And if you remember last year, he was, in my opinion, one of the best route runners in the draft.
Right.
Like, if you watch his Senior Bowl highlights, he's just destroying these guys. So, I mean, I like the addition of Allen Robinson because it gives Calvin Austin that chance to, kind of slow into things and establish his role, which is going to be the speed guy. He's going to get a lot of jet sweeps. I think if Matt Canada, decides to be a competent OC this year, because he's out of excuses. He's out of excuses. There's no more excuses for him. He's got all these targets. If he's not scoring touchdowns in the red zone by week 1, he should be fired, because we shouldn't have those issues anymore. And then don't sleep on Connor Hayward either.
Yeah,
a lot of people are probably questioning his place with the team, but with Derek Watt off the team, I think we're going to see a lot of Connor at the fullback position, and he's going to get those jet sweeps like he did against the Raiders to seal that game. Yeah, I just like the potential a lot. It's the sky's the limit, it feels like, and hopefully Matt Canada can figure it out.
And right here too, I think this is it. Oh, it's not giving me a preview. No, it's not giving me a preview because I'm trying to grab a screen here, and it doesn't look like I can see the proper screen. Oh, there it is. That's it. Okay. So since you guys want to blame Canada so much, let's take a look here at the Steelers page. We got it up there. You can see that. You can get some great apparel over there at SteelerNation.com as well. I know I got the hat there earlier. Hopefully we'll have some hats and stuff popping up here again pretty soon. Now I've got so many damn windows open, I can't see a thing as I'm trying to find the shirts. There we go. All right, getting around to it. Or did I just shut the window? No, I didn't shut the window. You can still see it, right?
Yeah, I can still see it.
I don't know why I can't see the see that window. It's somewhere around here. Is it right there? There it is. I see it now. It's still within. So great stuff on the board. Fighting McBeams. Sláinte Steel for the Irish ones. You want some Sláinte? You go out and get some Sláinte Steel shirt there for the $27.99. That's a great price. Definitely help you out with the Euros as well. Kenny Wood Pickett. I love that as well with the Kenny Wood arrow on there. We got some cut vinyl stuff too. Man, I'm effing working was the quote by Tomlin that went viral last year. Somebody trying to talk to him during halftime on a contentious game. Let his emotions fly. Pluck the Ravens. Nice. I also like flock the Ravens. If we can get to there, I think that would be a good play on words. Pittsburgh Pigeons, of course. Pigeons, Pickett, Pickens, Pittsburgh. Yeah. Fries on salad beats chili on spaghetti. Who day, we day. Then we got, of course, the Pittsburgh Pigeons featuring What It Takes with TJ Watt on there. We fixed it for yins. And then, of course, the Blame Canada shirt that I wanted to show you guys. Great shirt there as well. I know I've got my Steeler Nation hoodie. I'll be wearing that later on. We got some stuff for women as well. Whoever is playing Cleveland. Nice. So great stuff over there at SteelerNation.com. Just click on the apparel button and you can look as good as ours. The Champions was one of our old producers that made the Champions shirts. I had to have that one. And I think I've had that for a few years now.
Do you have game pants on right now?
I have. I have my Steelers pajamas today, and I got my terrible towel blanket.
That's what it was.
Comfort.
Like the way it was sitting on your leg when you lifted it up, it looked like it was the yellow pant leg with the black stripe. I was like,
oh, nice. I would definitely be fine with those too. Yeah. You know me, I get dressed up on game day.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm down like the Chonies Steelers, Steelers socks. I got custom Converses black and yellow where we put the Steelers logo over the Converse logo. It's an affair, It's a whole thing.
Nice. Just going through the comments here. You guys are answering the questions for yourself. 132 is our next pick. We got a comp pick. Now that you're able to trade comp picks, that was just something that came out last year's draft. I think was the first draft that you were able to start doing that. So that's how we got back into the fourth round. by trading back in the third, still banked Washington, picked up a comp in the fourth where we lost our 4th round pick because we traded up 3 spots in the first round to grab Broderick Jones. He would not have been there at 17.
We essentially got the same exact pick back. I mean, it's 12 spots lower, but
right.
It was disheartening to see us do that trade. And then a few picks later, somebody made a trade, but I think the picks, like the trade up was a lot closer. So they, or maybe further closer. I don't know, but whoever did the trade got a pretty good amount in return.
Yeah.
In this year's draft.
And what we're hearing also was Steelers wanted a haul to move out of that 32 spot. They didn't get it. Washington was like, it was too steep for them to move up there because they were treating that like it's the first pick of the draft. And I think it was smart because if they would have gotten that haul, we might be talking about a pick next year. We might be talking about picks all over the draft. We might be talking about getting another player on this team, as Young was possibly going to be a part of that trade haul.
Yes. And I'm still hopeful that happens. He, if we don't go edge rusher, I mean, I could see Omar working the phones, because we know Tomlin loves him. There's those sound bites of him talking to Chase Young. He's like, man, I don't lose enough games to get a guy like you.
Yeah, right.
And I'm so shocked Washington wants to get rid of him. I know he had an injury last year, but it's
Washington is a dumpster fire, man.
Yeah,
absolute dumpster fire. We work, I make a lot of money off of the Washington team because my company does all the Pepsi fan zone and stuff for them, and I do love the people that we work with in the marketing department. They're fantastic people. Mm-hmm. Got to go into the game when Major Tutty, their new mascot, the pig mascot, it was mid-season or toward the end of the season, got announced. It was a big thing. We got a new mascot. We got free seats up top in the nosebleeds, and the entire ring, half of the upper ring is closed off with scaffolding. You can't even get into it because they had to shrink the size of the stadium to make it so they weren't blacked out.
Yeah.
And we got to actually walk around underneath the scaffolding, and it goes all the way around the entire upper level. It is absolutely disgusting that their football stadium is like that. I mean, we used to hear the stuff too with the Jacksonville having to put tarps over a lot of their stuff. They had image tarps and stuff so that they didn't get blacked out as well. It happens in some of these regions, and when you just keep fleecing your fan base, that freaking oh gosh, why is his name Snyder has been doing for decades now. Took all the family aspects from Jack Kent Cook, who used to run that thing. He actually paid for the land. He named it Raljon for the city right there. And as soon as Snyder took over, pulled the Raljon name from the filings, because he wanted to name him after his kids Ralph and John. Mm-hmm. And that was going to be the name for the area. So it went back to being Lansdowne. And the guy just is not, he's not somebody that has any family inklings or any honor, I guess, when it comes to friendships, working relationships. He's just trying to make as much money as he can. Became the first owner to charge fans for parking and entry for training camp. Like, the guy is just an absolute Barnum and Bailey. That's it.
Yeah. And I mean, just to talk about their friend, like what they did with the Sean Taylor memorial that they were, hyping up as this amazing thing. And then all they did was buy a mannequin and put mismatched jerseys or uniform items on him. It's like, man, like he probably would have gone down as one of the greats. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. The guy he was so good at safety. He was winning games for them. Yes. He won that playoff game against Tampa Bay by himself as a safety.
Like, so the first Steelers game I went to, it was against Washington. Patrick Ramsey was their starting quarterback. This was in Ben's rookie year, Sean Taylor's rookie year.
Yeah.
And I remember, I believe it was Willie Parker. He was running a wheel route. He goes up to catch it. Sean Taylor just annihilated him.
Wow.
Just destroyed him. And it was like, this was when Sean Taylor wore 36. And I actually, on one of my other podcasts, I had Ron Haynes on the show, and we talked about that. Because I couldn't remember if it was Veron or Willie. Mm-hmm. And we talked, man, he was like, that's one of the hardest hits I've ever seen.
Yeah, back when we were able to hit like that too.
Yes,
Wasn't
yes.
any such thing as a defensive receiver back in those
Yes.
days. It's just like,
Yeah.
if you hit him when the ball's there, you can hit him as hard as you want wherever. And Miles saying too, Cam Hayward, I guess, had a draft show, and Kenny got to meet Broderick for the first time on the show. It was super cool to say. That is cool. That is really cool.
Kenny was cheesing ear to ear. And then Cam had Broderick look at the camera before he came off. He was like, "What are the Steelers getting?" All he says, "A dog."
Yeah.
So that's what you want to hear.
And Cam asked him, "What is Steeler Nation getting with you being drafted to them?" The camera got so close up to him, and Broderick said, "Steeler Nation is getting a dog," like you're saying.
Miles, I took your thunder. I'm sorry.
That's awesome. No, please do, because multimedia guys, we usually watch this stuff and try to stay up on base. I watched the pivot with Kenny Pickett.
Yeah, that was so good.
Clark, and a great show as well.
Yeah.
Am I the only one that suddenly thinks Najee just might win the rushing title this year?
It's a yeah. I don't see why not. Why shouldn't he? I mean, nobody's going to touch him in the backfield for a long time because of the additions we've made.
Yeah, when's the last time a Steeler team could say that? Nobody's going to be touching you at the back in the backfield when you get the ball.
Yeah.
These last couple of years have been looking like everybody stacks the line against Ben when he's slowing down or starts getting banged up at the end of the year. And it looks like you're playing old school Tecmo Bowl, and they picked your play, and everybody's like jumping over the line at the line of scrimmage and just destroying us in the backfield. It's like, how do they keep picking our play? Oh, it's Matt Canada. He keeps calling the same dive.
Yeah, and that's what's great. Like Le'Veon had the offensive line back then that I think would have been great for Najee, whereas Le'Veon was special.
He was.
He was special. I know the beginning of the year our running game wasn't up to par. The offensive line was trying to figure it out, and then and Najee was battling that ankle or foot injury.
Yes, he had it's a foot injury. He had in the plate against Liz Frank, I think.
Yeah. That's right, because they were concerned that it could be serious, but he played through it and managed it.
Yeah, he did. And that's a tough injury to manage.
Yeah,
Liz Frank usually sidelines you for the year.
Yeah, and like with Le'Veon's game, he was making holes open with a dominant offensive line, and DeJuan Jones just went to Cleveland.
They're for a team that didn't have a first or second rounder. Cleveland is drafting well this year.
Yeah. I agree. What's the? I'm just who I'm tired of seeing on Twitter.
Who's that?
I'm not even gonna. Nick Carnes. That guy posts like I've seen so many. Oh, we used our first round pick on a quarterback who led the league in passing. Like, okay, well, he was getting massages back then, so
yep.
He don't got those anymore.
Yeah, right. Now here's a crazy thing, and it's a sign that the sky is falling. Ladies and gentlemen, Cleveland Browns have just selected someone from Ohio State. That is something that never happens. They pass on so many great Ohio State players and even other people from Ohio, from Miami of Ohio, when we had to talk about a quarterback that year.
Yeah. Thank you guys. Thank you. Yeah, they went. Who was it? They got Kellen Winslow. He was
Kellen Winslow, yes, who
ended up being a
the
weirdo.
Parking lot on his motorbike in the preseason and ended up getting hurt. Didn't even start the year and had character issues as well, like we were talking about at the top of the show. When you got to try to figure out these character issues. Yeah, he was a legacy. His dad played and was a Hall of Famer for the Browns.
A dog. He's one of his iconic moments is playing himself to the point where he couldn't walk. He was that tired. Where the Chargers are carrying him off the field.
Wow.
Oh, we got a kicker.
A kicker off the board.
Yeah, out of Maryland. Shout out D. Gray.
There you go. Go Terps. Yeah, Blake Freeland, I know, went to the Colts too. He was one of the tackles I had mocked.
In
my draft.
Which I don't. The only position I could see us drafting now at this point is a center.
Really? Yeah, I'm thinking. Phillips is still on the board for me. That's the guy I'm trying to target in this round. You make a great point. Right? Yeah, the corner.
Yeah.
The slot corner. And you made a great point too, like that I didn't think about. Maybe we're going to pick a quarterback here. Like that could happen.
Yeah. I mean, I know Omar said in his pre-draft conference that we're not taking a quarterback, but I mean, if there's a guy there like, Stetson Bennett or I know they like Clayton Tune. I even like the
Yes.
UCLA quarterback.
Right.
He's got a cannon for an arm.
And I like the TCU quarterback too. And there goes Phillips just goes off the freaking board. Damn it! All right, never mind. My draft's done. Hey, thanks for tuning in, everybody. My draft's over.
Yeah, I mean, then that's another thing. Like I could actually I don't know what corners are left, honestly, that are worth taking.
Yeah,
obviously the top guys are super heavy, but I think the way our defense is going to line up, let's say we don't get another corner, we're going to see Levi and Joey on the outside, and Patrick Peterson's already been told he's going to play everywhere on the defense. So I think in our nickel packages, we're going to see Levi, who was very solid last year, like a really good pickup for us, and Joey on the outside. And Terrell Austin said he's not getting a red shirt. If he can make it, he's going to start. And I can't wait for the Joey Porter, Jamar Chase matchups.
Oh yes. Size on size. That's really the only corner in the AFC North that could jump with him.
He doesn't even have to jump. He just reaches his arm out.
Right.
It's probably as high as his vertical.
But I'm just saying Chase is just such a large specimen as well.
Yeah. Yeah, he's got speed. He's got good speed too, but I mean, Joey,
he's an absolute fade mismatch.
Yeah,
in the league until we start putting Joey on him.
Yeah, and I know people were like, "Well, Joey only ran a 4.4. 4.4 is still fast, and Joey plays a lot faster than that."
Yeah,
like he makes up so much ground with his long strides. It's going to be so fun to watch. I'm excited to hear his number. I'm hoping he gets the number 5, but I doubt we're going to give him a single-digit number. So. I'm going to be getting that, and then hopefully my dad's able to come out to a game because myself and D Gray are working on, once the schedule comes out, we're going to pick a game. Him and I are going to come down there. My dad comes down. He's rocking the Joey Porter senior jersey. I'm going to rock the Joey Porter junior jersey.
Yeah, that would be awesome. Double nickel, 55. Love that old jersey.
Yes.
I was a big fan. Ian White. Since we drafted 2 offensive linemen, what does that mean for Moore and Okafor? Well, actually, we drafted the 1 offensive lineman. The other one was a tight end. That's just a great blocker. But it means competition. It doesn't mean that Moore lost his job, that he's going to be playing left tackle. Broderick Jones was specifically drafted to play left tackle in this league. So he does have more size and athleticism than Moore, but Moore's been doing this for 2 years now. Going on his 3rd as a starter in the NFL, starting as a rookie out of the box in the 4th round. And he's doing a decent job. And honestly, he eats Myles Garrett's lunch every time we see him. And we play Cleveland twice a year. So don't know if he's going to immediately take that job, but it does mean competition. They're going to have some severe competition here. And worst case scenario, I expect Broderick to be on the field as the extra tackle in some of these running sets when we bring on that extra tackle eligible. Caleb already said he's going to catch a touchdown this year. So yeah, he's going to be a nice diverse piece. I love putting words in your mouth.
Yeah. I mean, I did say that. I retracted that statement kind of a little bit. It'd be cool to see though. But did we had pick 123, right? Or is it 132?
132.
Okay. All right. That's why I'm not. I was like, I swear we had 123. I think
it's 132. Yep. 132.
I think I'm dyslexic. I don't know.
Oh, there's nothing wrong with being dyslexic.
But Birmingham Stallions update for anybody who cares.
Yes.
Former Steeler Deion Kane just returned the opening. For a touchdown. Deion Kane returned the opening kickoff for a touchdown.
Nice.
And former Steeler Brian Allen is a stalwart at the cornerback position for the Stallions. They got a lot of former Steelers.
Oh, cool. That's got to make it fun to play down there too for D Gray.
Yeah. Yeah, I think he was on the team with Brian Allen. They may have been the same draft class. I can't remember. Man, I was excited about that guy. I thought he was going to be a Richard Sherman-esque type guy.
I agree. I was excited too. I get excited for a lot of cornerbacks that we drafted. So far, the only ones that's panned out is Sutton. Recently.
Let this has to be like, obviously Joey Porter, he has a name, but as far as talent wise, this has to be the best talent wise corner we've drafted in a very, very long time.
Yeah.
And that's including Artie Burns, who, he had the talent. I remember his rookie year, he was stride for stride with Tyreek Hill, both of their rookie years. And I was like, okay, we got a guy. And then I was excited about Justin Lane too, but that didn't work out.
Love the Steelers picks. Usually I think the Steelers will win the Super Bowl. I'm with you there too.
It's hard to argue that.
No, I think they're just stocking the shelves. And welcome to the show, Magnan. Good to see you, number 20. Always. I've been missing you on the draft show. You're a big part of the show last year, so glad to have you back. Stetson's dropping still. How has Stetson dropped so far, Caleb?
It's just one of those. It's one of those quarterbacks. It's just he doesn't have that. He doesn't have anything that wows anybody. I mean, all the dude did was win in Georgia. Granted, that's a powerhouse of a program. They could have put probably anybody at court. Nah, I'm not going to say anybody because Stetson was clutch in the moment. I really don't know. I like Stetson a lot. I think he could be, the Brock Purdy of this draft. Essentially, I don't think he's going to be Mr. Irrelevant. I think he'll get picked before that, but
yeah. No, that's great, guys. I'm going through your I see I'm running behind, and I'm about a half hour behind on your stuff. So trying to get you get back in. Striker, tell that guy just because the team runs off the middle of the right and puts a buzzard on their helmet, they are still the Browns in purple. They're the raisins that dried up in the sun.
Yes.
The buzzards. Oh, this is a good question here from Robert. Steelers' most popular team in Germany, most popular of any American sport. Same true for Europe. Cowboys or Patriots, more popular in the same countries. Steelers most popular in all the countries. Germany, I would say Seahawks are the most popular team, and behind them, always the team Brady was playing for. That's a good question and answer there, guys. I like you guys sharing that info because we know that Germany was actually, they love American football. When the World League or NFL Europe ended up contracting, I think they had like 7 teams left. I think 5 of them were in Germany.
Yeah,
and they're going out with the Wiener Schnitzel and having some good tailgate time too as well, and turn it into a fun aspect like we do over here in the States. So really cool to hear that.
For anybody who doesn't know, James Harrison played in NFL Europe. I don't think it was for a team for us. I think it was when he was with the Ravens, in his process of getting cut like 12 times before he made his mark.
Yeah. Oh yeah, we mentioned Pickens. He can take the top off.
He can
take his top off.
We were just talking about the breakaway speed portion of it, and Calvin Austin is different.
Yeah.
Like there's clips of his 40 time where they've paused it when he crossed the line. I want to say it was like a 4.0 or 4.1 something. Like the dude is fast. I'm not saying he's Tyreek Hill fast, but he's right behind him.
Yeah. Wow. Oh, thanks, Bernie. Welcome to the show, Bernie. Next bet on pick.
Nick Herbig.
Herbig. Great call.
I think so.
Pairing some more brothers together. The inside linebacker, Nick Herbig. And where does he go to school?
Wisconsin, right?
We double digit.
It's a Big Ten school.
A Badgers? I think he is a Badger.
Yeah.
Let me check.
It's either Wisconsin or Nebraska, but I'm pretty sure it's Wisconsin because he knows TJ and everything like that.
Right. Herbig. Yeah, I don't see Herbig on the list here. I know he's on here because we've been talking about him with Matt and Ben, who do put together the the draft list. I just don't see him on here. He's got to be on here somewhere. But Nate and Nick on the team at the same time would be pretty interesting.
Yeah, I know Nate is he's talked about it. Nick. Yeah, Wisconsin. I Googled it. I don't know if you said it. My wife was talking to me.
Okay, no worries. Yeah, well, Steelers officially rename Lil Hayward's position this year, make room for third tight end. We drafted yesterday by stripping him of the undeserved tight end title. Yeah, he's a scat back. They kind of throw him in everywhere, but I think he's probably going to be listed on the roster as a fullback since Derek Watt is no longer on the team. We didn't make any push to try to pick up a fullback. Looks like he's going to be the guy. So
he's a football player. I mean, he can play. He can play anywhere. That's what he did at Michigan State. And another episode I had on one of my other podcasts, I had Mama Hayward on the show, and we went.
Nice.
And she's awesome. She's awesome. But yeah, we talked about Connor a lot, and I was super excited. This was like shortly after we drafted him last year, and it was a big deal. Like he's a good football player. They didn't just draft him for the name.
Yeah, right. Xavier Hutchinson or Aubrey Miller. Any thoughts on them?
I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah, Hutchinson went to Iowa State, wide receiver. Those
are both receivers, right? I think they're both receivers.
Yeah, I don't think we'll be taking a wide receiver here.
Not in the fourth.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's going to be Herbig as long as he falls there.
And that would bolster up inside linebacker as well.
Yeah. Yep.
The other spot that we were talking about drafting early, possibly drafting early in this draft as well.
Yeah. He's an edge rusher.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah. Yep.
So I think Phillips went off the board.
Yes.
I've been pimping Phillips today. Yeah, Clark Phillips went 11th, number 113 overall to the Falcons, unfortunately.
Yeah, as soon as you were talking about him too.
Yeah, I know. It's like that's the guy I want. That's a son of a gun.
The Falcons are watching this, huh? Arthur Smith, get out of here.
It's got Stryker and Caleb in their war room.
Yeah. Hey, the Steelers are doing something right. Let's check in on one of their live shows real quick. See who they like.
Right. And get that guy because their draft is going gangbusters.
Yeah.
That's how they're seeing it.
Yeah.
Yeah, edges. There's some. I mean, we've got to think too. We're in a situation where we're kind of drafting people also to fill, like if we don't have a spot between 4 and 7 to 241, really. We're talking about from like 132 to 241. That's 100 picks, 100 and some picks.
Yeah.
Might be anybody that they normally would have taken in the 5th or the 6th, but they probably have some BPAs a little bit higher up that they want to grab somebody around here to get that value out of that 4th round pick.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be shocked if we ended up using a pick next year to get back in between those picks. Oh, there's a trade. No, the Chiefs traded with the Vikings.
Oh, gotcha. Possible trade back in the 4th to get a 5th and a 6th and a late 4th. Well, we're already late 4th. We're already drafting.
Yeah. We're almost to the comp picks because I think that's our pick, the comp pick, right?
Yeah. So, well, maybe if we wanted to drop back to early 5th and bank a 6th and maybe a late 5th, late 6th, that's a possibility.
I think it's going to depend on where the board is. The board is at. Yeah.
And I'm going to welcome to the team here, Chris B. Chris, big part of our draft shows previous couple days. Good to have you back on the show, my friend. How you doing?
All right.
So I know you're happy with the draft so far.
Very.
We've been talking about it here on the show. You're just jumping on, so I know Steeler Nation wants to know your input. What position or specific players are you looking now for the Steelers to try to pick up at the end of the 4th?
For the 4th, I honestly think they go quarterback.
Ooh.
Yeah. Because, the Steelers love going into camp with 4 quarterbacks. There's currently 2 on the roster. I highly doubt they go a 7th and an undrafted free agent or a spring league player. Yeah, I think I think they bring in a 4th-round draft pick, either Jaron Hall or Clayton Tune, and then they go undrafted free agent for the sacrificial lamb come roster cutdown time.
Right.
What do you think about Stetson Bennett?
I could see Bennett as an undrafted free agent.
Yeah.
I mean, like even though he's falling and might have some sort of character concerns, like he did win 2 championships. He was a big reason for that. Well, not a big reason, but he was a reason for that. So at very least, there should be some consideration, especially if he doesn't get drafted.
Yeah. Shout out to Miles for that comment. And he says that, I got to go get a haircut and I got to go do some other things. I'll try and hop back on later before the draft's wrapped up.
Yeah.
But I want to thank you guys and make sure you guys go follow me on Twitter at Caleb DJF.
At Caleb DJF.
DGAF.
DGAF.
Yeah.
Now I got the initials. I got it now. Awesome. Great follow. Also, please be checking out. And if you're signed up, subscribing to the Steeler Nation multimedia page over at YouTube, youtube.com/Steeler Nation. You will see the 3-point stance with Caleb, with D Gray, going and giving their opinions about the Pittsburgh Steelers, the players, and everything. Life. It's a great show. Highly recommend it. 2 great guys talking football. That's what we do, guys. Check out the great podcasts.
Love it. All right, let's go Steelers. Here we go, guys.
Here we go. Awesome. Now just the 2 of us.
Yep. And then there were 2.
Yeah. Pop the box down just because I like running this stuff underneath of us when it's 2 of us.
Yeah.
It pops in pretty nicely.
Another safety just went off the board. We got 12 picks till we're up.
Okay. Any other position other than quarterback you considering? Inside linebacker, maybe?
Yeah.
Edge?
Inside linebacker and edge, of course.
Okay.
Yeah. Trying to think. I think that's probably it. Yeah. Inside linebacker, edge, quarterback. Maybe when we get to the 7th round, as someone to play safety or slot corner.
Yeah. Receiver or linebacker. Talking about receivers again.
Yep.
Yeah, Witherspoon as well. Miles, right now, I think Witherspoon is still slated to be a starter opposite of Patrick Peterson. I think right now
that'd be Wallace. Levi Wallace would be starting.
Sorry, that's right. Witherspoon is backing up.
Yeah. Well, I could see his trade. It's probably not going to happen, but I wouldn't be too shocked to see Witherspoon get traded for a late round pick.
Yeah. That could happen. Maybe that'd be nice if we could get a 6th for him.
Yeah.
If it had to be that situation.
I'd be happy.
Yeah. Henry 2, Noah Sewell, Aubrey Miller, Nick Herbig, all available. Still linebacker and receivers. Tyler Scott, Xavier Hutchinson, Parker Washington. Oh, from PS2, Penn State. We are Keyshawn Boot, Ronnie Bell, Andrea Levice, Lasivas. Don't know how to say his name. Wasn't he from Oregon? Yes, Herbig's still available, guys. Still on the board.
Yep. Let's see. Yeah, they're just a commercial break on the draft.
Yeah.
Nothing's really happening yet.
Bernie would hope Stetson's still there in the 7th. I don't think he will fall to the 7th. I think Stetson has to be taken somewhere 4th, 5th, 6th range. Yeah.
Again, like if since Tune and Hall are the top quarterbacks on the board currently, I could see us trading down to the 5th round, getting some more day 3 capital, and still getting a quarterback.
Nice. Eddie, did Nate Herwig's brother come in for a pre-draft visit? I don't recall.
I don't think I'll check, but I don't think he came for a top 30 visit.
Okay.
I'll make sure real quick. Steelers top.
Yep, James Harrison did play for the Ravens and the Bengals. Yep, played NFL Europe. Yep. And I thought they only cut him 3 times. He was cut 5 times over the course of his career. But I thought Steelers cut him 3 times, Ravens cut him once, and then, of course, Cincinnati cut him once.
They did not bring Herbig in for a visit.
Did not. Okay. Well, maybe
Mhm.
they did now because I guess technically we did cut him during the season. That would have been another cut. So you might be right there, Robert, about being 5 times cut by the Steelers.
Mm-hmm.
Herbig would be a cherry on top. Bernie likes Herbig.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he played for the Fire as well. I think I know he was a Ravens player when he played for the Fire because he did have the Ravens logo on his jersey back then.
Yeah, he was definitely in Europe for a little bit.
Oh, jeez. He shot his coaches with a pump gun. As punishment, James Harrison was suspended at least 1 game, and he was a running back as well as defender. Part of the punishment was when he only got 1 or 2 handoffs when he returned. He got over 100 yards running on those 1 or 2 touches. Plus, he had sex in the game he returned. Okay, I don't know if that actually happened.
Well then,
Yeah. Moral of the story is he's always been James Harrison. Yep. Might get Darius Rush. Here's an interesting question too. Do you guys think there's any chance of the Steelers sign Derek Watt? Derek Watt, at least to me, like I love his play. I think he's a good player. He's athletic. He's hardworking. I don't think we utilized him to his strengths. Number one, he did get injured a bit. Awesome special teams player. The problem is we can't keep paying these special teams specialists $4 million a year.
Exactly.
It just became a money issue. Yeah, you got to play with his brother for a few years. I'm sorry you're still not on the team, but I don't expect him because he's going to be expensive to bring back. And that's just the going rate for special teams aces. Where somebody's also going to need a starting fullback, they will make that kind of pay and take that money for him. And he'll probably get picked up here after the draft.
Yeah. And remember, I think actually it was yesterday, I think Matt Canada said that Connor Hayward would get most of the reps at fullback anyways.
Yeah. Right. her bigger Sewell. A lot of people loving that too. Aubrey Miller's a linebacker. Thank you. Yeah, I didn't know. We don't know everything. We never said we do, Derpy.
Yeah.
We just have fun. We have conversations. I am fairly knowledgeable. As far as for like college, like assessment, I'll take on all the information that Ben McCallion and Matt Papiernick have spoon-fed me. Like that is my base of knowledge for players. And then of course I research the players once they start becoming Steelers and love doing that. Edge. Yeah.
And we'll be right back. My dog is freaking out.
Yeah. Yep. Oh, we knew exactly what you're meaning there. That's fine. He's a bad man. I got that. Recon travel buddy. Nice. Princeton receiver. Yeah, if you like that. Clayton Tune. I'm surprised that Robert C isn't on this show, pushing his Clayton Tune, singing the tune for Clayton Tune as well. Usually he's on the ball about that going on as well. Steelers make a push to bring back DJ, walked Benny Snell Jr. and Marcus Allen because they are our 3 best special teams players. So why not bring them on the 90-man comp team at least? Because we ended up bringing in a special teams linebacker that is on par with Marcus Allen. And that was, what was his name? Tanner Muse. We got out of Seattle. Strictly a special teamer, big banger, lots of tackles on special teams. The other one you mentioned was, Benny Snell Jr. He can be replaced. He wasn't, he did well. He's a great blocker on special teams. Got some tackles, but they're replaceable guys, especially at that level. They're replaced by guys right here in the draft. They're replaced by guys also in undrafted rookie free agents trying to make the team. And that's how you make the team on the Pittsburgh Steelers. You make the team through special teams if you are an undrafted rookie free agent or a late round draft pick.
That's how Kiesel made the team.
Yeah. Yep, exactly. Getting drafted in the 7th and then being a special teams monster and then becoming a monster on defensive line as well.
Yeah. And having that monster beard.
Yes, that was always epic. Travel Buddy, if someone isn't happy with our draft so far, she shouldn't call him herself a Steeler. Well, I think the only person not happy with the draft will be Mel Kiper, who always likes to chirp down our drafts, being a Ravens fan that he is as well. We should trade with the Rams. Edge would be my guess if we're not trading back. What number are we on right now?
Let's see. We are on 122, looks like. Oh, no, what?
Lidos, welcome to the show.
123. 123, the Seahawks pick is in.
Okay.
Yep.
So we got a little bit of time to 132.
The Seahawks selection's being announced right now.
Yeah.
And
Moro
it
Ajomo.
is.
Yeah. Travis Robinson for Edge as well. You guys liking these guys? Nice.
Defensive tackle is off the board, Cameron Young.
Okay.
I'll take that.
Yeah. Oh, Rams have a lot more picks.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking quarterback in the 7th also, but Caleb's got me thinking. If they want to get a backup for Kenny Pickett for the future, to be a third this year, learning behind, though, I guess one thing we have to consider. Oh, wait, no, we roster 3 quarterbacks because I thought the third might have been a practice squad guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, we roster 3 quarterbacks. Yeah,
Yeah,
so
third is always the healthy scratch, and we're going to training camp with 4.
Right, correct. In mock draft, I had Malik Cunningham from Louisville was available in the 7th. Ooh.
He's currently in the USFL.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that is interesting. Like these prospects getting a chance to up their draft stock by playing professional football.
Yep. Picked up Patrick Peterson, high level at his age. He can help on the other side, which sounds like he doesn't want to be used as a number 1. He's a player. He had his second best numbers of his career last year. Mm-hmm. He had to go all the way back to his sophomore year, second year in the NFL to see the amount of interceptions he had, passes defense, to tackles, all of them. He looked like a young buck last year, and hopefully he can give us one more year of that because that would be phenomenal because he doesn't have to be the guy on this defense. We've got playmakers. We got Fitzpatrick. We got Hayward. We got Highsmith and Watt. I mean, we've got players that can make some plays up here. Okunjobi. I mean, this is a fun team, and now we're adding some talent as well. Running back depth looks like it'll go undrafted. Jaleel McLaughlin a chance. Nice. Yeah, Patrick P is a number 1, man. Wallace would be the other number 1 right now, but probably is going to be competing with Joey Porter Jr. for that starting spot. So we're probably going to be seeing, if I had to guess, I think it's going to be Peterson and Joey Porter Jr. starting day 1.
Ooh, that's interesting. Day 1, I think Joey Porter is a backup day 1 and becomes a starter about week 8.
Starter week 8. There you go.
Yeah,
cool. Mel Kiper looks like Charlie Sheen and Count Dracula had a baby. Oh,
that's rough.
It's a great joke. It's from last year's show. Michael Hall gave that joke last year. We all loved it, and we now call Michael Hall of Fame for that joke. And we always bring it up. We have a great time about that.
Yeah.
Jaleel McLaughlin, please. He's undrafted. Give him a chance. Literally led FC's all-time leading rusher. UFC's all-time leading FCS. Sorry, FCS football's all-time leading rusher. Speed isn't the only thing that keeps you as a starting cornerback. We had a slow starting cornerback for years. Joe Hayden. Joe Hayden was smart. People weren't burning him deep. If you're good at your technique, utilize the sideline, utilize your safety help. You're not going to get burned like that.
Yeah.
If you're smart.
Well, it's also because he was lined up on running backs while the linebackers were on receivers.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, we talked about the corners. Tanner McKee, quarterback, could be a possibility in the 7th round.
If McKee falls to the 7th, I'd be stoked.
Yeah.
I'd be happy with McKee round 7.
Somebody doesn't watch film on Penn State, Miles. His time speed might not be good. He might not be a track athlete to get out of the blocks in that extra 10th of a second that a lot of these guys are able to do. But he's pretty quick on film, especially when he's clicking and closing and coming down to hit those running backs on the edge and coming down to hit those receivers through wide receiver screens. He's going to be fun. He's going to be really fun to watch. Joey Porter Jr. is a beast. Most of the season, they avoided to throw on his side because he won every one-on-one ball. Yeah. Kind of like Revis Island. Like when his interception numbers would go down, you saw they weren't even throwing to his side of the field. Nice. And it's unfortunately, I don't know BPA and stuff right now because since unfortunately Zach Franciscus is battling a kidney stone. So we don't have anybody updating the BPA sheets unless Chris wanted to jump on and do that kind of stuff.
I'm gonna be honest. I probably wouldn't be that good at that. I'll try it, but I'll try it if you really want me to. But that's probably not my. Like, I guess if it's just updating, just updating a sheet for who gets drafted, never mind. I should be good with that.
Yeah,
I can handle that if you need.
I'll share this with you. I'll grab your email and shoot the share over to you because it hasn't been updated since like late yesterday. I think we might have missed a couple picks at the end of the second, but just or the end of the third. But just worry about fourth, and then we can kind of figure out which third rounders we might have missed, and it's like only like 4 or 5 or 6.
All right.
Let's see. Yours is. I think I got to go into my email to find you. Yeah, there we go. Oh, yes.
I'm getting the pick checker up now.
Awesome. I'll have to pull it from here. Now I don't see it. Great.
And see if you want, you can put another email address in the private chat.
Oh yeah, just shoot. Yeah, put your email address in the private chat, please.
Yeah, because I have multiple. I have multiple. This is the one that I could.
Gmail works best.
Yeah, this is gonna be a Gmail email.
Perfect. Yeah, throw it in the private chat. I'll grab it.
Yep. Making sure that's right. Go for it.
Great, got it. Where's my form? Here it is. Boom. Sent. And then of course. Okay, cool. I just shot it to you. You've got access now.
All right, thanks. Just waiting for it to pop in.
Sure.
There we go.
Awesome. Now we're going to get it updated again, guys. Sorry it's been so long. Trying to find a drink here to enjoy. Oh, this is what I want. This is the drink I want.
Oh boy.
Well, I know what you like. I think this might be up your alley. We don't know. But I've got key lime pie bubbly. Going with a key lime pie bubbly. I'm hydrating before I start hitting my beer. I got my celebratory beer actually behind me up here today. And I'm going to crack that one, bring it down, talk about that one from Attaboy once we get to the draft pick, because I'm going to use that, just keep pouring from there, a couple glasses, and enjoy that nice bottle that I've been keeping for a special occasion. What better occasion than Steeler Christmas?
There we go.
There we go. Go back to the comments here, Steeler Nation. Thank you for bearing with us while we're trying to get everything updated in real time for you. There you go. Steelers front office used to wisely surround their head coach with other coaches who have been in the NFL head coach, or the fact that we had 3 or 4 head coaches at one point. Yeah, true. That's really smart to do with a young coach as well. Now he's definitely the old buck in the room, but can definitely still carry a head coach on the roster with Brian Flores last year. Did a great job with us. Feel sorry for Zach, but that's all the tea instead of beer. I'll have to tell him that. Yeah, he was drinking the tea last night. on the show. Oh. Yep, talked about Flores as well. Yeah.
Hey.
Yeah, I don't know if it's foolish, Robert. I think that we probably would not have even carried Brian Flores last year had he not been systematically fired
Yeah.
by the Dolphins, which was a dumb move.
Yeah. Like, we would have carried him if the league wasn't salty.
Not Mike T. Mike T. Yes, yes. Oh, sorry. What's that? I'd be shocked at Nate's brother with this pick. We could. Definitely can. Getting closer. Check the draft and see how we're rolling up through now. Yep, Severius Robinson came off the board. That was a player we were talking about a little bit. Ravens pick him up. Darius Davis, Isaiah McGuire. A little bit of run on D-line.
Oh, crap. I forgot to add the picks to when everyone got drafted.
Oh, it doesn't matter. If you're pulling them off, like, it's fine. I mean, if you want to add them, just start adding them in now. We'll find them later. Not a big deal. Not a big deal. Thank you.
Let's see.
Any update is a good update. Just making them red lets us know that at least that they're off the board, and then we'll just figure it out later. It's not a time crunch thing right now.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Okay.
Flying without next, Bruce Arian, Dick LeBeau, Mike Mularkey, all the former head coaches, all helping Mike teach at some point in the game, and that helped make him be the great coach. Really, it did. Now Arians and LeBeau are retired. I think Mularkey, I don't even know if he's in the league anymore, and
Probably not.
I don't remember Mularkey being in Tomlin's system. I thought he left under Cowher's system because we promoted Arians. Arians was not an offensive coordinator. He's a quarterbacks coach. When Tomlin took over, Tomlin promoted him to offensive coordinator.
Yeah.
And he was at the time, he was not a head coach in the league.
Yeah. Also, I think Arians might have. I think he made Arians the offensive coordinator when he was hired as head coach, I think. Wait, let me just get in. Okay.
KJ Henry be the best edge now at Miles. I'll ask Miles. You ask us too, I guess. Inside linebacker here, possibly. Let's go long snapper.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, Arians had to go GM because his quarterback fired him.
Yeah.
Tom Brady didn't want him to be the offensive coordinator. So there you go with that one, because Tampa was upset about that, which is what they're like, we're not letting Arians go. We'll find a place for you.
Looks like there's someone that got drafted that's not even on the board.
Oh, gosh. Nice. That happens too. I just add them to the bottom.
Okay, add them to the bottom. Cool.
Yep, just put them in at 301.
All right.
Because we're going to get to that point where we got people that are being drafted that won't be on Matt and Ben's board.
Yep.
Because I used to try to run all the comments, do everything myself, and it was just too much. Absolutely too much. Yeah. Just had a thought about something. I read that they don't bring in hardly any edge offense outside linebackers to the pre-draft visits, maybe signing a free agent after the draft. I don't know. I mean, that could be a possibility.
I was actually thinking about doing an article on that today.
Nice.
Yeah.
So we can go.
Sorry.
What's that? No, it's your call. Tell us about your article.
Yeah, talking about like different players that the Steelers would go out and sign after the draft.
Nice.
Like, remember last year, your boy got signed immediately after the draft.
Yeah.
Casey.
Yep. Love me some Casey.
Oh, quarterback is off the board now. Jay
Uh-oh.
Painter.
Yeah, jeez. So what does that say to these other quarterbacks that have won multiple national championships or even been Heisman considered? Like Duggan might be a seventh rounder on a lot of these mocks, was a Heisman candidate. I just don't understand how he gets devalued so much playing at a smaller school.
Yeah. Remember, Stetson Bennett played for Georgia. That is the opposite of a small school.
Exactly.
Okay.
In your opinion, what would be the reason for keeping Bennett from going already? Oh, never mind. He just went to the Rams.
Stetson Bennett went to the Rams?
Stetson Bennett now off the board. He is now a Los Angeles Ram.
Oh, then, okay. Stetson Bennett. Oh, on their big board, they had him at 244.
Who, Stetson Bennett?
Yeah.
Oh, yes. Oh, wow. Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, on the Steelers Nation BPA board.
Wow. Wow. Yeah, I have to ask Matt or Ben. Ben's going to be back on the show in the 7th round. We have to remember to ask him about that when that pops back up through. 3 more picks before the Pittsburgh Steelers. Steeler Nation. I know we're starting to get excited. I know I'm starting to get excited now. That's only 5, 10, 15 minutes away. They are 5-minute rounds until the 7th round, when the 7th round becomes 4-minute rounds in this year's rules for the timing for the draft.
Okay.
So we'll have to see how this pans out.
I have to check, but it looks, as of now, from what I can see, it looks like it's not fully updated yet, but it looks like Parker Washington, wide receiver from Penn State. Oh, wait, no, never mind. There's still more. Like maybe, I don't know if Jalen Duncan's been drafted yet, but he might be BPA currently.
Ooh, that's a good call. Thank you so much for popping through and working on this as well.
No problem.
You actually took care of that pretty quickly. Yeah.
Well, I'm not doing it. I haven't gotten through it all yet. I was just
right.
I just got near the top with a couple of players, so it's like, oh, let me see who's currently available according to the board.
And I can share the board.
Yeah.
Once you're ready, tell me when you're ready, and I'll share the board on the show so we can take a look at it again before we end up drafting, just to see who BPAs would be on the Steeler Nation weighted big board.
Yep, that is. Yep, that's the right guy. Yeah, still got good ways to go here. Okay, that guy should be easy to find.
Ooh, Eagles acquired DeAndre Swift from the Lions.
The Eagles traded for Swift?
Yeah.
Oh.
The rich are getting richer in the NFC, which really doesn't have any obstacles for them. If San Francisco doesn't have a quarterback, really, they got no speed bumps anymore. Aaron Rodgers is out of there now.
Yeah.
The guy that would usually play in the NFC Championship games. Absolutely insane. Yep, Bennett went to the Rams.
Big.
Art Rudy, demanding Arians be let go in the ways that his dad and grandpa would have never met. Heath and Mike T was a stooge to let the Steelers lost coach the reason we won Super Bowls. That's an interesting point. I know they didn't like Ben getting killed all the time in the pocket and change the offense then to be more a fast attack with Todd Haley, who Todd Haley had the best offensive numbers of any Steelers teams when we actually had like top 3 offense in the league a couple of those years. Top 5 offenses. We were never in the top 5 for offense.
You also got to look at the offensive line those years. We had, we didn't have any sort of. Okay, that's unfortunate. So just something was being done with the sheep. That's okay.
Yeah. Oh, great.
Okay, that's another guy I gotta add. Cool.
Well, he's playing well at left tackle right now, Robert. He's playing well enough to be a starter in the NFL.
Oh, that's why. Oh, that's why he's on the board, because he's a kicker.
Ah, there you go. Yep, that's easy to throw down at the bottom. I thought he played left in college. He was a left tackle in college. It's tough to relearn how to use your body. We were talking that with Trey Essex in day one. It takes a special player to be able to play both left side and right side. Eagles are definitely not playing around.
Yeah.
They want to go undefeated this year. It looks like they just want to go undefeated this year.
Yeah, who knows? They might just have another free trip to the Super Bowl. Okay,
Well,
DeWan was drafted. Why did he have to go to the Browns? Why are they making smart picks?
Eagles get 249, a 7th, and Swift. Lions get 2025 4th, 219, a 7th this year, and that's literally what it took to get him. What the heck? Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's a hell of a trade. Because they essentially swapped 7th rounders and gave them a 4th rounder next year. Wow. That's something else.
Yeah, it is.
All right, Steelers are coming up. They looks like pick is in for the Jags, which means the Bungles are on the clock. Steelers coming up here soon. Who's it gonna be, Steeler Nation?
Let's go. We got all kinds of options. And a trade back wouldn't be a bad option.
Guys, ladies and gentlemen, I am very happy to finally have somebody that understands the draft on this show. Draft Nick, Matt Papiernick, is joining us from his vehicle. Where are you driving, Matt? How you doing?
Well, luckily I'm not driving.
Good.
Yay!
I think that would be a little bit of not safe act with my daughter in the back seat. But I had my wife drive as we're coming back from lunch, so had to make sure I tuned in.
Nice. We're bringing up your BPA board right now. Taking a quick look. Looks like Jalen Duncan, tackle out of Maryland, still there. Probably not going tackle. Safety, Antonio Johnson from Texas A&M. That's a position where Tim Burrow talked about that a little earlier about safety being a possibility. Parker Washington, wide receiver. Travius Hodges Tomlinson, the cornerback out of TCU. Is he a slot guy, Matt?
So he played on the perimeter at TCU, but due to his size being 5'8", 180, probably fits best in the slot because of that.
Yeah. And what about Caillou Blue Kelly?
He can probably play both, but played more on the perimeter during his time, but probably could slide inside, has a little versatility. I wouldn't rule him out.
And Ricks at Alabama?
Riggs is pretty much primarily an outside corner. Reminds me a lot of Ringo in a way. They're just athletes that play cornerback, so still need some development.
Yep, and we still have Noah Sewell on the board. To'o's on the board. So we've got some good options here. What would you like to see the Steelers take in this spot, Matt?
I want to see an edge or a linebacker, to be honest. I mean, so someone like, is Herbig still available?
Yes.
Herbig is available. To'o, Sewell.
Yeah, so
available.
Sewell or Herbig would
Winters.
Yeah, Sewell or Herbig would be great.
Yep.
Herbig,
KJ Henry, Mike Morris.
Yeah. KJ Henry would be a good edge. Herbig was an edge that I think moves to off-ball linebacker, so it gives you versatility there, being able to do both. But KJ Henry, Sewell, give me one of them, and I'm really happy. But I'm really curious what position they take. Because they could go so many routes here after such a successful first 4 picks.
Right.
Yeah.
I know. This is gravy. We're talking about gravy. Like the Steelers have done more in the first 4 picks of a draft than I've ever seen them do. Outside of 1974, but that was lucky the way that one fell. But it seems like these are all positions we were talking about trying to fortify on this team. And the Steelers have done it. Not afraid to go and get that offensive tackle to protect Kenny's blind side. Not afraid to go out there and get that tall, rangy corner. So this is fun stuff, Matt.
Who's on the board right now? Since I'm on my phone, I don't have draft coverage.
It is
relying on you guys.
Yeah, Jaguars pick is in, Bengals are on the clock, and then we're in the hole.
Cool. Yeah, so glad I decided to switch seats on the way back from lunch then, because I knew it was I was in the car.
Oh, that's
Let's
fantastic.
go.
Thank your wife and family for being able to jump on here and provide your expertise, because you know that these players way better than I do. Yeah, Fehoko just went.
Solid. Solid pick
Yeah.
by who'd you say it was? I forget.
Yep.
The Bengals were before us, but
Cowboys picked Fehoko. Tyler Lacey just
Yep.
went to the
Tyler
to the
Lacey.
Jaguars. So 2 defensive ends off the board, edgy defensive end guys.
All
And
right.
then sorry. Yeah. So Bengals are on the clock now currently. So we got 5 minutes till the Steelers draft, ladies and gentlemen. So we are on the clock.
what would be an interesting move for them is Mike Hilton's in the last year of his deal there, correct?
Yes, I
Ooh.
believe. So. But I see.
I think
thought
it
he
was
signed
a 4-year
contract.
deal.
Yeah, so he has 2 more years there.
Okay, never mind. I was gonna say that Hodges Tomlinson would have been an interesting pick for them. One, because they need cornerback depth in general. I know they already took
Right.
One corner / safety this year plus Dax Hill last year, but getting Hodges Tomlinson would give them a lot more versatility.
Oh, I hear you there.
Oh, another pick coming in. The Bengals selection. So the Steelers are up now. The Bengals draft. Who is it?
This draft is just check, and 4th wouldn't be different.
Yeah. So I heard the noise. Who's the pick?
That other teams defense won't know how to handle our line, go to drone 6-man line, and Jones does all the pulling. Yeah, that'd be fun.
Charlie Jones is off the board.
Charlie Jones.
There's the backup for Tyler Boyd.
Boom. Wide receiver from Purdue. On the clock, Steeler Nation. How are we feeling?
Let's go.
I know I'm excited.
It's unfortunate. I won't be able to take a shot with you guys or take a drink.
Oh, don't worry. We'll make up for it later on in the draft if you want to jump.
I have to bring my water in here. Damn.
You can catch up.
If I was in Tennessee, it would be legal for me to.
No, right. Or in the U.S. Virgin Islands, you're able to drive with a open container.
See, we need to move to a better spot. Being in Cincinnati doesn't do me any favors.
Cincinnati is. Why are you in Ohio, anyways?
Did this just actually happen?
What?
We have another pick to make us even happier. Somebody we've been talking about all day. They're starting to say we got Herbig.
We got Nate Herbig.
That's what a couple people are saying. Derpy's saying Herbig. Clayton Toon. Robert wants Lake. There's Robert. We're expecting you.
Still updating the BPA board. I'm in the 3rd round now, at least.
We're saying we got Herbig, though. Yeah, I'm trying to watch mine as well. I don't have the TV on. Just running through the numbers on the clock.
Oh,
We'll see.
messed that one up.
It says pick is in. Bears are on the clock. Who's it going to be? Is it Herbig, like Derpy's saying? Is it Clayton Toon?
Ooh, the decisions.
Yep. Who's it going to be? We need to trade back in. I know, right?
This will be interesting.
Oh. Draft time. Who's it going to be? And this is a pick that the Steelers got through San Francisco, which got it through Carolina. Then we got it. So this pick's been pushed around a couple times.
Yep, just like our 3rd round pick where we got Washington.
Right.
Speaking of which, is he up?
Oh, your dog knows who they just drafted.
You could hear that?
Yes.
Wow.
I've got headphones on too, so it's like it's going to be pretty visible or audible for me to hear that.
Yeah. There's people working here. There's people working around the house, so she's freaking out.
Oh yeah, I hear you.
Oh, here we go. Here's the pick. It's Alex Highsmith and Lamar Woodley.
Nick Herbig is. Sorry. And so they're the ones announcing this pick?
Yeah, Highsmith and Woodley are announcing the pick.
Okay, we'll let them announce it.
Look. It is Nick Herbig.
Yep. Nick
We have an
Herbig. We got him, guys. Herbig.
Steelers are so predictable.
I know. Yeah, I keep saying it. This team does not do smoke screens.
Your dog just said Nick. Thanks, Dwayne. Oh, man. Oh, Nick Herbig, guys. So now that Nick Herbig is officially our player, Matt, I'm going to go to you first. You are our draft person. I'm going to solo you. I want to hear what you had to say about Nick Herbig.
Yeah, I really like the pick. I mean, like I said, though, the Steelers don't hide anything. They brought him in for a visit. You know, I mean, obviously, they have his brother. They don't hide anything. You could read them like a book, but they don't care. They still get their guys. But he was an edge defender at Wisconsin, little small for that to stay there for Steelers. So it'll be interesting if they do move him to off-ball linebacker, like a lot of people are suggesting, saying he might be better there. But either way, it gives versatility there. Steelers have a couple good linebackers in the middle now that they signed. Pair that with Mark Robinson. You got now Herbig now. That's 4 deep in the middle. I know we've been talking about a Miles Jack reunion. That probably doesn't need to happen now. But then you also got a third guy on the edge, potentially behind Watt and Highsmith, along with Quincy Roche. So,
wow.
You know, I'm excited. Very good pick. I think it really gives a lot of versatility.
And I think TJ Watt would also be very excited about this pick, not only just his brother, but TJ Watt being a Wisconsin Badger as well. I'm sure he's reaching out to Nick as we're trying to, as we speak. I'm sure Nick is probably with his brother for the draft. So really interesting connections, both with his brother being. Now, this is the first time I think we've added 2 brothers the same year, because usually we'll have a brother on the team and then the next person comes up. But we got Nick or Big Nate in free agency. Now we just drafted Nick. So bringing 2 players onto the team in the same year, I can't ever recall that happening before.
Yeah.
It might have been the olden days where it's like, bring your brother to play. We need to fill out the squad here at Forbes Field. But thank you, Matt. Thank you so much for joining us on the show, giving us your insight. Love it. If you want to jump back on in the 7th or any other time, we will be here for you.
Yeah, I'll be sure to jump back on. Definitely had to get on here, but thanks for having me, guys. Welcome, Nick.
Yes, welcome, Nick. Chris, I'm going to highlight you now. I want to get your thoughts and opinions on the Steelers choosing to draft Nick Herbig.
What we saw last year, this team does need a depth at the edge position. Like, of course, we're not going to find anyone that's going to replace TJ Watt. That's obvious. But we still need somebody there to. We still need somebody to learn somewhat. Or there's also the chance that, like, if we don't want to pay Alex Highsmith, Herbig steps up to be a starter next year. We'll see how he does as a rotational piece, but at the very least, this should be a solid depth piece.
Nice. Oh, I got to pull this down again. Exit solo. There we go.
There you go.
Yeah, I am. There hasn't been a pick that the Steelers have had yet where we've scratched heads, where we're looking at each other. It's like, this is like all players that we discussed earlier about possibly becoming Pittsburgh Steelers. Nate Herbig, Joey Porter Jr., Broderick Jones, Washington. I think, Bennett probably didn't get as much talk. I know Ben was really high on Keanu Bennett, but this, just the way this is falling, positions of need. Now the check off for inside linebacker, which was one of the other weaker, not weaker positions, but one of the other positions that doesn't really have the influx of youth and talent that we normally have at inside linebacker. I know we drafted Robinson last year, who ended up being the starter by the end of the season, bringing in some new players this year to help compete at that inside linebacker spot. 3 guys. So now we have that 5th guy. Like there was a slot open for an inside linebacker to make this roster already, like at this draft. So that 5th spot is now taken by Nick Herbig.
Yep. I mean, he could play both edge and inside.
Wow.
He could probably move around, do both.
And we hear a lot of people talking about off-ball linebackers. Chris, tell people what an off-ball linebacker is.
Yeah, that's almost like your. Yeah, that's almost like your. Like almost the older linebackers. Sorry. Sorry, stuff came up, but like the back before like people considered edge rushers a thing.
Yeah.
Like what you would consider an outside linebacker.
Gotcha.
Like it's like he's not in the inside linebacker. He's not coming off the edge.
Mhm.
It's like
Kind
it's
of
almost like whenever you
helps
see
out in coverage, helps out, and it doesn't always have to play downhill.
yeah, it's like if you ever watch the Pro Bowl, if you ever watch the Pro Bowl, they always like they'd have these edge rusher. They'd force the edge rushers into off-ball linebacker roles.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because if you watch the Pro Bowl, that would be a good example of seeing these edge rushers out of position. That's where the off-ball linebacker would be.
Right. Hey, you're right, Eddie. Another 2 hours till we draft again.
Yep.
Well, I've got to prepare my drink, Steeler Nation. We know what time it is. Get your drinks ready, whether they're alcoholic, whether they're non-alcoholic. Does not matter. Does not matter to celebrate a new player. I'm going to get my glass. I'm going to get my beer. It's called Fleabag. It's a barrel-aged ale here from Attaboy Brewing in Frederick, Maryland. It's one of the from the storage house behind the actual brewery where they actually do the aging. That's a great place to go back for a tasting if you're ever in the Frederick, Maryland area. But that's the one I'm going to take. And of course, I'm using my brother Evan's glass. Love my brother Evan. That's the pewter. Pewter Dragon as these things get so carbonated because they're bottle carbonated, and it was shooting out just like champagne. And that is the way I am going to celebrate.
Nice.
Welcome to the team.
Let's
Nick
go.
Herbig, Steeler Nation. Welcome to Steeler Nation. Cheers.
Let's go.
Slancha. Oh my gosh, that is a great beer. Holy heck. That's an ale. Which is good because I got the bomber out today. It's got at least 3 pours out of there. Those are going to be my 3 celebratory beers, and I picked the right one. It's a sipper.
Nice.
What's this derby? We literally have the best defensive players Wisconsin has ever produced in recent years. Yeah, not great. I mean, other than TJ Watt. But he played for more years. TJ was really only like a 1-year star there. Big Board 2023 is the ideal backup quarterback for all 32 teams. If you think about it, Big Ben. Oh, Big Ben in 23. Yeah. If he's done playing though, I mean, he already said it. He's not coming back, unfortunately.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't
the
he
Niners tried to get him back.
Yeah. Yep. Steelers did not convert Woodson to safety. Big Ben, backup quarterback, and suffered the consequences with both. Well, Big Ben is not a backup quarterback anywhere in the league. San Francisco offered him a job last year. San Francisco offered Big Ben a chance to come out there and play the playoff run when everybody started getting hurt. He turned him down. He's like, I'm done. So it's a fantasy to think that Big Ben was come back and the Steelers made a mistake not making him a backup quarterback. Guy is not a backup quarterback. Tell me like one great quarterback that just hung around as a backup in the league ever. Favre, Marino, Montana, Brady. These guys just don't hang around to be backups. They don't.
Yeah.
They're done. When they're done, they're done.
Oh, I'm not trying anymore? All right, I'm done. I'll see y'all.
How's what?
No, saying
yeah.
Yeah, that's how the stars are. It's like, oh, I'm not trying anymore. All right, let's go.
Yeah, right. When you're a quarterback, because the quarterback is used to being in the center of attention and all that.
Yeah.
There we go. Travel buddy. One day the Steelers will just have a team out of one productive family. Wasn't Caleb working on it, right? Like the pick, figured it was early for Tune. Yeah, I'm honestly, Robert, I'm on the Tune train. I like Tune as far as for a Houston prospect, more than I liked Tank Dell. I mean, his athleticism, you can't question the athleticism of Tank Dell. My problem is his durability in this league where everybody's big and fast. I'm worried about his durability and his staying healthy. But Clayton Tune, I think, would be a fantastic backup on the Steelers. I think he kind of fits Kenny's play style also, so you don't have to change the offense as much there as well. So, yeah, easy transition. And I'd be all for that if they can find a way to grab him. If we got Matt's teeth with Stryker's beard and Crispy's cheeks, we'd have the perfect avatar for Steeler Nation cartoon image. That's a great call, Robert.
Oh, boy.
Those rosy cheeks, we love them.
Who was the one that was super red?
Guys, later. See you, Bernie. Thanks for joining the show, man.
Who was the one that was super red last night?
Oh gosh, on the show. I'm trying to think, was it Ben?
Might have been. I feel like it was one of the draft experts.
Yeah, it might be Ben. Ben was smiling Ben. He'll be back on the show in the 7th round, guys. So we'll have some people. Crispy's cheeks, Stryker's beard, Matt's bunny teeth compared to the show's avatar. I hear you.
Jesus, yeah.
Welcome our newest member. Hell yeah, we got the cheers going on, guys.
Yeah.
Never mind.
Oh, another quarterback.
Oh, yeah.
Another quarterback is off the board. Aiden O'Connell.
Oh, run on quarterbacks.
Yep.
Oh yeah, this is a whiskey barrel too. I can actually taste the wood and the whiskey in this. It's like having the best of both worlds when you're drinking a nice fortified beer and you're a whiskey drinker as well. This is a nice experience. And thank you, Nick, for joining our team so I could experience this. And thank you very much to one of my best friends that I share a birthday with, Aaron Semenik, for getting this beer for me. I made him a Steeler fan when we first met in college. He was a Minnesota fan, and I used to take him to a Steeler bar in downtown Baltimore called the Purple Goose Saloon, and that was before they even drafted Tony Saragusa. And that was back in the day. They used to serve Permane style sandwiches. They used to have IC on draft. It was a fun bar in a little piece of Pittsburgh and Baltimore for me to be able to enjoy in the 90s and early aughts. I think we went there right after we got married in 2003 because we had a game the next day, and a lot of us went down to go check that out. A+ draft so far.
Gotta agree with that.
Yeah. Tim, is Mackenzie joining us from an air-conditioned porta potty today? She can join us from anywhere. She makes the show fun. I'm going to tell you that.
Everyone's favorite game.
Ooh,
what kind of room is Mackenzie joining us from this time?
I know. Where in the world is Mackenzie? And then she's like, I found somebody's tent to hang out in. Northwest has so many French oak barrels used to age. Distilleries use Pinot Noir, and we have world's best. So those things, barrels for beer aging, yes, absolutely. That having a wine influence on, especially with ports, with the fortified wines, they make great beers as well. Stryker's East Coast barrel aged beer would be fun to compare. Definitely is. It's light. It's got a lot of stone fruit in it. I know I got a little bit going on with my nose right now, but it's almost like stone fruity. You got the whiskey on the nose. You're getting the wood tannins. Probably not as hard as you would in like a red wine. It's lighter than that, but you can definitely taste the wood tannins as well. And I'm enjoying it. I'm really enjoying it. It's not going to make you pucker. The tannins balance out really well. Which Looney Tune character would Looney Tune quarterback be? That's a good question. I want Robert C. to field that one. That's a fun question.
What you got, Robert?
I'm having pot rum with cola at the moment. Nice. There is no wrong answer, Steeler Nation.
Except that one.
Yeah, pot rum? You don't like pot rum? You're not a drinker anyway, so. Yeah, Stryker, the real chalice you're drinking from. Have a story. Yes, it does. We know it's not Jesus Cup because it's too fancy. Yeah, it's It's a Dragon Cup. I bought it for my brother, who's a blacksmith, and it's neat because it's got kind of like three, dragons kind of all interweaved on here, and it's just really, really nice. We've got the two underneath with the main dragon here on the front, and there's the other one here on the side on the wing too as well. And it comes down nicely into the stem, which is like the three tails coming together. And at the bottom, I can't tilt this too far because I don't want to dip, but it's like the three tails coming off all together after being braided at the bottom. I bought these for my brother and his wife when they came up to visit me. It was for I think it was for a birthday when he came up to visit. And unfortunately, at our party, it was two glasses. And one of the glasses unfortunately got broken at that party, so they only had the one glass there, but used it all the time. And of course, like if you guys know my story, my brother's wife passed away on Thanksgiving a year and a half ago, and I've been helping out my brother and stuff, and being a blacksmith and traveling for Ren fairs and that, and keeping his spirits up. But he's doing great now. He's starting to date again. So most blessings to him. And I always think about him every time I pick this up as well. I love my brother Evan so much. So cheers, guys. Appreciate that. Come on, Chris. To predict Omar is already hard, but predict what Mac is doing, impossible. And Chris, but here it's almost illegal to not drink alcohol. Is your life elixir, face blue, smiling? Yeah, right. Oh, nice. Striker's beverage flavor profile way better than Big Ben and his sidekick given their neophyte beer descriptions. P.S. I was wrong about Mike Tomlin being Miller Light guy. Coach T is a Bud Light guy. Yeah, he was drinking the seltzer too on the Pivot podcast. What's that seltzer that they have? It's a Father's Day seltzer. It has something to do with dad or father. I forget, but he was drinking that one too on the Pivot podcast. KJ Henry to the Commanders.
Okay.
A leaf might have changed over in the dumpster fire known as Washington. Yeah. I'll bring up some highlights here shortly as well. I haven't gotten a chance to do that because I was grabbing my beer and relaxing for a little bit. Ciao. Love having you on the show, man. Good to see you again. Big Ben's time has passed. He was talking on one of his casts that he had played football with kids for his son's birthday. He was laughing about it. Always quarterback, no rush, no hits, couldn't move for 2 days. And his son, his eldest son, is my daughter's age. He's 10. So these are 10-year-olds that he can't walk for 2 days after playing with. So he's done playing in the league. That is funny. Highlight video of Herb is still missing. Yep, I'm working on it. Darius Rush to the Colts. All right, I got to put my beer down if you want me to work on it. Really, guys, I was telling stories, basking in the glow of Nate Herb. I know I'm not like a show. The draft shows, they try to get them up really quickly, and they do a pretty good job at that kind of stuff. So let me hop over here to YouTube and see what I can find on good old Nick. Nick Herbig highlights. Go down and try to find something good. Yeah, I'm trying not to find something that's too long as well.
We got to find the one that shows the absolute best plays.
I'm going to go with this one. This one is actually from the Wisconsin Badgers. It's a little longer than I usually like to show. It's a 5-minute one. I'm going to get it queued up because I think this is definitely going to be the one for us to watch if they're putting it out themselves. All right. I've got it paused. Let me scream in here a bit and see what we can find.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let me pull this down so we can see it. And I'll share this screen. Ask and ye shall receive. Steeler Nation.
Yeah.
Stop the screen share. I got to bring up my new one. Share screen. Nick Herbig Ultimate Highlights. Here we go, Steeler Nation. Trying to see where he's lined up. I didn't know if he lined up here on the right or not, but that guy looks like he's got some motor. Yep, that was
Yep, there he is.
Yep, 19. That was the quick get off the ball, rounded that edge very quickly on a speed rush and got to the quarterback as the quarterback hit his third step in his drop. Be watching around, coming around again. Oh, kind of yanked him.
That was a strong tackle.
Yeah, with one-handed yank. There he is coming
And
off
there's
the
on the-
edge. Oh my gosh.
It's
That
on
was
both edges.
right, coming from either side, knocking the hands down on the quick hit in the rib. Actually hits the ground with his knees first before lunging to the quarterback and bringing him down quickly. That quarterback didn't even know he was there. Again, on the left, look how quickly he's getting off the line of scrimmage. This looks a lot like Highsmith's tape.
Yeah.
Watching this. Wow, that's another quick. It's a stutter step. They thought he was going to come on side on a stronger rush. Made him look foolish. Again here, hand down the outside, sitting, waiting, and not letting him get a yard. That looked like an easy tackle for a loss.
Let's go.
Like he made that look easy.
Yeah.
The dance, where is he at the top side this time? Oh, no, he's coming around. He was lined up on the inside that time. There he's coming off the block and making the tackle. That's high motor. That was a great play. It was kind of a stunt where he started off on the inside right here and he wrapped around. So see him right here on the inside, and he's going to wrap around from the other side and coming around on the stunt, continuing through this block right here and getting the quarterback. He plays with speed. Holy crike. Looks like he's standing up here this time. Oh, no, that was, yep. He was standing up there. Short gain, kept him short of the sticks. Again, now that's not him on that side. He's on the opposite side on that one, so I didn't see the lineup. But getting into the backfield again. Oh, at the goal line. I love these plays to see how he does on the inside. Stuffs him, keeps him out of the end zone. Living to fight another day. Oh, gosh, untouched. Oh, my gosh, forcing the fumble. Thank you, Wisconsin, for these fantastic highlights.
Yeah.
Absolutely love them. Looks like he's at the top here this time, cutting down and around.
Yeah.
Is that him? Nope, that wasn't him. He was on the other side. I'm sorry. He came off on the edge on the right-hand side. They're going to replay it. There he is. They circled him this time. Good.
Yeah.
I'm trying to do this on the fly. First time seeing these highlights, guys. I'm going to make mistakes. But great job, too, of getting around, continuing. High motor guy. Like this, these look like, TJ's a high motor guy. Highsmith is a high motor guy. Can't have too many of those guys. Boom. Filling in the coverage. Tackle for a loss. And that's here. He's running up to the line of scrimmage. Oh, no, that was 15 running up. I thought it was 19. I was wrong. He was already making a play in the backfield while I'm looking at 15. Oh, gosh. Again, not touched on the line. If you don't touch him, your quarterback is going down in 1.5 seconds. That's what I'm seeing here, Chris. That is absolutely a bonehead play. Nobody touches him. Boom. You don't get 2 seconds to get that ball out. Again, standing up. Now I can see it's 19 on the edge. Oh, and he's just stuck. Man, that speed is something else. It is subtle. He started, stopped, and then exploded and got to the quarterback very quickly right there and then exploded. Look at how he ramps up with that acceleration. I really am starting to get excited over watching him. Of course, doing it to D. Gray's Terp. Sorry to hear about that, D. Gray. On the top side, possibly there. Yep, he was on the top side, engaged, came off of the block, and made the tackle. Great tackle. What do you have, 100 sacks? And coming up from the bottom of the screen this time, going through the tackle, beating him to the inside, getting to the quarterback, forcing a fumble, looks like as well that his team recovered. Oh, my gosh, he's going to be fun on this team. I don't see how you can't play him anywhere. And their tackle even got up before the snap of the football. Their tackle moved before the football was snapped, and he still got there, got to the quarterback, forced a fumble. That's I'm surprised that play even got off. Again, where are you there? Top side of the screen. Oh, gosh. He's got his big boy pants on. Absolutely has his big boy pants on. Ben Roethlisberger there, just can't believe it. Wrong number 7 in black and gold. I know, Striker. Coming around the outside again, speed rush. Strong tackle. That would have gotten flagged by Casey Hampton. Or sorry, by Hayward for tackling the quarterback too hard. That was it, guys. And from what I've seen in that short amount of highlights, wow. Absolutely wow. Chris, I'm going to bring you back up here to the feed. What did you think here about some of these highlights?
I mean, looks great. I'm really excited to have him back, or not back. I'm really excited to have him on the team.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like I said last night, just like Claypool did last year, Highsmith might have just announced his replacement.
Claypool, yes. Oh, so you're saying Highsmith just announced his replacement? Yep. Just like Claypool announced his replacement when he got to announce that the Steelers drafted George Pickens. I love that take, Chris. It's a fantastic take, and it would be absolutely incredible if it were to happen again. Like if we end up not giving Highsmith another contract, he leaves in free agency, and Nate the Great ends up being, Nick Herbig. Nate's on the offensive side. Nick ends up being our next starting outside to pair with the other Badger, having two Badgers on the ends. But at least here is something too. It is that Steelers have not been really trying to target edge players early in the draft. They were trying to kind of like find players deeper in the draft to see if they would work out. Unfortunately, Roche did not work out. Jones did not work out. I mean, I think they're still on the team though. Or they're still rostered, but they didn't become the players we were hoping they would become out of the box. They can still develop, but this is at least interesting to see somebody of this. I wasn't expecting this kind of play speed. I wasn't expecting in the 4th round, a guy getting off the line of scrimmage as quickly as he is, because TJ Watt's one of the fastest doing it at the NFL level too. And for him to be able to have TJ take him under his wing and learn how to do it in the NFL against NFL caliber tackles, like, this is absolutely phenomenal. I'm psyched. I am absolutely psyched for this pick.
Yeah.
There goes Clayton Tune. Arizona.
Damn, so now we gotta hope for a Jared. Well, actually, no. Actually, at this point in time, we don't have a pick in the 7th round. We're probably not getting the quarterbacks we really want.
Yeah. Cleveland takes Robinson from UCLA. Cleveland is killing this draft. I don't know who they fire GMs all the time. They might have actually found one that can actually draft.
Yeah.
Because they're doing a fantastic job this year.
The funny thing is, John Dorsey wasn't even that bad at drafting.
Yeah.
It's just he had one of the worst coaches in football history.
Right. Yeah, TJ is going to be a great teacher.
And there's another quarterback, Dorian Thompson-Robinson.
Thanks, Robert. What's that? Another big run on quarterbacks right now.
Yeah.
So now going back to that press conference, it seems that they might be right. It might be we might not be drafting a quarterback. They thought it was kind of laughable for taking a quarterback when he was asked in the press conference, Omar and Tomlin. The way the run on quarterbacks is happening right now, I'd be surprised if there was anybody even worth taking by 7th round. So now we got to think about possibly grabbing a vet quarterback as a backup to be the 3rd quarterback.
Yeah. Well, I imagine if we do grab someone, it would be from one of the spring leagues, because we don't have cap space, especially once we get all these draft picks signed. We do not have cap.
Right. It's good that we have a lot of time between our next pick, because this is such a good beer. I don't want to slam this down. I'm just taking my time. Ooh, Matt Ryan, possibly for a backup.
Yeah, I wouldn't hate it, but again, like, how much is he going to cost?
Yeah. Oh, true.
That's my main concern.
I'm going to go over to Spot Rack and check out to see the available vet free agents.
Yeah, there's a Carson Wentz.
Oh gosh, I don't see, and that's the weird thing. Like starters don't like to be backups for the most part. Like if they were
Yeah.
a starter with any sort of promise, they just strictly see themselves as a starting quarterback. Could be a problem in the locker room if they weren't starting.
Yeah.
But you never know. You never know how people are going to work out. You bring them in for a meeting, you let them know exactly what you're going to do, and sometimes they might work out. Like Mitchell Trubisky has worked out fantastically in Pittsburgh.
Yeah. Yeah. As
Got-
a number one, not really. As a backup,
Right.
great backup, high-end backup.
Number 2 pick in the draft.
Yep.
And now is a backup that did not complain once when he lost his starting job when he got to Kenny Pickett, and has done nothing but try to help Kenny Pickett as well to be the best player he can be.
Yeah.
Absolute great human being, great pickup by the Steelers in the front
Yeah.
office and making sure they did their due diligence to find somebody that could come in and be that kind of player for them. So available, you were saying, yep, Carson Wentz, Matt Ryan, Tom Brady. You think he wants to come in back up here for us? I mean, he's saying he's retired. I will bet you anything he's going to play football this year. I think that's the guy that's going to end up in San Francisco sometime this season, especially if they with all that talent, if they start losing, they're going to start putting out things like that. But we've got guys like behind that, Teddy Bridgewater, who we talked about last year, Mason Rudolph, who was our third quarterback last year. He's still there.
He wants nothing to do with us.
Yeah, but do you want nothing to do with the Steelers, or do you want to be unemployed for the rest of your life?
Exactly.
That might be what it comes down to. Joe Flacco, also an interesting name on that board. He's 38. So he's getting up there in age as well. Matt Ryan's 37. At least Carson's 30. Bridgewater's 30. Mason's young. He's still 27. Mm-hmm. He's still here to show the league what he can do. Then behind them, we've got a drop off basically in players that we know. Chase Daniel, Trevor Siemian, Brandon Allen, Josh Johnson, Brett Rippon, John Woodford, and Bryce Perkins. But these guys might be a third quarterback option as well, because we don't really need a backup. We've got Trubisky. We got Kenny as our starter. It's like, we'll have to see who's available here in the 7th, unless we choose to move back up to grab somebody. We'll have to see how that works out. Oh, Trace McSorley ended up going to New England. That's too bad. I always like Trace McSorley also from Penn State. We are crazy.
That's true. Let's go Vols.
Right. There we go. Robert, it's just because we start to drink beer with 14, so it's almost water for us. Exactly. Yeah. You guys know how to make sure you don't get dysentery. Keep drinking beer instead of tap water.
Yeah.
Matt Ryan saying he won't cost much more than vet minimum, not a quarterback one anymore. Yeah, but those quarterback ones tend to retire as opposed to be backups.
Yeah.
I take Joe Flacco. Joe Flacco is one of those rare situations, though, that has excelled as a backup role, who used to be a starter and a good starter.
Yep.
Yeah. Yep. We talked about that.
Let's see. We still have Jalen Duncan and Antonio Johnson on the board.
Nice. Barry, welcome to the show, Barry. Cheers. What is your grade for this draft and why? Good question. I mean, drafts you really can't tell until you're about 3-4 years in, but he's throwing up his sign, and that is exactly what I'd be saying, except I'd be putting a couple pluses next to that. This is an A+ draft. This is, since I've been following drafts of the Pittsburgh Steelers, I think I started following drafts back in 1985. This is the most just excited and in awe of how the Steelers have not only addressed need, addressed depth, but have brought in great players that are going to be able to compete and make this team, or at least make this team better if they don't make the team. So far, all the guys that we picked, I think, are going to make this roster, because we did have one more linebacker spot available. I think Nick slides in there easily. Offensive tackle, I think we lost one of our swing guys Leglue left the team. So we had a spot for him. Have a spot for a cornerback with Sutton leaving, though we did bring in, and I think we lost gosh, one of those guys too, Justin Lane.
Justin Lane. Well,
Yeah.
he got cut during roster cutdowns last year.
Okay, that was yes, yeah. So
Yeah.
so we do have some space to add, but I don't see anybody pushing Joey Porter Jr. off of this roster talent wise.
Yeah, I mean, like the first 3 rounds, if anyone pushes them off the roster, something is seriously wrong.
Yeah. Nose tackle battle is going to be interesting. And I
Yeah.
think it's a wide open battle. I think that Keanu has a chance to be the starter for this team. And that's
Yeah.
only, Adams is a good nose tackle, not a great nose tackle. We've kind of been working for us. I know we also brought in Braden Fehoko from the Chargers in free agency, but I mean, he's a 1 year deal for $1 million. He's playing for vet minimum. Usually those guys don't end up being starters on the team, but we'll have to see how the Steelers start utilizing Keanu in training camp, but I think he can rise up the depth chart pretty quickly because he's the biggest nose we have on the team. All the other noses are like right around 300 pounds, and he's like 309. Height wise too, 6'4". He's a big boy. So it'll be really interesting to see how he's going to be playing in the middle and utilizing that size there. With Jones, though, I don't know if he's going to start out of the box, but he'll definitely be considered in the swing tackle role and in the extra tackle role, where we'll get to be excited for him coming out on the field like we were for Zach Banner when he came out on the field. That'll be a fun situation to watch as well. And then Washington is such a great, we are banking on his athleticism. This is a guy that was supposed to go in the late first, maybe early second on most drafts, ended up having a knee issue that spooked a lot of teams. We got him late in the third. We traded back and still got Washington in the third. All of that talent wrapped into a tight end's body, and we know he can block. He's a phenomenal blocker as well. So adding that into the room where we already had that open space for third tight end since Connor Hayward moved over and he's now going to be our starting fullback. That is just such a great position to upgrade with. Also Gentry, I believe we only signed him to a 1-year contract as well. Yep, 1.25, a little above league minimum. We know he can block. He's a big body as well at 6'7". So we're bringing in great talent to upgrade. Obviously he's not going to replace Freiermuth as a starter. Freiermuth is the starter, but now we're going to have sets with Freiermuth and Washington on the field, which you're going to work out a little bit better than Freiermuth and Gentry, just because Washington's ability to make plays down the field Gentry just pales in comparison as an athletic receiver compared to Washington, and his blocking is nearly as good. And Gentry is the best blocking tight end that we've had for quite a few years.
Yeah, that would also make slot receiver less of a need, because if you're in 2 tight end sets, you don't need a slot receiver that much. So now guys like instead of going out and signing or drafting a slot receiver, you can still have Austin or Anthony Miller fill in that role occasionally, because we won't be in those sets much or as much.
Right. Travel Buddy's also coming in A+++ because we filled every hole we had with amazing players, and then we just got Nate Herbig. Look at how athletic this kid is in the 4th round, end of the 4th round. Eye-popping off the line of scrimmage, how quickly he gets off the line of scrimmage. You don't block him, he's there in under 2 seconds, and he's going through people, around people, under people, over people to make plays. High motor guy there. I think it's a steal. He might have gotten on our radar because we ended up bringing in his brother as a free agent on the offensive side of the ball. He's a guard, interior offensive lineman. He's done some snaps at center as well, played both guard positions. But this to me is it's a perfect draft. This is an absolutely perfect draft. 7th round, I don't care. Whoever we bring in, great. We grab a quarterback, awesome. Grab a wide receiver, sweet. We hit every single main position we had to hit, which was offensive tackle, nose tackle, and interior offensive lineman and corner. Those are the big ones we've been talking about all year. Tight end's a bonus. That's a bonus pick. but you could not deny his athleticism and that he was even available when it was our turn to draft there at the bottom of the third. Bottom of the third. Noah Sewell is the best possible linebacker we could take at the moment. Well, right now, I think Nate Herbig's going to do a good job.
Yeah.
Hines Ward needs to be brought out in the fold as a wide receiver assistant to Taylor needs to be brought back as defensive back assistant. I don't know if Taylor's not a coach. I've actually talked with Taylor a few times. He runs a podcast. He's a reporter. He does not want to coach. Heinz Smith right now is a head coach, so he doesn't want to take a demotion. He's a head coach over in the XFL along with Rod Woodson, who is also a head coach in the XFL. Maybe when they leave the XFL, they might want to come back over to become a positional coach for the Steelers, and I would take both Hines Ward and Rod Woodson with open arms if either of them wanted to come into Pittsburgh to try to make our rooms better, because I think both of them could do it as well there, Robert.
Yeah.
James,
sorry, go.
No, go ahead. You finish your thought. I'll get back to that. I can mark.
Okay, so you're saying I'm just waiting for Josh Dobbs to retire so he can be our quarterback coach.
Good old Dobbers.
Yeah.
Oh, I was so hoping to get him, but Cleveland jumped on him pretty quickly to bring him back in the fold.
Unfortunately.
Yeah. Robert as well. James Harrison should be brought back as the assistant strength coach. That would be interesting to bring him in as a strength and conditioning coach. That guy is an absolute unit. Absolutely love that one there, Robert.
Yeah, everyone's going to show up with 300 pounds of muscle.
Right? Yeah. And I wouldn't see that as a negative. They've had former coaches. Oslavsky's was on this team up until this year as the interior offensive line coach. I got to watch him play as an interior offensive lineman for the Steelers back in the late 80s, early 90s. Also having what's his name that just left on the team? Oh, we have Joey Porter Sr. As our linebackers coach. Landry Jones.
Landry Jones was a quarterback.
Yeah, and Jarvis Landry
was
the receiver, not on our team. So
Yes,
Jarvis Jones was the outside linebacker that we chose to make a starter over Harrison, unfortunately, at that time, back when Joey Porter was there. And then, of course, Joey Porter was also there for the beginning of Watt's career as well. Mm-hmm. And, it just comes down to the best person available for the job. Sometimes it is a former player. Sometimes it is a coach making up their way through the ranks in college football. Sometimes it's one making up the way through the ranks in pro football. But, you can't force a round peg into a square hole, but I'm all for bringing back former players. I do like that. Mm-hmm. And then Travel Buddy, by the way, since we drafted Washington and Herbig, I'm pretty sure they believe in Austin III. So I don't see us taking a wide receiver in the 7th. It could or could not happen. That's a great take to take as well. And I wouldn't be surprised if they chose not to go with him in the 7th. Like now, 7th round for positions for competition. Yeah, quarterback, I think, is still on the chart. Quarterback is still definitely in play. Anywhere else? Maybe defensive line. For edge, or not for edge, but for defensive tackle on our team, like that Okunjobi and Highsmith play.
Yeah.
I know we have Loudermilk and Leal, but competition's always good.
Yeah. I do love a layout. I said the other day, but he reminds me of Alex Highsmith in his rookie year. And if Leal develops like Highsmith, this defensive line is going to be a problem.
Yeah. Yep. Why not bring back Ben to training camp to work with the QBs? You have to want to do it. Ben has moved on with his life's work, as Coach Noel used to say. You remember that guy, Robert. When you leave football, you go on with your life's work. You start doing the things you want to do.
Yeah.
And that is something that Ben is doing right now. He already sold his home in Pittsburgh. He's not going to be in Pittsburgh anymore. Guy is gone. Exactly. He might come back he'll definitely be back for special events and things like that and make the because he's a big part of so many great teams and Super Bowl winning teams. So unfortunately, though, we can't get Terry Bradshaw back in the building. We can get Ben back in the building. He'll be a part of those shows as well. Ben is a personal assistant for running backs. He doesn't want to live in Pittsburgh. Yeah, he's out on West Coast, I believe. Loving his life out there. Alan Faneca came to training camp, and it helped bring back Marcus Pouncey training camp this year. Young linemen could use all those old heads. And I think Pouncey's back in Miami. Those Pouncey brothers like Florida a little bit better than they like Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
But yeah, it would be nice to have Pouncey back. I would like, I mean, he was just an athletic freak. I don't know how you coach that. Maybe when we get another center that could be an athletic freak to bring him in, that would be a good move. I do like that. Instead of Steelers bringing back mediocre players like Arthur Motes and Craig Wolfley to be the voice of the team instead of bringing back players who are actually great. Well, they want to be broadcasters.
Yeah.
It comes to what people want to do. You can't square peg round hole people. Same thing with Hampton, same thing with Miller. These guys have gone on with their life's work. Linebacker for depth. Exactly. 803. Welcome to the show.
Yeah.
Good to see you there. I hope you're enjoying the show wherever you're watching, because we're enjoying having it. I mean, this is the time of the show we can talk about beer, we can talk about whiskey, we can talk about life, because we got a lot to do before the Steelers come around. I know we're done with the fourth round of the draft.
Yep. We are at pick 147.
Great. I don't know why my draft tracker.
Yeah.
My NFL network stopped working. So I'm just going to shut that window, try to reopen it.
Yeah. Yeah, honestly, my stream on YouTube TV was lagging.
Okay. And you got, okay, here's the NFL stuff coming up. Draft. Boom.
Yep.
Draft tracker.
Yep. Jordan Howden just went to the Saints.
Who's that?
Jordan Howden, safety. Oh, Josh Wild. Oh, a tight end's off the board now. Josh Wild from Cincinnati.
Ooh.
Let me update this sheet.
Yeah, Matt. Jamie Wright. I mean, we're going to see a lot of people ticking off the board who we might have wanted. I mean, guys, we're not going to be picking up again until 241. So we just passed. We're finally inside of picking in the next 100 picks. Since we are currently at 148 and we are picking at 241 and 251.
Yeah.
So we got a lot of time to think about this.
Yeah. See, let's look at the people that are left on the board, like the top 10.
Sure. I'll bring that up on the on the sheet here. Just give me a moment.
Yeah, we still have a top 40 prospect according to them on the board.
A top 40 prospect. Awesome. We'll see who that is. Let me present. Share screen. And BPA board. Boom. Coming up. Yep. Top 40. Oh, yeah. Coming up to here. 39. Wow. Jalen Duncan has been dropping down the boards here from Maryland. I would love to have D Gray, but D Gray is currently playing right now with the Birmingham USFL team. Yeah. And I know they were leading last time. Caleb was on the show telling us about the score update, but I'd love to hear his opinions on why Jalen Duncan is dropping as hard as he has. Safeties, of course, are devalued. They've been dropping all through this draft, but Antonio Johnson, I've seen some other safeties going ahead of him, and he's still sitting there at 45 on our board. Parker Washington, again, too, a talented wide receiver out of Penn State. And Tre'Davious Hodges-Tomlinson, who we talked about yesterday on the draft show, of being a decent corner to think of. And there's a couple corners here that we like that are still on the board. Kelly and some wide receivers, Boot and Hutchinson. Whippler, the interior offensive lineman out of Ohio State, is still there. Noah Sewell, who we've been talking about a lot.
He just now got drafted.
Who's that, Sewell?
Yeah.
Yep. Okay, cool. So Sewell, as we see now, Steeler Nation, Sewell ticking off the board in real time. Thank you very much, Chris, for making sure we are updated and taking this by the horns. Really appreciate your help in that to help free me up to do find highlights and talk with the Steeler Nation.
Yep. No problem.
Yeah. So that's it, guys. That's what we're looking at now. We'll be coming back. JL Skinner is a guy that I love as well. Out of Boise State. Big guy, 220, 6 foot. Is he 6'4", 220 or 6'2", 220? He's a big. He is a big guy. He's hurt, which is why he's dropping down boards, but he was, supposed to be around 110. We're not that far off of him for the drop range, but he might drop. If he drops to the 7th round and we end up grabbing JL Skinner, he doesn't have to start this year. We've got starters ahead of him. We've got KZ ahead of him already to be starting with Fitzpatrick. We brought in the other Keanu Neal to come and play some safety as well for us. So that could be a play if he drops far enough because of his injury. Steelers know that they don't have to make him a starter this year. He might be practice squatted or sitting there for a year to rehabilitate, or they may just make him or put him on IR during preseason, which he's lost for the season no matter what. If you put a player on IR, that's the only way you're lost for the season. If it happens during the season, you're only lost for, I think it's 8 weeks. 8 games you have to miss, not 8 weeks. 8 games you have to miss before you can come back. Beer is getting better as it warms. What a great beer.
Another one of your Penn State guys is off the board.
Oh, is that the wide receiver? Just leave us?
Nope.
Oh,
The quarterback.
Oh, Sean Clifford just went. No way. To a quarterback needy team, I see. The Green Bay Packers, who just lost their longtime starting quarterback. That's an interesting pick. And I'm actually kind of surprised that they chose to go that direction.
Yeah. Have the Packers even drafted a wide receiver yet?
I do not know. I didn't click on their stuff
I don't
directly
think they
to see what they've grabbed. See if I can do that on NFL site if
let's
it allows
see.
me to do that.
See, it
That'd be
had
cool.
the Packers. Nope, that's a D tackle. This team just hates receivers. They got a tight end. I mean, tight end was a position of need, so that's not bad.
Yeah.
But yeah, it looks like they have not drafted a wide receiver. They drafted 2 tight ends.
2. Oh my gosh.
They drafted 2 tight ends, but they haven't drafted a receiver. This team, for whatever reason, it's like, no, I don't care how good you are. We are not putting a wide receiver on this team.
Yeah. Yep, we got to go BPA, but
Yeah.
7th round, like I'm saying, Max Duggan might be there. UCLA quarterback might be there if he hasn't gone yet.
He's gone.
Oh, wow, because he went up a lot higher. No, some of these mocks had him going in 7th.
Yeah. Thompson Robinson.
Yes. Yeah. And there was a small school guy too that I can't remember who I was looking at there for a bit before I was like Duggan a little bit more just because he's from the BCS.
Let's see. Here, there's a Malik Cunningham. Yep,
Noah Sewell's a bear.
Yep. They got themselves a stud.
Yeah, I see that, Robert. We know how much you like Tomlin. But one interesting thing that Trey Essex, if you watch the show with us, we had Trey Essex, who played and won Super Bowls for both Cowher and Tomlin, told us you would be surprised on how similar. Because I asked him what are the differences between those two coaches, and he said, "Wait a second, you would be surprised on how similar Bill Cowher and Mike Tomlin are in the way that they treat players and the way they make you accountable and the way they get you prepared to play each and every week." If you want to watch it, I have an interview cut up over at youtube.com. It's my interview with Trey Essex. It's in the threads with Steeler Nation interviews, as well as for the draft show as well. It's if you watch the day 1 draft show, it's the first half hour of the draft. It's basically me and Trey just talking about all sorts of stuff. Great show. Great show. Mike Miller. Hi, Steelers fans. How you doing, Mike? Welcome to the show. We love new fans on the show. We need to beat the Cleveland Browns. Boo Steelers all the way. Yep. Steelers all the way. We will boo the Cleveland Browns. If you're new to the show, I live in a house with a Cleveland Brown fan and a Cincinnati Bengal fan. My cat is a Cincinnati Bengal fan. My dog is a brown dog and loves the Browns. And we have great fun on the podcast from time to time. As they're not as knowledgeable as Steeler fans. Derpy, Sean Clifford, quarterback Penn State to Green Bay. Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah.
Joey Porter Jr. is a Swiss Army knife like the guy we drafted in the 7th round a couple years ago. Well, Norwood was different.
Yeah.
Norwood did not have the athleticism or the size that he had. But as far as for playing other positions, I don't know if they're going to really project Joey Porter Jr. as being anything but an edge corner. Norwood is able to play some slot. He was a good coverage slot for us at times, obviously coming in the dollar, being the extra safety, did a great job there as well. So yeah. And with, bringing in Keanu Neal too, it's going to, you'll see on game day, like it might be a name you might not know right now, but on game day, Keanu Neal might be the guy jumping down extra safety, playing corner, playing slot corner as well, playing inside linebacker as well in certain sets, because that's what he does. He's also a big playmaker as well. Hopefully we better beat Cleveland Browns. Yep. Good one tight, Chris. I guess you sneezed.
Thanks. I
missed
did.
it. Thank you, travel buddy. Nice. Yeah. Love Tomlin as a person. Love him being most media friendly coach in NFL history. And I am the one-man army calling for Mr. Tomlin's promotion. Yeah, you want him. We know. Okay, I'll let you do it. I'll let you say it because I know what you're going to say. And it's fun. You so behind. I caught up. I'm here now, Derpy. What are we talking about now? FYI, by the way, I love your avatar, Dexter's Laboratory. Funny story or interesting story. Not even funny. My best friend in college, her name's Kate Davis. Her best friend in high school is a girl by the name of Lauren Faust. Lauren Faust went and redid My Little Pony. My Little Pony blew up. Big animator. She used to work on the Mac. She worked on Iron Giant, a couple different movies, things like that. In the animation industry, she worked on a show called Powerpuff Girls. Powerpuff Girls is done by Craig McCracken, who did Dexter's Laboratory. That is where Craig and Lauren met. They are married now. I've gotten to meet the both of them at Kate's wedding. And of course, like I talk with Lauren every once in a while. She drew a picture for my daughter's 4th birthday of Rainbow Dash, and freaking awesome. Just great people. But at least wanted to say shout out for Craig McCracken's drawing right here of Dexter for Dexter's Laboratory. They are family friends. We love them to death. And they have their little girl Quinn out there in LA and still doing the animation stuff and killing it. Absolutely killing it. So thanks for that, man. Love it. Absolutely love it. Nice. Yep. You just don't like his game making decisions. No, well, you wanted to move him to general manager, but now the way Omar Khan and Andy Weidl are going, I don't want Tomlin anywhere near the general manager room because they are murdering this draft. And I thought that's what you were going to go to there. But yeah, we definitely need a game manager to help him out with flag calls. I think that's a big thing to do. Dexter, say it again. Pickett to Pickens. Girl face. Oh yeah, Pickens to Pickens to Pickett. Great show. Can I meet them? I'd love to introduce you, but like I said, I live on the opposite side of the country. I don't see them, ever really anymore. Every once in a while, we'll talk peripherally or in chats together with Kate when we're trying to plan stuff together. We were trying to plan like a multi-family, like a vacation together where all of Kate's friends come in, and that would be Lauren and Heather and Rachel and my family as well. So maybe be able to hang out with them sometime. But I know, like, he always has a pen and pad in hand. Craig's always working on something. And same thing with Lauren. They're just incredibly gifted Imaginarians and animators. Awesome people. R2 no longer needs title team president. Oh, now you're giving him a promotion to team president now.
Oh God.
Love it. Oh, Dan died. Now R2 is considered the owner. Doesn't need to be president title. Proudly announces Steelers team president Mike Tomlin. Yeah. How about vice president? We'll give him a vice president.
Yeah.
Because his dad was team president until he left the team and turned it over to his son. So love how you moved the goalpost there on that one, Robert.
Let's go bring in Bisaccia as head coach too. By the way,
What's that? Which head coach?
Bisaccia. Let's bring him in as head coach while Tomlin gets his promotion.
Gosh, yeah. I don't want ever Mike Tomlin. I'm going to use a quote that Mike Tomlin used when describing.
I know what you're about to say.
When describing Coach LeBeau.
Oh.
And his quote on Coach LeBeau was always, if Coach LeBeau ever decided like he wanted to hand me, like his walking papers, I wouldn't be there to receive them, or something. That I know I'm butchering it. You might remember it better, Chris. If you want to do a better job of it, please do.
No, I thought you were going to go a different route.
Oh, okay. Well, let's hear the route you were talking about, because this is a discussion show now. We got a lot to not do until 7th round.
Yeah. I thought you were talking about like when he was talked as being a head coach for a college, like yeah, is he going to be vice president? Yeah. Never say never, but never.
Yes. Yes. Never say never, but never. Yeah, that was great when he was in a lot of college conversation for. I think that was a UCLA job at the time.
Yeah, maybe. I remember it was something
in
California.
Yeah,
USC
too. Yeah, I'm with you on that.
Yeah,
I'm remembering
something in that region.
Let's see where we're at. That's cool, though. I do think a reboot of Dexter could work today if done right. Then the one person that would do it right is Craig McCracken. Yeah. Also, both of them, not only are they phenomenal animators, they are storytellers. Like, all of their plot lines for these shows come from their mind. They have writers come in as well, but they do a lot of their own writing. Lauren, too, for all season 1 of My Little Pony, was doing the music also, like with their music people, like coming up with song concepts. It's like, this is great talented people. I love creative people. I was a musician myself, and don't have much of the visual arts down, but I love playing music and coming up with different ideas and concepts in the music world.
What instrument do you play?
Started off as a singer.
Okay.
That was my number one. I used to tour Europe a couple times in choruses, and ended up being learned how to play guitar in college. Got a punk band that was signed for a little bit right around the early aughts, and still love playing guitar. I can play bass. I can write on keyboard. I can play a little bit of keys, but a little bit of penny whistle. Ukulele, of course, I can play too. And penny whistle's just natural for Irish people. They can just pick it up and like, oh, those are all the notes.
Yeah. Makes sense.
Always, it's just weird how that works. It's like one of those things. A little bit of harmonica. I'm not as good at harmonica. I'm actually pretty terrible. I'm kind of like Alanis Morissette. I can make it sound good within the song, but can't really like just sit there and just play music all the time on it.
Yeah.
Here we go. We got a harmonica player right here. Awesome. Do you play any other instruments?
Drums.
Awesome. I play little drums. Yeah, I'm not a drummer, but I can drum.
Yeah.
I always get excited. Like my problem. Oh, you're sitting at your whole kit. Oh no, there's a.
Yeah.
I thought you were hitting the kick drum there for a second. I was like, oh, you're at your drum kit.
Nah.
No, you're just playing the table. That's great.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Oh yeah, that's what she said. Yeah, we were talking about this. Never said to be GM, promote him to president, or trade him for a first-round picks. Yeah, you did mention that for trading for first-round draft picks. Right now, the way we're picking, we don't need multiple first-round draft picks, but it might happen one of these days.
Yeah.
You never know.
Yeah, I was thinking about like when Dan Snyder wanted to trade for Tom, and I'm like I know a lot of people love him, but think about the return we could get for him. I was just thinking like if he wants him that bad, we could just clean him out, get everything they have.
Right.
Make the Ricky Williams deal look like a fair deal.
Oh, for the whole draft. We'll give you all of our picks for Ricky Williams.
Yeah, we'll make that look like a fair trade. All of your picks for the next 2 years. Wow. Terry McLaurin.
Wow.
Your next first, second, and third.
Oh.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Just clean amount of
Shockingly
players and
consistent. Promote Tomlin or draft picks. We know what you like, Robert. It's a fun conversation always to have, my friend.
Yeah.
Always. Yep. Johnny Bravo 200% would never be made today. Yeah, you can't make that show today. Modern
Yeah.
Cartoon Network doesn't even like to bring the show up. But still, I mean, they're always on the cutting edge on Cartoon Network. I like the stuff that they put out. Rick and Morty, obviously slaughtering it too. Great animation there. Mike T would have the perfect czar of Steelers media. Let's go, harmonica.
All right.
Oh, that's great. That's great. Oh, where are we at now in the draft? What round are we at? It's going. Where's my slippers? I'm getting chilly.
We're at pick 156 in the 5th round.
Nice.
Let's see. Daryl Luter Jr. just got drafted.
Daryl Luter Jr. Great.
Okay, number 184 on the draft board here.
Oh wow, yeah, we're ticking through. Like 5 minutes for a pick makes these draft picks really tick through. Had a center just come off the board too. I see.
Did a center come off the board? Oh yeah.
Right, 154.
Yep. Olusegun Oluwatimi.
Perfect pronunciation.
Let's go.
Jordan McFadden going to the Chargers.
Jordan McFadden.
Love his hair in this picture.
I gotta look it up. I turned the feed off because it was lagging.
Yeah, it looks like he's wearing a hair as a hat. It looks fantastic. I wish I had enough hair to wear hair as a hat. Instead, I have to wear hats to cover my lack of hair.
Yeah, I got both. Yeah.
Ravens on the clock. Ravens putting together an interesting draft. Like, I didn't think, at least a lot of the Matt and Ben and everyone didn't expect Flowers to go that high. Had them rated as a 3rd, 4th rounder. They ended up taking him in the 1st round. But then again, Ravens have had a difficult time figuring out how to draft wide receivers.
Yeah.
All their best wide receivers have been free agents. All of them.
Yeah.
Derek Mason.
Yeah.
Steve Smith. Yeah. Steve Smith was awesome. You got Anquan Bolden.
Oh, yep, that makes sense.
Helped him win a Super Bowl.
Yeah. Yeah. And now that they're throwing way too much money at OBJ.
Oh my gosh. And OBJ's toward the end of his career. Like, he's not putting up the production he put up. He was not even a game changer for the Browns. Like, just kind of was on that roster. He was never a threat. Like, we were never scared of OBJ. And they're like,
like he was solid for the Rams, but then tore his ACL. So we got, this is his 2nd ACL tear, so we got to see how that works.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Okay, got it.
Yeah.
Does tomorrow work? Actually, I have to do some work emails here while we're talking. I can bring the drinks.
Yeah, I've been getting a few things done here too.
Yeah, we're both in work mode and in play mode. I mean, hell, it's the time of the draft where we have to rely on Steeler Nation to give us this great content, which you guys are absolutely killing on. I just want the Cartoon Friday spot back. That was a great spot in the 90s. I remember being in college then watching the cartoons. I think that was the Dexter and Bravo back-to-backs. Back then, Powerpuff coming on. Yeah, great shows.
Yeah.
Kids today don't know. Well, Saturday morning cartoons also for the 80s kids, 70s kids. Sitting there watching cartoons from, 8 till noon until they started putting like crappy shows like Saved by the Bell on the air. Like anything live action that ever came on, I'm like, oh, I'm done. Here we go, Steelers. There we go, Mike. Get us pumped up again.
All right.
Yep. Number 20, what do we do in the 7th? I'm still thinking quarterback's an option. Really thinking it. Cool. I'm on the draft show right now. We can set something up. I'll be around tomorrow too if you want to hang.
Right.
Yep. They played some pickleball this morning. I still play competitive hockey on Monday nights. So, my old age, I'm still moving around pretty decently. Awesome. I gave you a big shout out because I am drinking the Attaboy beer as a celebratory beer for today's draft period. It is phenomenal! ! That's my boy Aaron Semenick that I told everybody got me that great beer from Attaboy, turned him into a Steeler fan. Oh, I got to let him know where it is if he wants to watch the show. Phenomenal draft! !
Yeah. Oh, one of the top corners is, I guess, one of the top remaining corners is finally off the board.
From our list, who was that?
Probably one of the weirder names in the draft. Caillou Blue.
Caillou Blue! You're my boy, Blue!
Yeah.
You're my boy! That's awesome.
Yeah.
Good old Caillou.
Yeah.
Now get to your stuff here quick. Just got to make sure I'm not missing something here. Yeah, I'll do that. Here's a picture, guys. I'm going to show this to you. You saw me do if you're on TikTok or on Twitter, I did a video from the pickleball court talking about the draft and how excited I was. This is my group of friends that I went to school with. Right here on the pickleball court, playing, having a good time. You have Jeremy and Keith and Chris and Dustin, but we had a great time. And I was also wearing and supporting Steeler Nation as I was playing pickleball, wearing my favorite t-shirt for draft days, which is the general manager, which looks like the Godfather, Kevin Colbert on the shirt there. One of my all-time favorite gets for being a podcast host. One of our people did that for us. Okay, we'll do it tonight. So now I got to sober up toward the end of the show because I've got to drive north for an hour and a half.
Yeah.
I'm on the show for an hour after the draft ends. Then we can start doing timing and heading up. So talk to you soon. And I'm just picking up the trailer, correct? Question mark. That's my Philly director. So we're trying to meet in the middle.
Okay.
For equipment for my promotional company. I think I already loaded his trailer. I hope I did. Damn it. Or loaded his stuff. Maybe I didn't. Crap. I'll figure it out.
Yeah.
Here we go. Robert, do you think the Steelers won't bring into camp any of the available players they let go from last year? Wouldn't Watt, Snell, and Marcus Allen be dirt cheap and instantly our best special teamers? I'll tell you what's cheaper than those guys. Drafted players.
Yeah.
Drafted players are cheaper than vet minimums by like $400,000, $500,000. So those guys are all being replaced. Actually, I believe that with Snell gone, that actually creates a spot for Anthony McFarland Jr., who we drafted out of Maryland a few years ago. He was actually going to be the backup running back 2 years ago to Najee's rookie season until he got hurt in training camp and didn't come back that year. He left the team, I think, for a bit, and now he is back as a futures contract. So he has a chance of making this. Major Teague also there, I believe, as a running back. So we got some good, talented running backs currently on our roster in futures contracts that are going to be able to compete here in free agency for the third draft spot. And those guys can do some work. but Watt's just too expensive. I do not see them bringing back Watt since they spent all that money in free agency. Financial, I mean, I think it works definitely from like a talent move, but financially it does not work anymore. And Connor is $3.5 million cheaper. So that's why we have Connor now as our starting fullback.
Yeah.
So back to the feed, my boys, while we're waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting. Well, we still have stuff to talk about, guys. You can feel, I feel just about any question. You guys know that. And then I'm an association guy, so when things pop up or conversations pop up, it just makes me think of things. So we had that great conversation with Derpy talking about animation. And I love animation. Like, it's one of my favorite forms of entertainment to imbibe. I'm not as into anime itself, but, love the animation that comes out with the, Last Airbender stuff and Avatar, Last Airbender and Korra. And my daughter now is loving the Netflix when they redid Voltron. They did a phenomenal job with that. I grew her up, or had her growing up with watching the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles that came out like 07 to 09 that had the guy that used to be in Austin Powers used to do Leonardo's voice. The guy that was Sam in Lord of the Rings, and also like Rudy played Rudy. He did Raphael's voice. The guy from American Pie also did Michelangelo's voice. And then funny enough, the guy that did Donatello used to do Raphael's voice in the 80s. And they just did such a great job with that show. It was fun. Michelangelo, of course, is always fun. Just have to have that surfer kind of voice and have a good time. Best part of Dexter's Lab was the Dial M for Monkey shorts and the Justice Friends appearances. Absolutely. Those were always a lot of fun. What do we got here, Chris, for the media drop?
Oh, it's
Which logo is that?
Georgia.
Yep, that's what I thought. I'll post this for everybody to see.
Okay.
Here's a fun meme for us to share with you guys. I mean, this is what we do. If you share stuff with us, we will do it.
Yeah.
And this is a great share here.
Yeah.
And where is it? There it is. Yep, got it. Sharing it. There you go, guys. Eagles, new logo of the Philadelphia Eagles.
Yeah.
They have changed the G to the Georgia logo.
Yeah.
Well, you can say the same thing about the Steelers with 2 draft picks coming from Georgia as well. But that team, back-to-back championships, SEC team, obviously they're going to have a lot of players drafted. It's a highly, highly talented team. And do you think they're going to make back-to-back championships now, or is this a rebuilding year for Georgia?
I mean, they still have Kirby Sponsor. They still have the coaching. Like, it's probably not a rebuilding year. Like, they might take a step back, but they're still going to be like their goal is still the same. Whether they get there or not is to be determined.
Gotcha. Nice. Yeah, checking my work email. Everybody's blowing me up today. They cannot believe how well we have drafted. I was checking to see if Trey texted yet too. Fine with me. But does she know how to set up the Papa Shot? ? Actually, don't worry about it. I'll do it tomorrow. Looks like I'm working tomorrow. I thought I had the day off.
That's unfortunate.
It's all right. It's my company. So I have a girl that's working another event that's kind of far away. So we'll switch out. I'll take care of it.
Yeah, makes sense.
And if you're joining the show later, I talked about the top of the show. I'm eating a hummus that my 10-year-old daughter made for me.
Nice.
And it is killing. Absolutely killing it. What are we all eating out there, Steeler Nation?
I should probably get some more food, but yeah, I had what's called pomodoro for lunch.
What is pomodoro? I've heard it before. Don't know
Yeah.
exactly what it
It-
is.
Yeah, it's a pasta, normally spaghetti or long pasta with tomatoes, bacon bits, and Alfredo sauce, and
Mm.
mozzarella Parmesan cheese. It's really good.
Ooh, does sound good.
Yeah. I was making fun of the Packers earlier. They did finally get a wide receiver, Dontavion Wicks.
Oh, nice.
So we should get some
Robert,
of the.
go ahead.
Sorry.
No, finish.
We should get some of the draft experts back on here to see why some of these top 100 prospects are falling off a cliff.
Yeah. Yeah, we do. I mean, and they'll be back. I know Ben is definitely going to be back on the show in the 7th round. He's following along. He's got stuff to do this afternoon, but he knew he'd be home tonight, so he can jump on for the 7th round. Robert, you keep making the same argument, and you're missing the fact of all the people they picked up in free agency. They picked up 17 guys in free agency.
Yeah.
So they filled every single hole that they had. We don't need to bring back these never wases to try to come in and compete at high contracts compared to the cheaper people that we brought in that are going to be doing just as good of a job.
Yeah.
And the job is for rookies to learn in special teams so they can become good starters. Robinson did it last year. Yep, the Eagles won.
Yeah.
Can't afford them, Robert. We're up against the cap now. You can't bring those guys back at all.
Yeah.
Especially since we're paying rookies.
Yeah. Yeah. We're currently at $7.5 million in cap hit. $6 million of that is probably going to the rookies.
Exactly. Yep. And they usually like going into the season like around $3 or $4 million under the cap in case they have to make an emergency move because of injuries.
Yeah. Like I could see us cutting a gunner doing roster cutdowns to save a couple million.
Nice. About to wash down a dozen or two nutritional supplements with lemon water, intermittent fasting. I'm a big proponent of that as well. That's how I am slick and trim and still competing at a high level.
Yeah.
I am. I still compete against 20-year-olds playing hockey, and they don't know how to play against me because I play like Dominic Hasek. I'm still very mobile, very flexible. Intermittent fasting has helped me out with that a lot.
Yeah. Like sometimes I do that if I don't wake up early in the morning.
Right?
Like if I sleep in late and I'm a couch potato, I can intermittent fast easier than if I got to do something in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I never get hungry in the morning. It's runs in my family. My mom's got it. My sister has it. We just don't get hungry in the morning. We were naturally intermittent fasters before we even knew it was a thing.
Yeah. Okay, I agree. I don't get hungry when I first wake up, but like if I wake up at 8 o'clock, I'm gonna be hungry by noon.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't need breakfast, but I gotta eat like 3 to 4 hours after I wake up.
Mm-hmm. I like this Dwayne Shipley's Donuts eating that right now in Louisiana. Can we get an Omar Khan jersey for these moves he's made? That would be awesome.
Yeah, I agree.
Omar. In Omar we trust t-shirts. I'm going to be putting that out for Steeler Nation. They will probably be available to buy.
Give Omar Khan a promotion, or not promotion. Give him a contract extension right now.
Yeah.
Damn, that was the other quarterback I wanted. Jaron Hall is gone.
Oh. Snell, Marcus Allen, or never was. They never were. They never were anything but a special teamer.
Yeah.
And GJ's better. He's just too expensive.
Yeah.
Absolutely too expensive. Too expensive. Can't afford him. You look at the cap, try to see where you can fit him in. Just can't. I've been awfully peckish. Getting that draft pick got me hungry. Having Nate back in the fray. And we got that down. Here we go, guys. I'm going to share this link with everybody. This is my personal link for Steelers free agency and drafted players. So you can take a look at what I'm doing. Robert will help you out a bit if you don't want to go through and see the transactions and try to piece that together, because I did it more visually. Let me make sure that that link is good for everybody to be able to grab too. I got to make sure it's an open link. So don't click on it yet. Nope, you're good.
Yeah.
Anyone with a link. So click on that
All
link
right.
and you'll see everybody we brought onto this team. 17 players, or 18 now with Boykin. And then I listed all the Steelers free agents that left the team. So you'll see the ones that came. Jameer Jones was re-signed and then let go again. And I don't know why that happened, but I guess he wanted to be let go. Futures contract players are all there. These are all the players that we signed futures contracts. I kind of listed them in order of experience, starting up at the top, coming down through. I haven't updated my my needs board. Cornerback is done. I mean, maybe a slot. I can see coming in for trying to grab a slot.
Yeah.
Unless we're moving one of the safeties there, but we definitely drafted the outside starter corner. That is now green. Cornerback down low, I'll keep that one open. Another center, I'll still keep that one open. Quarterback 3, gaping hole. Offensive tackle is done. Tight end 3 is done. Running back 3, still an option, unless we're going with one of the guys here on our futures contracts or trying to pick up an undrafted rookie free agent, which worked out with Warren last year. Didn't say it's always going to work out, but
We could also do we could also go with Connor Haywood, because he's supposed to be a hybrid player, tight end, fullback, halfback. We could throw him in there as tight end or running back 3. Anthony McFarland.
Right. Yeah, we have some good futures running backs on this roster right now. I'll put in Nick Herbig as well.
Ooh, looks like one of the top prospects finally got drafted.
Oh,
Antonio Johnson.
Antonio Johnson finally off the board?
Yeah. He went to Jacksonville at 160.
Wow. 141 and 151.
You mean 241, 251?
Oh, yes. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I would have figured that out eventually.
Yeah. But something seems wrong here.
241. 251. Got him.
All right.
I just pop the numbers down there until we get our next 2 players. My cat has been blissfully sleeping next to me this entire show. As loud as I've been, she is just conked out here. I gotta show this to you guys if you can see it. There she is.
All right.
Absolutely just out.
All right, I'm good. I'm good here.
Right. Sleeping her day away. Doesn't bother her that I'm in her room. You know how cats are.
Yeah.
Right.
We're going to pick 166 right now.
Cool. What kind of dog do you have?
Black Lab.
Oh, nice.
Got a little bit of variety in there, but mostly Black Lab.
Nice.
Once I get this last player updated on the sheet, I'll go calm it down again.
Sure.
We got multiple things happening, so she wants to. So she barks at everything that moves.
Yeah.
All right. And that's everything, and I will be back.
Great. Thanks for helping out with everything. Appreciate it. See you soon. Yeah, Derek Watt, I'm telling you, it's financial now. Cannot fit on this roster financially. Absolutely will not be on this roster, especially when you have a guy playing his position at $3.5 million cheaper. And Connor was doing pretty well in special teams as well last year. Why'd they let Benny go? He was a free agent. His contract was up. Decided not to re-sign him. moving on. Like, he just didn't work out for us. Hopefully he can work out with another team. Right now, no other team is scrambling to grab Derek Watt or scrambling to grab Benny Snell. They're still there. They're definitely going to be available till after the draft. But today is all draft stuff. Maybe Sunday you might see some free agents start getting picked back up again for positions of need that did not get filled in the drafts. We'll have to wait and see. Dog is running wild. I know, right? Yeah, I don't think he's ignored. I completely agree that he's a great player. He works great in the system. He's just too expensive. With what we've done in free agency, if you look at that link that I shared, what did we spend in free agency already this year? Goodness, I think it's 38.9 mil, nearly $39 million in free agency. We brought in all of this talent. KZ, Okunjobi, Patrick Peterson, Seumalo, Nate Herbig, Cole Holcomb, Landon Roberts, Christian Kuntz. Well, we re-signed him. He was just a free agent. We re-signed him as the long snapper. Same thing with James Pierre. Re-signed him as depth. LaRaven Clark, we brought him over from Tennessee. Zach Gentry, we re-signed, who I liked, and I wanted to re-sign him. Fehoko, nose tackle. Keanu Neal, who I love as well. He's going to be a great chess piece and special teams player. Armin Watts, backup nose tackle. Backup to the backup nose tackle. One of them, he's probably not making the team now that we drafted Keanu Bennett. Tanner Muse immediately fills in that exact same role, being a great special teamer in Seattle for Allen, for Marcus Allen. Exact same role. And then Brendan Mann is an actual punter. He's going to be competing with Presley Harvin III for the starting spot because we took him off of waivers. We grabbed his contract before he as a waiver claim. So really interesting there. And then adding Robinson in the trade that we were able to trade for him from the Rams. Got his contract knocked from 15 mil down to 5 mil. Same thing, Miles Boykin, then ended up re-signing him as well. Excellent special teams tackler as well. If you're so high on your special teams guy, you should know guys like Miles Boykin absolutely killing out there. Robinson, Hayward. These guys are still going to be playing those special teams spots that were vacated by people like Derek Watt. It's the same thing too, like back when we had Tyler Matakevich on the team, Big Red, backup outside linebacker, phenomenal special teamer. But we couldn't go spend $4 million on him at the time. Then he ended up going to the Buffalo Bills, and he's been there pretty much ever since. I don't know if he's a free agent this year or not. But you can't keep paying a guy $4 million for special teams unless he's like a monster kick punt returner. Did anyone see how Jones in Washington was a terror on their run blocking from Georgia? Yes. Yes, we did. That's one of the reasons why we are so excited about those additions from Georgia coming here to help us out in the short game too. Oh, wrong one. I want this one.
Another one the guys we're looking at is off the board.
Oh, who just left?
To'o.
Oh man, that's
he
weird.
fell.
He fell significantly. Because we're not talking about the 5th round when most mocks had him going, late 2nd, early 3rd.
Yeah.
Really interesting. Some safeties bumping off the boards. Yeah, I did like To'o, especially coming from a great organization like the Alabama as well.
Yeah.
But we're down toward the end of the picks here, the 5th round in compensatory draft time. We should be out of here. We should, within under an hour to get to the next round.
Yep.
I'd say probably about 40 minutes the way these have been ticking off.
Yeah, because we're at the point where, I'm not on the show, but they're probably, even though the Chronos their pick hasn't been announced yet, they're probably already up to, the Rams being on the clock or the Giants.
Yep, Toto was off the board, Derbs. Yeah, we liked him. We liked him a lot. To Houston. Alabama to Houston. That's a pretty good drive for him. He could probably make that drive himself. You can't bring him into camp because they can't afford him. Like, why are we still having this conversation? It's a tiring conversation. I've said it 3 times. I've showed you our cap. I've showed you all the people we brought in, Robert. It's not happening. Don't get mad at me. I'm not the GM. I'm just telling you financially, that's not happening. They are gone. They are going to other teams. If other teams choose to pick them up, right now they have not.
Yeah.
So I don't know why you're upset with me. I'm not bringing him back if I was GM.
Yeah.
Andre Carter off the board.
Oh, is he? Trying to think, where did Andre Carter go? Oh, unless he hasn't been announced yet. I see. Oh, Owen Popoe just got drafted. Owen Popoe.
Oh yeah.
I don't know who the crap that is.
Don't know. I don't know if he's even on our list.
I just checked. He's 167.
Oh, okay, then he is. Okay, no problem.
Yeah, but yeah, we've had. Let me check real quick. We've had 10 guys drafted that aren't on our list.
Yes, that will happen. I mean, obviously, we are not professionals. We do this for fun. We are a fan site. But they're doing a phenomenal job to be 5 rounds through and only having 10 people that aren't on their list is pretty significant.
Yeah.
And I never said Derek Watt wasn't good. I was lumping them in with the other 2 has-beens you put in that list.
Yeah.
Derek Watt can play football.
You figure like we'd have Connor Hayward playing special teams. Hayward, Muse, McFarland.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and plus all the people that we have picked up.
Mm-hmm.
I definitely expect Herbig to play special teams.
You probably.
Being a tackle machine that he is.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if it's offense or defense. As long as it's not a quarterback, whoever we get in the 7th round will play special teams if they make it.
Right. I don't see Washington playing special teams right now just because of his
knee.
His knee until he's healthy, but I could see him definitely on blocking teams.
Yeah.
For punt team as a blocker. Also be a great option as a fake on punt team.
Yeah.
Asim Richards just came off the board to the Dallas Cowboys from North Carolina.
Asim Richards, all right. He's 135.
Nice. And not bad. That's good value picking at 169.
Yep.
But even just the way this whole board has tracked, I mean, it's doing a very good job. Like to have as much red at the top of the board that we have up through 81. I mean, they've been done some great analysis here with Matt Papiernick and Ben McCallion. Absolutely fantastic job.
Mm-hmm.
But my guys, my safety option is still there for me. I do like JL Skinner out of Boise State.
Yep. And of course, your slot option is still there. Travius Hodges-Tomlinson.
Yep. Yes, he is. I don't think he's going to fall all the way down. I do not think that.
Yeah.
I think, unfortunately, he'll probably be picked up, either right here in compensatory time or in the 6th. I just don't see him being a 7th rounder.
Yeah.
I think he's too good to be a 7th rounder.
I was going to say, I wonder if we could trade our 2 7ths to trade up and draft him.
Oh, that would be interesting.
Yeah. Okay. I'm going to have to check the we probably won't be able to move up far, but let me check the draft pick value chart to see realistically where we can get him at.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see here. Let's see here.
Yeah, here we go. Nice.
Okay, we probably won't be able to move up to the 6th to get him.
Yeah.
We have our picks combined for 2 points, which gets us to pick 219. Yeah, we could trade up to the early 7th, but that's about it.
Oh, I got you. For the value of those 2 picks to be able to do something. Yeah. Najee and JW might have big years. Would be nice to see. Yeah, I mean, we are definitely making the time to bolster these offensive and defensive lines, help out the blocking, bringing in that blocking tight end from Washington as well. Yep, yeah, Skinner's still on the board. Yeah, I like him a lot, and he is injured, so he was not able to run. I think in his pro day, I don't even think we have a 40 time on him. But absolute playmaker at TCU. They're not TCU. He's at Craig. Like I bring up before. I know he's at a smaller school.
Yeah.
He is at Boise
Boise.
State. Boise.
Yep.
We have a trade.
Ooh, who traded?
Jets trade to Raiders.
Ooh.
Raiders on the clock. Pick is in.
Well, the story I just wrote is in review.
What's in review?
The story that I just finished writing.
Wow. Were you writing it as we were on the show?
Potentially.
Wow. That's pretty. I'm just saying that's pretty amazing multitasking is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I'm enjoying it.
Yeah, I had to make a couple edits, but
Yeah.
I had to make a couple of edits, but hey, whatever works.
Yeah.
Yep, it's in review. Hopefully it'll come out soon, but let's go. Yeah. Although I will say one of the things I put in my article directly goes against what you've been saying today.
What's that?
Before you judge me, Justin was telling people what they should write about.
Mhm.
He told me to write about free agents that the Steelers might sign after the draft, and
There
not
you go.
UDFAs, like vet minimum guys.
Yeah. And
one of them was Marcus Allen.
there you go. So there you go. We got somebody that's pimping Marcus Allen here on the show.
I agree. We shouldn't keep Snell or Watt, but Allen, I like just because that linebacker core is always weak.
Yeah.
Like with how the Steelers are, we can't have enough depth. There's no such thing as too much depth in the linebacker core.
Well, the Steelers did bring in 3 free agent linebackers and just drafted one.
Yes, I mean,
so we're talking about to go with Robinson. And is anyone else still on the team?
Robinson
gone,
is
Bush
the only
gone.
Steeler from last year that's still on the team.
That's right, because Jack, we had to release him for money cap.
Yeah.
To free up that 10 million.
Spillane's a Raider. Bush is a Seahawk.
Right.
Jack, I think, is still a free agent.
Mm-hmm. Yes, he is.
Yep. Allen is still a free agent.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Which I could see Herbig rotating, but yeah.
Yeah. You can't have everybody.
I just figured, even with Herbig, we can't have enough linebackers on this team.
Okay.
In fact, my bold prediction, because again, Khan seems like he's a lot more willing to make big moves.
Mm-hmm.
If Holcomb and Roberts don't pan out, we're gonna make a blockbuster trade next year for a linebacker.
Wow.
Yeah,
that would be interesting.
Yeah, Roberts is on a 2-year deal, so he can be cut easier.
Right.
So we might cut him after his first year, trade for a linebacker, and then go for depth in the next draft.
Yeah, a lot of these guys are very like Holcomb was signed to a 3-year contract.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying Roberts gets cut first.
Okay, Robert. Yes. Okay, but yeah, he's a 2-year contract, $7 million total. That's not a big contract. 2 1/3.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's not big at all.
Yeah. Yeah. Of course, Muse being a special teamer exclusively has a bet minimum.
Yeah. See, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna see who our free agents are for next year, just because I'm really curious.
Yeah.
Okay, Trubisky, obviously. Yep, Wallace and Witherspoon, that I knew. Looking, we don't have any. Do what?
Benny who?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he did disappear.
Yeah. The only name on here that's like that could be a big loss is Alex Highsmith.
Oh, for next year.
Yeah, like we have we're not gonna I mean, we might lose Trubisky. That would be bad, but that could be bad. But if we get another solid backup, that'll be okay. But yeah, we're not losing a lot of value in free agency next year.
No.
Yeah.
Let me
The
see
only
if I
one I'm concerned about is corner, but even then, we drafted Joey Porter Jr. Him and Pat Pete can start
right.
next year. Yeah, and then we can draft another corner next year to replace Pat Pete once Pat Pete retires.
That is true.
Yep.
I mean, not that we've done great drafting corners, but
Yeah.
it is a possibility.
Yeah. I do have a theory about it, and it's going to get mixed results from Steelers fans.
Okay.
I think our problem with drafting corners comes from Tomlin, Tomlin himself, and I think having Terrell Austin developing corners changes that.
Okay, great.
Yeah, because Cameron Sutton, same thing. He was a horrible corner until Austin showed up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm with you here. I'm looking at the free agents right now over at Spotrac for next year for the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Yeah.
Nobody I'm really afraid of losing. Dotson's on that board. Alex Highsmith.
Yeah. And even then, as long as TJ Watt's healthy, you can have almost anybody. You can have almost anyone opposite of TJ, and he'll do something.
Yeah. The Trubisky is also on that list.
Yeah.
We did not mention that. Those are the only, like, unlike this past year where there was 5 guys I wanted to target, maybe like Highsmith, Trubisky, those are really the only 2. I mean, Anthony Miller's on there. If he pans out and he's good, they'll give him something else. But then Dotson's the only other starter.
Even then, he's not started this year. We have Ciamalo and Daniels.
Yeah, that's what I said. I'm excited to see how training camp's going to be. He had been the starter.
Oh, that's what you meant. My bad.
Yeah, right. But that is interesting to me. So that's odd. If he's a free agent, that should mean that everybody else, maybe, I think he probably will end up qualifying as he's a restricted free agent. Oh no, he's a UFA.
Yeah, if he gets cut, he's a UFA. Like if Dodson was a UDFA and we gave him a 3-year contract, he would have been an RFA.
But my point is Dodson hasn't been on the team for 3 years.
Yes, he has.
Has it been 3 years already? Oh wait,
he was drafted in 2020.
Came in the year before. That's right, the year before Green and Moore. I'm sorry. Yeah, thank you for correcting that for me. Now, yes.
Yeah. Yes. But Dodson was he was 2020 when we didn't have a first rounder.
Right.
Yep.
Right. And we ended up getting him in the 4th.
Yep.
I believe that year.
That was actually part of the Mika Fitzpatrick trade.
Oh, nice. Was that one of the picks that we got from that trade?
Yep. You know who the other player we got from that trade was?
No, who?
Norwood.
Nice. The 7th rounder that ended up starting as a rookie in the first game he played in. That is incredible.
Yeah.
That is incredible.
Yeah.
Tight end Payne Durham.
Yeah, that was one of the best articles I've written on Steeler Nation, or at least money-wise, but yeah. That's one of the best articles I've written, the effects of the trade. The Dolphins, I think that the Dolphins cut both of the late-round picks that we sent them.
Yeah.
One, really? I don't think one even made it to their rookie season.
Wow. And we still have ours rostered.
Yep.
That's something else. That's why I always like that. The trade value that we got from the Raiders when we traded Antonio Brown.
Yeah.
We ended up getting a 3rd and a 5th, and it's Deontay Johnson, who's already made a Pro Bowl, starting the same position that Antonio Brown used to play, and then Zach Gentry in the 5th round, who's still on our team, who we just brought back in free agency. So pretty interesting stuff.
Yeah. Oh, I love looking at trade trees. In fact, the Santonio Holmes trade tree is still alive.
Really?
Yes. Yeah, I dug into that one.
That was for a 4th round pick, I believe, if I'm remembering correctly.
No, I was talking. Yeah. Oh, yeah. We got it. It wasn't even a 4th round. It was Brian McFadden. We got him back, and then a 5th.
Okay.
We traded the 5th traded down, drafted Antonio Brown with that pick. Santonio turned to AB. AB turned into Deontay Fryermuth.
Yeah.
That's why I kind of want Deontay Johnson to be traded just to keep the trade tree alive.
Oh, gotcha.
For no other reason.
Yeah.
For no other reason than to keep this thing going. Oh yeah, we traded Deontay for a second round and drafted another stud wide receiver because that's what the Steelers do.
Yeah. Yeah, Eric Gray was taken by the wrong color. Eric Gray was taken by the Giants, talented running back out of Oklahoma. Yeah, that is a good backup for Saquon. I do agree with that too, Derpy. That's a good call.
Let's see.
John,
is he on this list? No, he is not. Oh, yes, he is there.
Yeah, he's definitely on that list.
Yeah. There he is.
John Davis, do you see us competing? I imagine competing for the AFC North. Yes, I do. I think it's gotten a lot more interesting now with the Ravens finally deciding to re-sign Lamar Jackson to that giant contract, which I love, 180 mil guaranteed. Yes, please.
Mm-hmm.
We've been screaming and hoping for that because we do a good job of beating him. He's got a little bit more talent. I'm actually more excited to see OBJ playing with Lamar Jackson and think he could probably get open a little bit better than playing with Baker Mayfield and
Matt Stafford. Jarvis Landry.
Yeah, for last year at Cleveland, it was Deshaun. It was
he was in Cleveland last year.
That's right. He went to the Rams for a bit too. He won the Super Bowl.
He didn't play a snap last year.
Oh wow!
Remember he was in the Super Bowl.
Yes.
He tore his ACL.
That's right.
He tore his ACL, so he missed all of last year with an ACL injury. Nobody signed him.
Wow. So can he even play anymore?
Yeah. This is his second ACL tear.
Oh my gosh, I feel for the guy.
And I think he's on the wrong side of 30.
Oh, definitely is.
Yeah, wrong side of 30, 2 ACL tears. He's definitely not the guy we saw not the guy we saw with the Giants. He did have a bounce back, and when he played that second half of the season with the Rams, he was some of a key part to the Rams making the Super Bowl.
Exactly.
Yeah, he did good there, but he tore his ACL. And then the Ravens, desperate for any sort of receiving help, threw a lot of money at him.
Oh, I liked. Oh gosh, who else did they pick up? The old Philadelphia Eagle receiver who's
Aguilar.
Oh my gosh, freaking Nelson Aguilar. That guy he's already has Baltimore Ravens receiving stats before ever playing it down for the Baltimore Ravens. Yeah. Low catches per season, never had 1,000-yard receiving his career, never over like 4 or 5 touchdowns in a year.
Didn't he have 1,000 yards with the Raiders and maybe 1 year with the Eagles?
Pretty sure Aguilar never had 1,000-yard season.
Let me check that. I'm not saying you're wrong. I just remember differently. I gotta check this for my own sanity.
I'm an Eagles fan as well. Obviously not nearly as much as I love the Steelers. Yeah, I'm looking up his stats as well.
You're right. He never had 1,000-yard season.
Yeah, isn't that crazy? Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, the most was almost 900 yards with that one season with the Raiders.
Right.
Now, he did have 8 touchdowns that season.
8, yeah, okay. So he had 2 seasons with 8 touchdowns, but usually he's averaging
2
3, 4. Yeah, right.
2 to 3 a season. That's it.
Yeah. Almost had 100 catches in 2 seasons there, 17 and 18. But, never to be a first-round draft pick at wide receiver, you're expecting more production than this. And that's something the Eagles have had problems with drafting first-round wide receivers. Fred X before him.
Yeah. Rager.
Who's that?
Jalen Rager.
Oh gosh, yeah, I forgot about him.
Yeah, but then they suddenly remembered how to get wide receivers. They got what's his name, Devontae Smith.
Yeah,
drafted him round 1, traded for AJ Brown. That was a legend.
Yes, getting AJ Brown was gorgeous for them. Absolutely smart move.
Yeah.
But these stats just scream Ravens receiver, and his numbers are not going to go up.
Mm-hmm.
Like they're going to go even lower.
Yeah. Let's say with the competing for the AFC North. Like,
yes,
look at who we play. We could easily win the North. Let's see. We play the Bengals twice, of course. We play the 49ers. That's going to be hard. And we play the Jaguars.
I think the Bengals are now the tough out. That's the team that's been really having it being a tough out for us to beat and grabbing some better offensive line help, getting the nose tackle, getting Joey Porter Jr. to help jump in those fade balls with Chase. Like, we are trying to compete and beat Cincinnati now. Like, we already beat the Ravens. Like, Ravens, every time we play, it's going to be close, but for our team already be confident to go on the road, win a game in Baltimore late in the season with a rookie quarterback, this team now is getting the confidence to face the Ravens that all of our previous other teams have had. And for some reason, Lamar just can't beat us. Like, he just can't beat the Steelers, no matter who our quarterback is or when he's playing us.
Do you remember the one time he did beat us?
I have to think back. When was that? Yeah, to spin us a tale, Chris.
The one time Lamar Jackson defeated the Pittsburgh Steelers was when Mason Rudolph got concussion and Doug Hodges made his NFL debut, and that still went to overtime.
Yeah, the Juju Smith-Schuster fumble when Humphreys punched it out.
Yeah. Like, I can't even blame Juju. That
was a great play. It was a great defensive play.
Yeah, I'm like, oh, that was a good play, you son of a bitch.
Right.
I can say that on the stream, right?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Just wanted to make sure.
We can get Saika from Baylor.
No.
I hope we can get Saika from Baylor.
No, he's a Brown.
Oh, he's already a Brown. Well, we'll see him twice a year.
Yeah.
John.
Don't Mason Cole, Isaac Seumalo, James James will take care of him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cleveland got Saika. Yep. Saika. Pika. Sounds like a Pokemon.
Pikachu.
He's going to sign his contract. He's like, Ika, Saika, Sika.
Yeah.
So speaks fluent Pokemon.
Yes. Question: How many top 100 prospects do you think are left in this draft?
Well, according to our board,
yeah.
Not many. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Yeah.
That's fantastic for draft evaluation. Kudos to Matt and Ben on those. That's, What a fun way to track that kind of stuff too. And like those guys probably at the bottom of the draft that have added, I don't even know if we've added 10 names at the bottom of the draft yet.
I have. I've added 10 names.
9, it's exactly 10. Yeah, that's why I was trying to check to see, for people dropping, people doing that stuff. And we are now at halfway through the draft, I imagine.
Oh, we're long past. Oh, do you mean halfway through day 3 or halfway through the draft in general?
Through the draft in general. Yeah.
We're long past halfway through the draft. We're almost at the end of round 5.
Yes.
We have 2 picks left.
Yeah, they've absolutely killed their draft assessments.
Yeah.
Is what I'm meaning to say. Being over halfway through, only 10 names. Yeah. I mean, we're going to get some more in the 7th round because 7th round comes down to like, are these guys that are undrafted rookie free agents, or are we going to draft them in the 7th? And then, so people with their numbers through 300 to 400 might be a lot different than what we have on our board.
Yeah. I'm just curious. I'm going to go back to the stream just to see if what their top remaining available is, and if it somehow does match ours.
Sure. Yeah, that'd be really interesting to see.
Yeah. Oh, that's loud. Okay, that's bad.
Yeah, 2 picks left, and it ended up going a lot faster. I was expecting, if you were going by solid timing, it should have been 350 when the round was over. I said it's probably going to be closer to 340, and we're sitting at 330 right now. Pick is in for the Colts. It's going to even be before 340. So yeah, we're averaging about 3.5 minutes per pick.
Yeah. And there's they just showed a guy in the Colts just getting off the phone with somebody.
Yeah. Yep.
Oh no, that's a Rams guy. Okay, never mind. So the Rams just made their pick, it looks like. So KC's on the clock.
Yep. Well, at least what I'm watching on NFL.com, pick is in for the Colts. Rams are on the clock. How's their big board looking? Who are their top players left, at least in their top 10?
Yeah, I'm on the ESPN thing. I'm just waiting for that part to slide back over. Okay. They go best available. Carrington Valentine, cornerback from Kentucky. A.T. Perry out of Wake Forest. Dwayne McBride out of UAB. And Jason Brownlee from Southern Miss. I have to check. Did they miss something? There you go. Parker Washington is 5. J.L. Skinner is 6.
Okay, cool. Gotcha. Yeah, Skinner's gone there. Yeah.
Yeah, I was getting very concerned. Like, I don't see any of our guys. Did I miss something? Let's hear. Luke Whippler, Jalen Duncan, Andre Carter, and Xavier Hutchinson.
Yeah. Okay.
Those are the top 10 on their board.
Okay, great. Yeah, I see they don't have Jalen Duncan on their board. They did have Parker Washington. Did they have Hodges Tomlinson on that?
No, they did not.
Okay, that's interesting.
Yeah.
That's not, but it's like everybody has different assessments of players. Like even Matt and Ben did not agree. This is their consensus. They had to slide people around just for the consensus, probably weighted picks, to see who would be the best. And then as you do in a war room, just start making your case for who you think should be the best person at each spot when they're finally hashing it out. And they did an awesome job.
I'd love to be in a war room, even if it's just me sitting in the corner watching. I'd love to see what happens, hear the commotion, the chaos.
Yeah. I just love to see the big board. I would love to see a Steeler big board in real time. What happens that day?
Yeah.
Like just take it in just to see how a war room is conducted in the NFL.
Yeah. I mean, last year we saw Dallas's big board.
Yeah, we did. They did put out a picture with that on there, right?
Jerry Jones was holding it up. Jerry Jones was like, oh, yeah, this is who we had, by the way. Every Cowboys fan is like, you might want to put that away.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's kind of keying people for who's going to be picked and when.
Yeah.
Or who they like.
There goes another running back. There goes number 202 on our board. We have one pick left in this round. We have a single pick left, and then we go to round 6. Where the Chiefs open up.
Yeah, free agent wise, they're not going to grab any free agents right now, but the undrafted rookie free agents, we're not going to know until 7th round is up to even make a determination at the end of the 5th on which 10 names they're going to be adding to the team as undrafted rookie free agents. But that's going to fill out the 90-man roster right there.
Yeah. Although I would say there's one guy I'm hoping that the Steelers sign for the sole reason that I've coached him before.
Who's that?
Colton Dowell, receiver from UT Martin.
Oh, there you go.
I was the coach. I was the assistant wide receivers coach of Martin last year.
Nice.
I'd love to see him go. I'd love to see him go to the Steelers just so I can say that's my boy.
Yeah. I'm not exactly sure on the process, Robert, of how the Steelers. I know they do make phone calls. I know Tomlin is involved. Khan is involved.
Yeah.
Weidl may be involved as well. But I don't know for sure how they go out and determine which players that they want. I know they do some talking before the draft is over. Hey, if you're there, we're looking to try to bring you in to the Steelers. But the one aspect that the Steelers don't do that a lot of other teams do is the Steelers only give you a set amount to be an undrafted rookie free agent. And really, you can give any price you want for any undrafted rookie free agent, but it's up to teams. There's some teams that will throw more money at certain guys that would than even the 7th rounders are making. So it becomes like almost a bidding war for some of these players as undrafted rookie free agents. So you just don't get all the guys that you want. You've got 31 other teams competing against you in this crazy frenzy that happens the hour after the draft, which is why I still stay on the air for that too, just because it's such an interesting time to see all those people jumping on the team. So, but great question. Yeah, I'll start asking around to some former players and maybe I'll reach out to Riddick again too to see what they used to do when he was a GM with Philly or a GM with Washington, and how that whole situation worked out during UDFA time right there at the end of the draft, because I know it's crazy. It's you can't sit back on your laurels and just be happy with your draft, because you got to go fill the rest of your roster, the 90-man roster, to get ready for training camp.
Yeah, but I do remember when we drafted Presley Harvin. So even before we called him, the Falcons called him saying, "Hey, if you're not drafted, we're signing you." He's like, "Cool."
Yeah.
There's a lot of guys that still there, and we are done with round 5. By the way, the Cowboys are on the clock, and it is round 6. The Cowboys traded up with the Chiefs. That is a trade.
Wow.
Cowboys have a guy they want, apparently.
Yeah, I don't know if they if that's a way, or if they've already talked with the Pittsburgh area guys, letting them know, yeah, we want you, come on over, and that's, you know, something that people would like to do. We usually don't take like a lot of Pittsburgh area guys, but every year it seems like an undrafted rookie free agency, we'll take like 1, 2, or 3 of them, because that does give you an advantage being the local guy. You already know them. You've already had conversations with them in the past. And as far as for wanting to play, people want to play for Tomlin. He gets nothing but respect from players, not just that played underneath of him, but players all around the league. If you saw his interview on the Pivot, you had some great players that were with Ryan Clark that were like, man, I wish I played for you. I wish I played for you. I think Jones Drew was on the one show with him. I forget the other guy too. They have a great cast of great players on that show. But yeah, it's he brings people in. He talks to everybody in these draft processes. He said this is the year he's probably talked to the most people ever during a draft evaluation process in his interview. And so people just get to say, hey, I got to meet Mike Tomlin and get to talk about that. He's a, you know, well-respected member of the Black community, and excellent leader, excellent coach, successful coach, never had a losing season. I mean, yeah, it might upset some Steeler fans sometimes about those types of things, but he's created a legacy here. And that legacy is something that people want to be a part of. So yeah, we might not pay people as much as other teams, but our benefit for bringing in a lot of these undrafted rookie free agents are you get to play for Mike Tomlin. You get to learn under Mike Tomlin and see him as a man, and hopefully, you know, see who you are as a man and see what he can get out of you. So really, really interesting situations there, but we'll have to see it. It's all up in the air coming up here toward the end of the draft as well. Steelers almost always add a vet free agent. So after the draft, they do. That's usually when they fill holes. But this is one interesting thing about this draft this year, Robert, is the Steelers filled nearly every hole before the draft. And that is something that we like never do. I mean, it doesn't mean that we won't go out there and grab Marcus Allen. We will grab some vet free agents after the draft just to fill in some of these spots, but bringing in, you know, 18 people already has been a monstrous job by Omar Khan, Andy Weidl, to bring in some great talent back to this team to be able to compete for the upcoming. And like I'm saying, on the on our needs, maybe strictly a backup center to compete, because a lot of the backup centers on our team are players that normally play guard. Most of their snaps in this league are at guard. Nickel corner, third running back is an option, but the only hole, absolute hole that we have on this team as we sit, we've been talking about this on the show, third quarterback. We have no third quarterback or even fourth quarterback. Like Chris was mentioning, we always go into training camp with 4 quarterbacks. Always. One of them will be an undrafted rookie free agent. It may be one being a 7th rounder, an undrafted rookie free agent, or it may be a drafted player, 7th rounder with a vet, bringing a vet in, kicking the tires one last time, seeing what they have or what they can do. So
at this rate, we might end up bringing in a spring league quarterback to get someone else with experience, like maybe an AJ McCarron.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah. Mike T wants good guy. Yeah, I haven't met him yet. I would be just as happy in that situation. I was like, do it, Mike. He's like, shut the F up. I'm working. I would even love that interaction. No, I would have laughed. I would have laughed out loud and lost my if he said that to me. I would just lost it.
Yeah.
Because it's just something you're not expecting. If you're a player, of course, you want to play for a player's coach, Tomlin player's coach, not the best coach for winning. I don't know. You can make that argument that he's already made it to 2 Super Bowls. He already knows how to win in the regular season better than any other coach that's out there.
Yeah. My main argument is, I feel like Tomlin's, of course, players always have that obvious decline. It's underrated when coaches decline, and I think Tomlin is. Don't get me wrong, Tomlin, he deserves to spawn the Hall of Fame. He's getting it. He deserves it. He deserves his Super Bowl. It wasn't with Kara's team. He earned his Super Bowl.
Yeah.
But it's just like as time goes on, it just kind of feels like more issues occasionally pop up with him.
Mm-hmm.
Like, just one of those things like maybe he needs a change of scenery. Maybe the Steelers need a change of scenery. But I just can't help but thinking, is his time... Just can't help but thinking, is it time to move on? Whether it's best for him, best for us, or both.
And that's a conversation that a lot of people have been having in Steeler Nation currently. A lot of people do agree with what you say there. And it's also a conversation that I got to hear in the late 90s, early 2000s.
With Cowher?
When Bill Cowher kept losing AFC championship games. Oh, that guy can't win. He's never going to win. Why do we still have that guy as a coach? What's he doing? We're number 1 seed. We can't even beat Buffalo. Come on. He's past his prime. He needs to move on. What do we do? We hung on to him. He ended up making the first 6 seed to win a Super Bowl.
Yep.
So, a lot of these conversations are saying like somebody's time is done. We don't know what's actually going on in the building. The only thing that we do know is that Rooney loves Tomlin.
Yeah.
Absolutely loves Tomlin. There's never been a situation where I think it's even been close where we could think about saying, okay, we got to get rid of Tomlin. And now Tomlin's rebuilding the team again. It's been a slow rebuild over time. We had a great run in 2017 to try to get back to the Super Bowl. Unfortunately, Shazier getting injured really killed us getting hosed on that call on the Jesse James touchdown against New England was a big factor there as well, which made the seeding, which we would have been the 1 seed. We wouldn't have had to play Jacksonville early. We would have had a week off.
Yeah.
That would have been a completely different situation with New England having to play in the first round, us getting a rest. And then,
we did play in round. We did have the wild card round off.
Oh, that's true. But we didn't have the 1 seed. We wanted,
yeah.
We definitely wanted the 1 seed that year.
Yeah. We do have a top 100 prospect off the board.
Yeah. John asked, do you see us winning the Super Bowl this year? I see us being in the playoffs this year. This is a talented roster, probably the most talented roster we've had since 2017. Since then, Bell's gone, AB's gone, Harrison is gone. Those were a lot of big players. Shazier got injured, never played again. This team is now at that caliber of being just about as talented. I think the offensive players need to show what they can do a little bit more. Hopefully the play calling will open up and create this team into being a more diverse, difficult team to stop on offense. We just need to put up points. We don't have to be the number 1 offense in the league. We start turning those red zone appearances into touchdowns as opposed to field goals. That's when this team is going to turn a corner and become a Super Bowl caliber team. I honestly do think this defense is a Super Bowl caliber defense. I think the only thing holding this team back from being a Super Bowl caliber team is possibly the offensive productivity. That is it. Still waiting on Kenny Pickett to just ball out, throw multiple touchdowns in a game, which he has yet to do. Those are the types of questions that I need answered before I can say they are a Super Bowl winning team. But, I'm always hoping the Steelers make the Super Bowl every year.
Exactly.
Last year was Testerman.
I think he had a stroke.
Real Steeler fans love Tomlin. Yeah, David, here we go. Here we go. Winning only matters in the playoff preseason. Usually exhibition season is great because I think the Ravens haven't lost in the preseason in like 10 years under Harbaugh, which is a fun thing as well. Regular season, really a long preseason. No, regular season is how you make the playoffs. You cannot discredit the regular season of being a long preseason. But the season that does matter the most, you're right, is the playoffs. But there's only one team out of 16 every year that ends up winning that. Well, I guess it's 14 now, right? Seven on each side. One team out of 14 teams now that gets the chance to lift that Lombardi. And that is always the goal for the Steelers, but it is such a difficult way to go. You need a little bit of luck. You need the ball to bounce the right way sometimes, and you need health at the end of the season to get you to the point where you're competing for a championship. And the way that we are building through the draft at depth at our positions that had the most need for depth that you've been harping on too about nose tackle, been harping off about the offensive lines. We're hitting these positions now. And this team is now ready to compete depth-wise moving forward to be a stronger candidate, even if we do have injuries, to still compete and try to win a Super Bowl, which I have really liked.
Yeah, although I will say this year, anything less than a 10-win season is a bad season.
Agreed.
9-8 does not cut it.
Yeah.
Fringes of the playoffs does not cut it.
Agreed.
Yeah, we might be a wild card because, again, Bengals are really good.
Mm-hmm.
But it has to be confirmed, like, this team's in the playoffs. This team is doing really good in the season. Like, we can't just be like, oh, well, we squeaked in because we had a good run. Or we just made it above that 500 threshold. We have to play well the whole season. We have to make the playoffs. And it can't just be sneaking in.
Yeah. Yep. Last season was a testament to how much the team plays for him, and the fact that they themselves acknowledge it tells me all I need to know. Yeah, I'm with you too, Dwayne.
Yeah.
I'm actually with you too. David Calvert, welcome to the show. Defense is stacked to dominate. The offensive line additions and Washington are going to make us maulers. Yeah, that's a great point too. I forgot to say on how much our offense might be changing too, to be more of a downhill guy. It wouldn't hurt to bring in one more back, possibly re-sign Benny Snell. I know, that Robert definitely agrees with you on that one. I see Kenny throwing 5,000 yards, 50 touchdowns. I would love to see that. Yeah. Holy crap, would I love to see a 50 touchdown quarterback in Pittsburgh, which has never happened.
Yeah.
I think most touchdowns in a season, maybe 35.
Yeah, I think it was Ben in that 2018 season, but at the same time, he also led the league in interceptions.
Right.
Yeah, he had like a Jameis Winston or Brett Favre type season.
Yeah, now I got to see Terry Bradshaw, because Terry Bradshaw was a good passer there toward the end of his career, to see what his high numbers were for touchdowns in a season. Bringing it up now. 28 was his high. He actually led the league in touchdowns in 1978 with 28 touchdowns. That was a good year. Like, that was when they changed the rules, opened it up. You couldn't jam the receivers after 5 yards anymore. His touchdown numbers before 1978, highest that he ever had was 18 touchdowns.
There goes one of our top guys.
Uh-oh. But then he went from that time over when they changed the rules. Here's his touchdown numbers from 78 on. 78, 28 touchdowns. 79, 26 touchdowns. 80, 24 touchdowns. 81, 22 touchdowns, and then 17 touchdowns in 82, playing in only 9 games. So his productivity went up significantly after that big rule change in the NFL, which actually benefited him. Is supposed to hurt Mel Blount the most, actually benefited Terry Bradshaw the most.
Oh, nice. Which I know it's a pipe dream that we could get him, but our slot corner is gone.
Oh, yeah. I didn't expect him to fall all the way to 7.
Hodges Tomlinson is a Ram.
Okay. Wow. They picked up another good talent late in the draft. They're doing a very good job of assessing talent as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
now, will the Rams finally have a first-round draft pick next year? Or will they find a way to trade it away?
Yeah. But you're right. You were right. His 34 touchdown season, he led the league in interceptions with 16. Also led the league in yardage, attempts, and completions.
Oh yeah, he had a 5,000-yard season that year.
Yes, he did. Yep.
Yeah.
So he led the league in passing twice. I remember he tied to the yard the one year with the quarterback out of New Orleans.
Breeze.
Breeze. Yep. Drew Brees. He
Yeah.
tied the exact yardage for a leading passer that year.
Yeah.
I don't remember if that was 2014 or 2018. Probably 2014.
Yeah. 2014 was a really good season. For a while there, Ben looked like an MVP.
Right.
Yeah. But he made history in that season twice.
Right.
He was the first quarterback to ever throw multiple 500-yard games. And he was also the first quarterback to throw back-to-back 6 touchdown games.
Yeah.
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 Well, so it can
That-
be a disappointment.
We were very spoiled, Robert. You're damn right. And we still are.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, we still want to win. And that was actually the exact same conversation I was having when I lived in Philadelphia, when people were just crapping on Andy Reid every year, getting to the NFC Championship game. Excellent defense up there. Great offense, more productive offenses than we have because he's an offensive-minded guy. They couldn't wait to get rid of him. And what's he done? Done nothing but won 2 more championships down in Kansas City, brought in all this great talent. Still the offensive genius that he is as well, creating these great plays for Patrick Mahomes. It's grass is always greener sometimes when it comes to talking about a great coach.
Yeah.
Way different time making. Yeah, we heard you on that one.
Yeah.
But still, he's consistent.
Yeah.
Consistent. Lost the 14th class, really hurt at Shazier to it. Yep. Yeah, that 14 class did hurt. Yep.
Yeah.
Matt Canada is the worst offensive coordinator in the league.
The sad thing is last year, Canada might have actually been at least in the top 25 in offensive coordinators.
Well, that also equates to being in the bottom third of the league, right?
Yeah, that's still bottom third, but it's like with how many bad offensive coordinators there are out there.
Yeah.
That's disturbing that Canada isn't like one of the worst ones out there.
You expect them to be 32, 31, 32, and not 25, right?
Yeah, exactly. Do you know how many teams lost their offensive coordinator this season?
Yeah. Yeah, I was surprised that that the Chargers ended up getting rid of Lombardi.
Chargers fans hated Lombardi.
Why?
Because the time it was one of those things where it's like the offense was thriving in spite of him.
Yeah, well, that's what all fans say. I have to deal with that every week on the show. Oh, the coach is never the reason why they win. They only win because the players to spite their coach. But no player on this roster spites Tomlin. None of them.
Although I will say that they did get another good offensive coordinator.
Yeah,
they got Kellen Moore. I like him as an OC.
Nice. He was the guy that they brought in as the offensive assistant, right?
No, offensive coordinator.
Oh, who?
Kellen Moore.
And who's he coordinating for?
He's the new offensive coordinator for the Chargers.
Oh, for the Chargers. Gotcha.
Yeah, he's replacing Lombardi.
Gotcha. Yeah, because I was calling on my show to bring in Lombardi to help out with our quarterbacks because he does a good job, really good job of giving quarterbacks excellent seasons when they're with them. When Stafford was making his, the only 2 times he made the Pro Bowl was underneath a Lombardi in Detroit. And before he got traded, of course, to the Rams.
Yeah.
He had another quarterback that he developed too.
Yeah, honestly, in my article, I was calling for Pep Hamilton to work with the quarterbacks.
Yeah. Oh, Drew Brees. He did work with Drew Brees a lot also in New Orleans.
Okay. Yeah. So he does have some experience there with good quarterbacks.
Yeah.
But yeah, I was calling for Pep Hamilton to be a quarterbacks coach.
Oh yeah, nice. That's a name I know.
Yeah. I mean, like honestly, like he's not a very good offensive coordinator, but as a quarterback coach, he is probably one of the best in football.
Yeah.
Like he's part of the reason that Andrew Luck was a generational talent.
Yeah.
He did that. He developed Justin Herbert before Lombardi did.
Right.
That yeah. In fact, he made Davis Mills look like a competent quarterback in his rookie year. I really like what he's done, and I want to see him work with Pickett.
Nice. You're asking me here, John Davis, who do I like both in round 7? Right now, my guys are still on the board. I like Max Duggan, the quarterback out of TCU. I also like his receiver, Darius Davis, who had 6 punt returns in college, would be a great slot receiver in the NFL, being more of that quick twitch guy like Antoine Randall L. or Eli Rogers, playing in the slot. Also, one of my favorite guys that's still left on this board is JL Skinner at
Nope.
safety. Oh, he's gone now?
Yeah, he got drafted to the Broncos 2 picks ago.
Son of a gun. Never
Yeah,
mind. Well, not JL anymore, but at least those 2 guys from TCU, those Horned Frogs, I could definitely double dip at TCU and grab some great talents in the 7th round.
Oh.
Matt Canada grew with his offense. You could see the growth through the year. Year 2 of Pickett and Canada could come together with this updated line. Really impressed with how they addressed that. David, that's a good point. And you also got to make sure that you saw him play to the strengths of his quarterback, reined him in a little bit from throwing the ball all over the field to make him more of a tactician, deciding where to go to with his footballs, and was a way better at not turning the ball over in the second half of the season than he was in the first half of the season. And I've seen his offenses at Pitt. I've seen his offenses here in Maryland. I know he can open them up. Heck, Anthony McFarland Jr. played on his offense over there in Maryland. So did Derwin Gray, who's on. That's actually a guy I would love to talk to about that, because D. Gray played underneath the Matt Canada as well, blocked for him. So we'll have to ask him either on his podcast. If you guys want to follow the 3-Point Stance podcast there at Steeler Nation Multimedia over on youtube.com/Steeler Nation. That's one you can actually jump on and ask them in live, because they started doing live stuff because they love what we're doing here on these shows with the live casts. So that would be a fun question to listen to D. Gray field. Pirates up 6-3 in the 9th. Thank you very much for the other Pittsburgh team and what's going on with there. Let us know.
Can't believe it.
What's the Pirates just keep on winning?
Yeah.
No matter what.
Yeah, I can't believe this team is that good. Like the best team in the National League.
Right. Is it just the rule changes that's really helping them out a lot with speeding up the game a bit, so they don't really have to think about it so much?
Yeah. I wonder if it's also the manager somewhat like Derek Shelton teaching these new guys.
Yeah.
But you do have that veteran presence. Oh, but it's at the top of the 9th. The game is over. Pirates win.
All they do is win, 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 no matter what.
They are now 19-8.
Jeez.
They're still the best team in the National League.
Of course they are. They just won.
Yeah.
Are they the best team in all of baseball?
No, not even close.
Oh, okay. Well, who's killing it over the American League?
Tampa Bay.
That's a weird team. That's a team that's just like, we suck, we suck, we suck. World Series. We suck, we suck, we suck, we suck.
No,
World
they've been in
Series.
the playoffs the last like 5 years.
Oh, okay. Well, then I haven't been paying attention the last 5 years.
Yeah, Tampa Bay is currently 22-5.
Wow.
They started the season
Wow.
something stupid like 10-0, 13-0.
Yeah. That's amazing.
Yeah. But yeah, you are the best team in the National League and the second best team in baseball.
Canada does control the clock. His scoring can improve, but the team was top 10 in time of possession and longest drives.
Yeah, I would say, yeah.
Those are interesting.
That is one thing that I did like about the Steelers offense last year. They ate the clock.
Yeah.
Like, like one of the things that everyone's talking about is like, oh, the offense sucks. The offense sucks. The defense gets tired easily. They have to be on the field so much. No, they don't.
Yeah.
But like, remember that Panthers game? We had a 12-minute drive.
Right. I think we had like 20 minutes in time of possession, over nearly 20 minutes, like 40 minutes to 20 minutes in that game for time of possession. That was an insane game.
Yeah. We had like 4 or 5 offensive drives the entire game.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah. It was a 21 play drive.
Wow. Oh,
Yeah.
that's my thing. Oh, there it is. Yeah, I don't know if I've been getting my hits or not.
Ooh, so apparently we got a report here that according to Jim Irsay, Anthony Richardson will start this season for the Colts.
Really?
He is screwed.
Irsay or Richardson?
Richardson.
So Irsay's the owner, right?
Yes.
Is he also the GM?
No, Chris Ballard is the GM.
I hate it. I absolutely hate it when owners are the ones in the front of personnel decisions.
Yeah.
The only person that I know of that makes sense in the league is Dallas because he is the GM as well as the owner.
Mm-hmm.
So, it's on him because he wants to have his fantasy football team and run it like that. And that's fine. He's got the money to do it. I can't fault him for that. But any other team that just goes out in front and starts saying that kind of stuff happened in Washington all the time with Snyder. Snyder was a complete idiot D-bag and wanted to be like Jerry Jones. But the problem with Snyder was like the teams would have to do what he said, even though the coaches there already had their system in place.
Yeah.
And the GM already said, well, we're going to draft this way. And the owner's like, no, you got to pick that guy. That's the guy I want. You cannot work under their conditions. That's why there was so much turnover in the coaching staff, in the front office.
Yeah. And he forced, and because even though RG3 had a knee injury, Snyder forced him to play. He is the reason RG3's career
was
died.
within the same game. I don't remember him saying anything during the game to tell Shanahan to put him back out on the field after it looked like he was injured on that 2-point conversion.
Yeah.
Because the next drive he blew out his knee.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a dumb move. I actually always put that one on Shanahan because being from the area, watching that go down, like it was still within the same game. It wasn't like you got hurt one game and you had to play the next game. It was just like Shanahan's like, you're going back out. And I was like, dude, got you wrecked. It's like, it's exactly the same thing that happened to Tua this past year with the concussion when he got wrecked and they're like, oh, just go back out. Like if I was his head coach, I'm like, you're going to wait till next week. It's like, you are too valuable to this franchise for me to throw you back out here. And he got brained, didn't play for a few weeks. Like that is seriously damaging.
Yeah.
In the NFL.
That's insane.
Right.
Yeah. Oh, and by the way, we have a new top prospect.
Ooh.
Or new top player on the draft board, on the BPA board.
Okay. Do you want me to bring it up?
Or if you want.
Sure. Why not? Let's all look at it together here, Steeler Nation. We're still here.
Somehow.
Yeah. Well, I don't leave. This is just another day 3 of the draft for Stryker.
How full is your bottle?
We'll see. It's empty. Speaking of, but let's look here at the board at what you're saying. Okay, so look at this. Everything down 81 is now our top number, or at least the top person left on the board is 81. And then you can tell us who they are, tell us what you see.
I was just going to say who got drafted. Parker Washington went to Jacksonville, your guy.
Okay. Yes.
And then the number 39 prospect went 186 to the Titans, Jalen Duncan.
Oh, there he goes.
Yep.
Duncan's finally off the board.
Yep. Now we got a bunch of wide receivers, a couple of inside offensive linemen. Yeah. So we're only down to 6 top 100 prospects left.
Wow. That's pretty impressive being at what number are we at right now? 180.
And wait a minute. Hang on. Number 81 has just got off the board to the Patriots.
Kayshawn, wide receiver out of LSU.
So now we have Luke Whippler as our top prospect left.
Wow. So only 5 left in the Ben and Matt top 100.
Yeah. Again, we're talking about the how the Steelers don't have any needs. The Eagles are up. What the hell do they need?
Jeez. Yeah, they didn't. Did they have a need before the draft? They even made a trade.
I mean, they got Jalen Carter and Nolan Smith. Earlier, they traded up. They actually traded a future pick to get an early 4th round and get Ringo.
Wow, that is something else.
Yeah, Howie is a wizard.
Yeah, and I'm glad that we have Weidl to be able to help us out in the draft room just about as much as, it's the Philly way. It's the Philly way that's been working right now in these past couple drafts. And, I'm just floored to have Weidl as part of this team because it's showing us now that we're starting to get these great players. Like I've been looking at Eagles drafts being like, man, I wish I had the Eagles draft.
Yeah,
I wish I had the Eagles draft.
You know who Howie Roseman's new assistant is?
Who's that?
Kevin Colbert's old assistant, Brandon Hunt.
Yes. Yep.
Yeah,
look at that.
We essentially traded assistant GMs.
Who got the better end of that deal then? Did we get the better end of the deal from getting
Yes, we did.
Yeah, right.
I see what we've been doing with Omar Khan.
Right. And guys, we have another Steeler Nation head writer in the waiting room, Bob Quinn, featured writer for SteelerNation.com. Bob, I'm going to fix our screens here a little bit better to get the big head in the middle. There we go. How you doing, Bob? Good to see you, my friend.
I'm doing outstanding. We a little short-handed today. Zach, who was updating our big board, I don't know if you mentioned, a little under the weather.
Yeah.
So we've been
want him to
scrambling
get
to fill in for him.
Yeah. We've already mentioned him a couple times on the show that Zach was doing all the filling in the big boards and writing as well. But now is getting worked on for his kidney stone, and we're wishing him health and coming back here quickly. Bob, you've been writing articles. Tell Steeler Nation what you've been writing, where to read you.
Well, a lot of these will release over the next few hours. We have one coming up about Joey Porter Jr. and how essentially the Steelers traded Chase Claypool for Joey Porter, and when it was a little bit panned outside of Pittsburgh when we traded Chase Claypool. I mean, Steeler fans knew what we had.
Yeah.
Notre Dame fan, I loved him. I all the way up until the point where I didn't. I mean, I defended him almost to the very last.
Yeah.
But I mean, ultimately, he just wasn't working out. And, that the writing was on the wall when Kenny threw that first big pass of his career, and Claypool basically muffed it into an interception. And at that point, it's like, okay, let's just throw it to Pickens and see what happens.
And to me, like, I was still on the Claypool train, of course, until Pickens showed he could play in the NFL and started making plays with limited snaps, kind of the way that Claypool did in his first year in the NFL, rocketing up the depth chart and then even getting in on one wide receiver sets and running situations. So,
yeah, and Pickens is so much. At least talent wise, and he's just got a totally different attitude. I just think he's going to be a tremendous player for a long time. And Claypool just, $1 million talent, Bull Durham line, $1 million talent, 5 cent head.
Right.
There's also some cool stuff. Leanne Lohman has been pumping out articles left and right. She's got a great article about Devon Jones that's going to come out a little bit later on. How not stepping on that scale really hurt him with Steelers, the Steelers draft room, and and luckily he went to the Cleveland Browns, so we can hopefully he'll eat his way out of the league, but not before TJ beats him for 5 or 6 sacks.
Nice. That is great.
And then we just finished covering the Nick Herbig press conference. I don't know if you.
Oh, great.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys saw that. It was with the linebacker coach Denzel Martin, and
nice.
A lot of people thought Herbig, which I love the Herbig. It's another physical. This whole draft has been physical, tough guys. Even Porter as a corner is a physical, tough guy at the line of scrimmage. Mm-hmm. And we thought Herbig was going to transfer into the, on the inside. But no, they're talking about him as a third rotational piece on the outside. And finally filling that slot. I think he's a little undersized for the edge, but I mean, his athleticism is off the charts.
It's insane.
Yeah, we watched his highlights here, Bob, on the show, and I couldn't believe a guy that gets off of the line of scrimmage as fast as he does, has as quickly as he can even change speeds and acceleration in the backfield to make plays. I did not like that. Looked like a first round talent watching that kind of film.
Well,
first, second round talent.
I'm trying to find a link here. Yes, Kyle Malzahn, who's a local reporter who covers Wisconsin, he tweeted out a video of last year. TJ Watt was visiting his alma mater, and he spent time working one-on-one with Herbig, which is huge because they were talking about pass rush moves and all that good stuff. And he's got a nice little video of TJ coaching him up. And if he can, I mean, you don't want to put pressure on a kid like that and say he's going to be the next TJ Watt just because he came from the same school. But my gosh, if he could just be, half of the player that TJ is on the other side in the rotation, that would be crazy.
We got two Badgers on each side, maybe coming in after each other. That's just something else. Both TJ Watt and Nick Herbig coming from Wisconsin. That is just, it's almost as good as the brother story we were talking about, how Nate gets to meet with Nick and Pittsburgh now, both in the same season, and having two brothers on the team at the same time. But we've got two brothers from the same school, that brotherhood over in Wisconsin. I'm sure TJ Watt is probably just about as excited as having one of his own brothers on this team as getting Nick Herbig over here to join with him.
Yeah, he really is going to be a great get for the Steelers. And the really interesting thing to me is now that you've got all these Wisconsin guys on the front of the defense, and Martin talked about this in his press conference, what's Wisconsin doing that's attracting him? They were talking about similar schemes, but what he really said was, they're very smart about how they recruit and the guys they go after, and they just fit well with the Steelers. And 4 of the front 7 now potentially are Wisconsin Badgers.
Wow. That is something else. And double dipping with the Badgers too in this draft. I mean, we've had, sorry, what were you going to say there, Chris?
I was just going to say, we forgot to double dip last year, so we got to double dip twice this time.
I know, right? Just to keep it on the level for the average of double dipping at a school once each draft.
Yeah.
Well, last year with Andy Weidl coming over from Philadelphia, it seemed like, hey, when in doubt, take a Georgia Bulldog. And they've continued that this year without Weidl. So, I guess Weidl figured, well, I can't take the Georgia guys because I know the Eagles are going to beat me to it. Maybe I better find another school to pick guys from.
Well, he got 2 Georgia guys already on the roster for this season. So, he's still doing it over here too.
Yeah, I'm thinking on defense. Yes, I think he's trying to build the Georgia offense. Maybe him and Roseman made a deal. You can have all the defense. I'll take all the offense, and I get the Wisconsin defense.
And we'll see you in the Super Bowl.
Exactly. That'd be awesome. All Pennsylvania Super Bowl. I love it.
Yep. Then we can host it in Harrisburg. Or actually, let's just go to Happy Valley and host it. That's at least got 100,000 people we can cram in up there.
Absolutely. Just as long as it's not in Philly.
Right. Yeah. Definitely not. Oh, so great to have you back on the show too, Bob. Bob, I had a quick question for you personally too. Are you a member of the Steeler Nation Football Forum?
No, I'm not. I need to do that. I've been with Steeler Nation about a year now, and I always say I'm kind of old guy, technically challenged. But if you kind of tell me where to go and what to do, I figure it out.
Well, that's easy to do. You go to SteelerNation.com, you click on the forum button, it takes you to the forum. It's free to join, and then you just click on the football forum. You don't really want to go anywhere else. But it's got the awesome discussion. We pulled one of our positional big board, comes from one of our members, Ford Fairlane over there. We've got some guys that are big draft people too, that make their own draft books and stuff. It's really great conversation over there. But I just assumed you were there because you are old like myself, and a lot of the older people within the staff started off over in the football forum before coming over and doing some work over here on the front end side for SteelerNation.com.
Yeah, actually, there's the Steelers Black and Gold here I'm in Jacksonville, Florida, and I've been a member for a long time. And it's the largest Steelers fan club outside of Pittsburgh. Nice. And generally, I've concentrated my efforts there until I got involved with Steeler Nation. But and I will say the people from the forums, I'm sure, are the ones who comment so much on a lot of my stories, and I appreciate the interaction. Yeah. And I probably need to be a little more active on the message boards and interact.
Oh, it's fun. And it gives me ideas when I was writing. Like, we'll start getting the conversation. I was like, oh, I didn't think of it that way. I can write about this. And it's just a fun resource, and it's just fun to get in there with the fans too and see what they have to say. Now, you said you're in the Tampa area? Jacksonville area. Okay, cool. Because Bill Wyszynski's in the Tampa area as well. Also does some writing for us, older like us too.
Another old guy.
Yep. And he came over from the football forum as well. I'm just like, this guy writes such great threads, like puts lots of time into it, and then like wrote articles essentially for the site. And I'm like, we got to pull him over to the other side, Justin. You got to give him a chance. And yeah, he's a perfect addition as well.
Yeah, Bill does great work on historical stories. I mean,
exactly.
I write some of the some historical articles, but Bill is
right.
He's the OG godfather of it. He does a great job. On the stories.
I tried one and it didn't work out too well.
Yeah.
Which one?
I was going back on some of the really weird special teams plays that we've made in our history.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, that could be I missed that one. How long ago did you do that one?
Let me check the site. It was probably like a couple of weeks ago.
Mm-hmm. You know what? I did see that, but I didn't get a chance to read it. I'm sorry. I will read it. That's it.
Yeah.
That looked interesting to me, and I think I clicked on it, and all of a sudden I was off writing another article, and I never finished reading it. But
it's all good. Yeah, people are busy. I just want to check just to see. The special teams thing was. Oh, it was April 5th, so it's almost so it's like 3.5 weeks ago.
Okay.
Draft month. That's ancient history, but I'll definitely go back and check it out. That sounds like a good read. I love going back and looking at the old stuff.
Yeah, thanks. And by the way, the first punter is off the board.
Oh, 6th round for a punter.
Yep, and he went to the Patriots.
Oh, wow.
Wow, Belichick taking a punter. That's pretty shocking.
Yeah.
He loves those draft picks. I'm surprised he would sacrifice and give up one for a kicker or a punter. Who was
I think he drafted a kicker too.
He did draft a kicker already, I believe.
Yeah, in the 4th round, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Watch, his 7th round pick is going to be a long snapper. I would actually laugh my ass off if it happened.
I think that's why I laughed my ass off now. I think that's a funny comment there, Chris. Good call.
You know, I mean, this goes back a couple of years, but the Jaguars, when they took the punter a couple of years ago in the draft, they ended up getting the GM fired because, you know, you're a 2-14 team and you pick a punter, and I think it was in the 5th round. It was Brian Anger. Brian Anger is the guy, and he wasn't long for the world after that. I think he made it one more year, which is weird because he was such a great scout, but he just didn't cut it as a GM. But Jaguars are on the right track now with Peterson. They're an interesting team, and we were talking last night a little bit about Leon Searcy being a draft pick for the first round for the Steelers tackles way back when.
Yes.
He's actually on the radio here.
Awesome.
He does the afternoon radio show here on the local sports network. Because, of course, he left the Steelers and went to the Jaguars. He stayed here. Mm-hmm. And last year around this time, right after the draft, they had Greg Lloyd on. And the two of them had a great conversation about, how Neil O'Donnell disappeared from Pittsburgh, but Greg Lloyd and Kevin Green absolutely deny they had anything to do with his disappearance.
Well done. Oh, yeah, those are some great players' names too. And a lot of a lot of people didn't really get to experience the 80s teams, and it's kind of like the forgotten era of the Pittsburgh Steelers, with the 70s teams being so dominant and then the 90s teams starting to become back to Super Bowl time. But those 80s teams were gritty, still great, tough defenses, competitive defenses. They tried to be competitive too in the running game with Abercrombie and Malarkey and that, but it was just an era that is just lost on a lot of people that don't even understand the great players that were even playing. Merriweather and Olszewski too, who was a coach for us for a while, and it just Nickerson, and just great players.
Yeah, one of my favorite Steelers of all time is Frank Pollard, and that era was kind of, from 83 to 88, and I remember specifically, I went to high school in New Jersey, and in the mid 80s, of course, every fair weather fan in the country was an Oakland Raider fan.
Right.
And I remember the unbelievable grief after they murdered us in the playoffs. And then when we rolled in 84 and had to win that last game of the season to make the playoffs.
Yes.
And I remember all my buddies on the basketball team were messing with me. They're like, yeah, wait till you come to school tomorrow. You're gonna get crushed. I was like, yeah, okay. And then Pollard played the game of his life. We beat him, made the playoffs, and ended up falling a little short against Miami in the championship game.
But made it to the AFC Championship game that year.
Yeah, it was Noel's last big run. It's actually this particular period of Steelers football since Noel took over in 69. It's actually our longest drought without being in an AFC Championship game. As tough as the 80s were, we were pretty good in the early 80s with the remnants of Bradshaw and Mean Joe and Lambert, kind of the tail end of their career. We were still making the playoffs, but we weren't great. But then we fell into that hole. And this is actually the longest we've ever gone without going to an AFC Championship game. Even Noel, as bad as we were, managed one in the 80s.
Yeah, you're right. And I think that was the only AFC Championship game that we did make it to in the 80s then. It was the 84 year, yeah. But yeah, what a time to start rooting for the Steelers. I mean, heck, I think that the year I really started getting into the Steelers was the year that we started off, like, first two games, I think we were outscored like 10-90 playing against Cleveland and Cincy, and
89. Noel's Swan song, great year.
Yeah, and actually ended up making the playoffs after that horrible start. I think we got shut out like 4 or 5 times that year too. Still ended up making the playoffs and beating division rival Houston Oilers on their home turf on that late kick. I think that was on New Year's Eve, if I remember correctly, because I was going to a party that night after that game.
I don't know if people know this, and I wrote about this a couple of months ago. In '88, Chuck Noll loved Tony Dungy. He loved him. He played for the Steelers. He made him the young defensive coordinator, and it was a big deal to promote Tony Dungy at the time, the defensive coordinator. It wasn't the first African American head coach or coordinator, but he wasn't too many down the road, and Dungy was really being groomed by Noel as his successor. And after that period, after the '88 season, Dan Rooney was done. There was an excellent chance he was going to fire Chuck Noll. And Joe Green actually went to Dan Rooney and said, wait, let's get you two in a room, because Chuck Noll was so disgusted, he wanted to quit. Oh. He was done. He said, look, it's passed me by. I'm done. And Green brokered a meeting to get Rooney and Noel into the same room and talk it out. Yeah. And they agreed that, look, Chuck, I think it's passed by, according to what Mr. Rooney said. I think it's passed you by. Start over. Get rid of the coaching. Bring in new coordinators. Yeah. Let's start over. And '89, when it started out so badly, I always wonder, in the back of his mind, Chuck Noll's got to be thinking, wait a minute, I agreed to fire all my coaches, and
Yeah.
and Joe Green was actually one of the only guys that survived the purge as the defensive line coach.
Okay. Yeah. I didn't know if he was in the scouting department then, or if he was still on the defensive coaching side.
Yeah, he was. It was like his first or second year as the defensive line coach.
Yeah.
And you got to be thinking in Noel's mind, man, 91-0 basically against Cleveland and Cincinnati.
Mm-hmm.
And then it
Divisional games.
Turns it around, makes the playoffs, and
Right.
hated Houston with a passion during that time.
Yeah.
I mean, him and Glanville really didn't get along.
Right.
And Hodge tells a great story about how
one of my favorite players from that era.
Yeah, Hodgie's awesome. And he tells a great story about how important it was to the team in that wild card game that they do whatever they had to do to beat Houston for Noel. And that was his last playoff win, which was awesome. And, it should be told, that next game against Denver,
they nearly won.
Yeah, they nearly pulled it out, and they weren't very good. I mean, they just weren't. But, just kind of a guts and courage kind of thing. It was it was awesome. Hodge always says Chuck Noll is the greatest man he ever knew in his whole life. So.
Oh, that's great. Yeah, Bradshaw wouldn't agree, but definitely a lot of people would agree with that statement for him. But yeah, that's a great story, and thank you for sharing that as well. We've got our people chiming in here too. 3 hours behind y'all. Finally, afternoon here. Half measures will Dale you nothing yet, maybe just a few different sativa gummies, live resin pen, fresh nug bowls. Wash down with a Mick Ultra. There you go, Robert. Assume Stryker made fun of me for all the ultra light. Oh no, never. I don't. You're drinking beer. You're fine. But at least I'm not slurping Coach T's favorite beer, Bud Light. Take $3 bills. No, I don't like the domestics as much. Obviously, you guys know that. So 6th done yet. 6th round. I'm checking to see the tracker right now. Oh, stop sharing that one. Was I still sharing something? Okay, yes.
Yeah,
6th round to me looks like this is about done.
Yeah, it's winding down, which is awesome because the 2 7th round picks. These are important picks for the Steelers. I mean, without the 5th and 6th round, and there's some really interesting people still out there. I know a lot of people were disappointed when Clayton Tune went off the board. I thought Stetson Bennett might fall to the 7th. Obviously, he didn't.
Yeah.
So, do they go quarterback, or do they maybe wait and, pick a couple of positional guys? Steelers haven't not picked a wide receiver in a long, long time.
Yes.
So I got to think one of these two is going to be a wideout.
But I don't know. Like, I was thinking possibly getting a shifty wide receiver in for a slot that could be a punt kick returner, because we're not sure if Calvin Austin III is going to be coming back this year and hitting downhill like we were expecting to be last year. But I mean, with bringing in and just picking up, who was it? Robinson? Who we pick up? And free agency, like that, to me, that was pretty much a great pickup for the team, utilizing him at big slot, also being able to back up both the X and the Y spots too. That's a savvy vet pickup there for the Steelers.
Yeah, I'm scanning my best available, and there are some interesting names as according to CBS's draft tracker.
Yeah.
That I'm hitting refresh just to make sure we don't throw out somebody who's already been picked. But
this is it's a live show. We make mistakes. It's fine. And we're like halfway through the 6th, Derp.
Yeah. And according to the draft tracker, and if this is right, one of the guys who I thought could go as high as the 4th round, the Princeton wide receiver, Andre Asivius. Sorry to him if I said his name wrong, but that guy is beast. I mean, I mean, if he's there when we come up, I mean, that's a no-brainer. I mean, he's fast, he's big, he's very reminiscent of Christian Watson last year.
Okay.
Not quite as productive, but Watson came from Division II, whereas technically, Princeton, I guess they might be 1AA, but I mean, it's a little bit better competition of Princeton than North Dakota State. But yeah, he's he's a phenomenal talent, and I'm just really surprised he's still sitting there.
Yeah. And I'm jacked for getting Herbig as well there, Bernie. Absolutely jacked.
Yeah,
finally return your cheers. Cheers. What's that? Sorry, Bob.
I was going to say, I think Steeler fans are just going to love him when he gets on the field. And Martin was talking about, because immediately it was alluded to about, hey, is this a hybrid? Is this an inside linebacker or an off-ball linebacker?
Off-ball, yeah.
And he said, no, we really want to try to make him an outside linebacker, but he said flat out, hey, he's athletic enough to make the transition. But I mean, it's a lot to put on a rookie to switch positions like that, especially when you're such a productive player on the outside. I think they'll give him lots of time. And, truth be told, Roberts and Holcomb are not great cover guys.
Yes.
And we put out an article a little bit earlier about Miles Jack potentially coming back now on a very team-friendly deal, and maybe fill in the coverage spot. It's rumor, innuendo, but I know it's something that's where there's smoke, there's fire. It would be a great get to get him back and give Herbig a chance to kind of adopt into that role. I don't know that he's ideally a coverage linebacker anyway, but Holcomb and Roberts are not. They're thumpers, and
nice.
That's going to be great against the run, but.
Yeah, and since we've got you back on the show, I think we had you at the top of the show yesterday. Was that you? Were you on the show yesterday, Bob? And we had you through the first pick. And I want to know, since you had to leave, start doing your writing, everything else, just talk to me about your perspective, especially as being old like me, remembering a lot of drafts. I want you to talk about, number one, the players that the Steelers drafted after getting Joey Porter Jr. that you were there for. We got your opinions on that. But picking up the other two guys and just the way the Steelers are approaching this draft, and how different is that from previous years that we've seen?
Well, the neat part about Keanu Benton, another Wisconsin Badger, he's a big physical guy. I mean, he's more of a tackle. I liked Jacqueline Roy at LSU a little bit more, because I thought at 305 he was a 3-4 defensive end was kind of his natural position. He's a defensive tackle in college for LSU.
Yeah.
And he could easily put on enough weight to play the nose, but also pair with DeMarvin Leal for bookend defensive ends to replace Hayward and Ogunjobi at some point over the next couple of years as older players. But Benton is he's a solid nose tackle. He's a 2-down player. But the Steelers need, Casey Hampton was a 2-down player. So,
right.
Benton is going to fill a slot that we really haven't had since Javon Hargrave.
Yes.
The free agent, Brendan Fiocco, or I think I'm saying that right, Brendan Fiocco. He's a very good player, and he's going to provide some quality tutelage there on the inside at nose for Benton. And I think the two of them in tandem, Benton's gonna take over. In all fairness to Fiocco, they signed him for the league minimum. He's not the long-term answer, but he's quality depth, and what a great guy, by the way. If that guy doesn't start a podcast, somebody's advising him improperly.
and then we didn't even mention Adams, who was the starting nose tackle last year, still on the roster.
Yeah, and Montrevious, really bailed us out a couple of years ago when we were so bad against the run.
Right.
Kind of disappeared a little bit, though, last year. He was still effective, but he didn't stand out as much. And I think part of that is because we were just so much more effective against the run. And I really thought in the Carolina game especially, Mike Tomlin showed some schematic flair there, and I was really surprised, but it was pleasantly surprised when he threw Leal out there kind of as a fourth defensive lineman.
Yeah.
And that's kind of why the rumors of him maybe moving to edge have started. But I don't see that. I think I don't think he's fast enough to play out there long term. But that game against Carolina, where they were going to run the ball constantly, Leal was huge in that game. He played a fantastic game. So I it's just another quality physical depth. It's what you expect from Andy Weidl and what these new look Steelers are going to be. I mean, physical, tough guys. And then, we started the show off yesterday and we talked about, Dad, I want Joey Porter Jr. I want that. I want Brian Branch. And I said, I want Darnell Washington.
Yes.
Little did I know.
We ended up getting both. How great.
60 picks later.
I know.
And it's weird. I don't know what's going on down in Georgia with the medical people that they are so great at keeping it secret. Nakobe Dean last year.
Yeah.
I mean, I really wanted him to go to the Steelers, and he kind of inexplicably kept falling down the board. And my brother, who's a huge Dallas Cowboys fan, we were literally sitting there on chat going back and forth going, I want Nakobe Dean. No, I want Nakobe Dean.
Yeah.
And then finally by the third round, when the Eagles took him, we were both like, oh, great.
Yeah,
the Eagles get Nakobe Dean. And that's Darnell Washington, same way this year. Nobody knew about the knee. Nobody knew about it. I mean, obviously NFL teams knew about it, but that's a pretty well-kept secret. I didn't hear anything about that.
Yeah, but the general fans did not know about that. And that's an interesting aspect, especially for your high, like usually if it's a first rounder or somebody that's supposed to be a can't miss first rounder, that medical's going to come out.
Absolutely.
And you're going to hear about it and they're going to drop. But like Washington was a fringe first rounder, projected to be late first, early second, a lot of drafts, but we never thought he'd fall not only the fourth round, but back into compensation territory, comp pick territory in the fourth, where the Steelers traded back yet again to nab that. And that was such a great move for the Steelers. Or sorry, in the third. Sorry, they did it. But it was a great move for the Steelers to move back in the third to be able to get that fourth round pick, to be able to draft Nick Harbig. I mean, that's a coup. And that might be a move that might be forgotten, but the Steelers needed to get rid of their fourth round draft pick to move up to get Broderick Jones in the first round, figured out a way to go and get another fourth round pick back. And it ended up being what looks like to be a great pick.
I totally agree. I mean, Omar Khan, if he's not the executive of the year, it's only because Howie Roseman it's obvious that as great as Andy Weidl is, Howie Roseman is no slouch either. And not that anybody thinks he is, but I mean, what a fantastic job that guy is doing, picking up where Weidl left off. And I don't think Omar Khan gets enough credit for this. I mean, think about it. We've all looked for jobs. We've all been in a position where we're in competition with somebody. Mm-hmm. When your main rival for the job your dream job, the job you want, your main rival is sitting there and you're going all out to beat him. How awesome of a person do you have to be to, after you find out I got the job and he didn't, that I can go sit in front of that guy and explain to him why, hey, I know you could go a lot of other places and be a general manager, but you need to stay here and help me and be my partner and help me build a Super Bowl team. And I mean, who does that? I mean, Weidl is an awesome executive. I mean, I think a lot of teams around the NFL are sleeping on him. Baltimore, was hugely upset, the Baltimore general manager, that we got Weidl in the first place.
Yes, he was chirping immediately. I live in the Baltimore area. They were chirping. They were call, bad call, ref. That's all they do, and they media and stuff. And I think one of their GM actually said something. Yeah,
that's exactly right. Because and there was talk Weidl might have supplanted him at some point, and then he went off to Philadelphia. I mean, the guy, unless I don't know him that well. He doesn't talk a bunch at press conferences, but unless he's just that true, kind of like the Steelers had back in the day with Haley and Nunn, where they're not interested in the business side. They just want to do the football, and they love finding the gems and the players.
Yeah.
And Weidl is awesome at it. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, he's the best at drafting linemen in the whole NFL. And
Wow.
He's just an awesome pickup for the Steelers. And I hope Mr. Rooney pays him like he is the general manager and he's content in that position.
Yeah.
And, Omar's guts and Weidl's know-how it's the hybrid of a perfect GM. We haven't had that in so long. And I'm really excited to see now that these guys, they have a vision and that vision meshes with Tomlin. I don't know that I love Kevin Colbert, but I was talking about it earlier today with someone, 2015 to 2019, we have on the roster today 6 players.
Yes.
That's not a Super Bowl contender when that happens.
Mm-hmm.
So the fact now Colbert did a really great job early and late. 2021 and 22 were some of his best work.
Yeah.
So he was restocking the roster. But I think part of the reason we've struggled and gone through this playoff drought is we missed a lot.
Yeah.
We missed a lot. I mean, there's been some good players who moved on, like Javon Hargrave, Juju, James Conner.
Yep. Sutton.
But it's a failure. I mean, it can't be anything but a failure. 6 out of 39 over, basically a 5-year period. And we have such a great reputation for drafting, and it's well earned. I mean, nobody drafted wide receivers like that guy, but we kind of under Ben went from really physical, tough smash mouth to let's throw it around the lot. And I love Ben, but let's throw it around the lot. We stopped running the ball. Now all of a sudden we're starting to get back into that mode, and it's the kind of football I think Tomlin really wants to play. And now he's got somebody who wants to give him all the tools.
Yeah.
And there's a downside to that. Now, he gets all the tools and he doesn't do it, then, they'll never fire him. I mean, that's just not the Steelers' way.
Right.
But it could be like Nolan, it could be like Cower. Hey, look, your contract's up, and, like Cower had the TV deal and he wanted a little bit more money, but to his credit, it wasn't all about the money. I mean, part of it was the burnout in the family.
Yeah. But losing his wife was a big factor of that too.
Yeah. Absolutely.
That prioritizes a lot of your things. But there's a couple moves even that we've done here in free agency that I think have Andy's fingerprints all over it. Like usually we wouldn't look a lot to the NFC East for bringing in bringing in free agents in general, grabbing, Cole Holcomb out of Washington, I thought was a fantastic pickup. Isaac Seumalo out of Philly, of course, as well. But like those are two just great pickups, and Nate Herbig being kind of like that tough physical offensive lineman, and even LaRaven Clark to an extent.
They're all high character guys too.
Yeah.
High character.
Good point. Very good point.
And which fits Mike Tomlin to a T. I mean, you give him. I mean, he has gotten the most out of what he's had. I will absolutely give him that. I mean, there are times where they've come out a little flat and a little unprepared in big games, but he's gotten them to the big games. And looking back now, when you really think, because it's easy to jump on the Tomlin, bash Tomlin train. Hey, look, great, we're 9-8 again, and we didn't win a playoff game. Who cares? Yeah. But when you really start looking at that draft drought, and that's what kind of opened my eyes to it, where I was like, hey, I've been giving this guy kind of an unfair shake here, because when you look back at how devoid a roster is, and you look at some of the really bad teams in the NFL who go that kind of drought without putting players together like that, like the Jaguars were until very recently, right? Like the Texans, the Bill O'Brien made some bizarre moves. I mean, they built a contender and then just basically threw it away and destroyed it. But and to a lesser extent, Cleveland, although they've done a little better here recently under Stefanski.
Oh, definitely.
But
Even today, the draft this year too, with the limited picks, not having the first or the second rounder, I think they're still getting a haul this year and good talented players.
Yeah, for drafting this late, they're doing a pretty good job. It's Cleveland's always going to Cleveland. They always say that Cowboys are going to Cowboy, but
right.
I mean, nobody can figure out how to mess it up better than the Cleveland Browns. It's unbelievable. I think it's 21 years now of AFC North football. We have 9 division titles. Baltimore, Cincinnati tied with 6. Donut for Cleveland.
That's incredible.
Yeah, which, I mean, you think you'd just fall into one at some point.
Right.
I mean,
the one year, I think, well, they had when Freeze was the quarterback, the one year they had a really good run, but they didn't win the division. They had like 10 wins. And then, of course, the Baker Mayfield year when he ended up beating us at home, we had the better record, but we ended up getting beat at home, starting off with that snap over top of Ben's head to the first play of the game to spot him a 7-point lead. It's just fantastic and unbelievable to think that a team that cannot have a chance of winning a champion. They've only had 2 chances really coming close to even being competitive for the division in those, what was it, 25 years you said?
Yeah, I mean, I want to say it was 99 they came back to the NFL, and then the AFC North was formed in, I want to say 2002, might have been 3, but it's 21 years of AFC North. The AFC North is 21 years old. And to never win one, I mean, that's crazy. And they've been to the playoffs a couple of times. I mean, my absolute favorite game, and as a Steelers fan, and I watched Super Bowl 13 live, got sent to my room when Jackie Smith dropped the ball. My absolute favorite game as a Steelers fan was the Tommy Maddox comeback against the Browns.
Oh, gosh, yeah.
It looked so hopeless. We were out of it, and then just all of a sudden, boom.
One Northcutt catch away from sealing the game.
Yes.
I remember when he dropped that ball, I was like, oh my God, the Steelers are going back out on the field. And I don't think any Steeler fan thought that he wasn't going to drive down that last drive and win the game for us, which he did.
Yeah. And what a great character that guy was. I mean, it starts off in Denver, supposed to be the replacement for Elway, 6 years too soon.
Right.
Gets run out of town on a rail. It's not his fault. I mean, Dan Reeves drafted him. The kid never wanted to be the replacement for John Elway.
No.
And then, ended up selling insurance. Gets out of the league. Nobody wants him by 97. Starts selling insurance. Goes back into the Arena League in 99. And then, 99, 2000. Yep. Then the only year of the XFL.
Yep.
Wins the league MVP.
Yep. Wins the championship. Yep.
Signs with the Steelers. Yeah. And then 2 years later, he's winning a playoff game. And, and people forget that Tennessee game the next week.
Yeah.
I mean, they blocked the field goal. I still think that guy was on sides. You're never going to convince me otherwise.
Easily. No, it was the refs botched that call and cost the Steelers a playoff win.
And then 2004, he didn't have a great 2003, but that brought us Ben. So thank you, Tommy.
Yep.
But then when the first couple games, Cowher had reined him in, and he wasn't throwing the ball like he did in 2002 and 3, but they were winning and they were effective. And when he hurt his elbow, and the point I'm making is, if he doesn't get hurt, I still think, I don't know that they're 15-1, but I do think they win 12, 13 games with Maddox.
Yeah.
And I would bet my last dollar that if Tommy Maddox was the quarterback against the Patriots during Spygate, they could have invited Belichick to practice and said, film him all you want. We'll give you the playbook. We don't know what he's going to do.
Right.
I mean, Maddox was so unpredictable and in a good way.
Yeah.
And I think he could have crushed the Patriots dynasty before it started and then turned it over to Ben the next year.
Yes.
I don't think the Patriots would have known what to do with him.
And Chris is letting us know too that Brown Steeler playoff game was the first game when Renegade became a thing at the game days. So
that's awesome. I did not know that. That's great.
Yeah, thank you, Chris. That's a great mention there. Oh wow.
Yeah, that's why when they talk about getting rid of it now, it's like, nope.
Oh,
nope,
mama.
Anything that happened in the Maddox game, nope, we're keeping it.
Right. Robert, Herbig plays mean. Steelers need many more players play mean. I'd rather not hear a previous non-Steeler tell us all how great he assumes Tomlin is instead of play mean and chip on the shoulder. Well, it sounds like we are getting these mean players back. You know, that is the biggest thing here with Andy Weidl's and Omar Khan, and Tomlin is a part of it. I mean, it has to be a consensus to change the identity of the team into being, and it's something that Rooney has wanted for the last couple of years as well. We need to be able to run the ball. We've got to stop the run.
Yeah, 21 is when he really started to step in, and great point on that for Robert. I will say this: if you like physical football, when you watch when they put Broderick Jones, Darnell Washington, and George Pickens on the same side and run the ball, you're gonna love it. That is physical, smash mouth. And all three of them are nasty players.
Yeah.
They play with an edge. Herbig plays with an edge too.
Yeah.
And Benton, I didn't watch as much film on him,
Yeah.
but I mean, just judging by the other guys, I assume he's got that same physical nasty attitude. And don't sleep on DeMarvin Leal, because that guy is a bully. I mean, I loved watching him in college. He just beat guys to death at the point of the attack, and I think he's only going to get better. And it just speaks to how great Cam and Ogunjobi are that he wasn't on the field as much, but because that guy in the run is awesome.
Yeah. Robert, again, Colbert changed his style the last few years by adding vet free agents after the final cutdowns, but before week 1. Cornerbacks Ross Hayden, safety Fitzpatrick. Well, actually, he wasn't a free agent. That was a trade. Will Omar continue that habit, or will we have room? Well, one thing I at least want to state in this respect, no one expected Joe Hayden to be cut going into that season. The guy's a perennial All-Pro, feature of the, one of the few legacies in Cleveland that you can hang your hat on for being a great player. And it was luck that he became available, because that was a glaring need for the Pittsburgh Steelers that they did not address well enough in the draft, did not address at all in free agency. And he kind of fell into our lap, and our team really had the biggest ability. I mean, as soon as he got cut, I think 5 or 6 Steelers called him, come on down to Pittsburgh. Come on down to Pittsburgh. He drove in his car from Cleveland to Pittsburgh that night, signed the contract the next day.
Hayden's got to be one of, outside of Ferrier and Harding's, got to be one of the best free agent signings since free agency came around in the 90s. He did a fantastic job for us. One thing I'll say about the Colbert adding veteran free agents at the very end and post-cut pickups, that was a need. That wasn't because he had some master plan, in my opinion. That's a need. I mean, when you got guys and it's consistent, some of these names, when you look back at these drafts, you're like, oh my God, what were we thinking? But it was by need. I mean, we didn't have physical players. We didn't have, you look at guys like Justin Lane, who all the talent, all the potential in the world. I really thought that guy was going to work out, but no edge to them, no nastiness. And that's why this draft in particular, and I don't think it's solely because Andy Weidl's there. I think you're right. Art Rooney has his fingerprints all over this from a couple of years ago when they drafted Najee and said, you know what, enough's enough. We're about to, everybody knew Ben was close to done. So it's time to start transitioning. And can we find another Ben? And maybe we got very lucky with Kenny Pickett. Certainly hope we did. But hey, we won a bunch of division titles between Bradshaw and Roethlisberger by running the football and not having exactly great quarterbacks. I mean, I would tell you right now, between 83 when Bradshaw retired in 2004 when Roethlisberger arrived, Tommy Maddox was the best quarterback, in my opinion.
Yeah.
I
did love some
O'Donnell,
Cordell Stewart. I mean, Neil O'Donnell was the most efficient quarterback in the league the year that he made it to the Super Bowl. But I was a big Cordell Stewart fan. My problem with Cordell Stewart wasn't his play. It was the offensive coordinators trying to make him a passer as opposed to going all in on his athleticism and trying to build a team around him. They tried to square peg round hole him, and I think it hurt his development significantly to being like a Cunningham or the guy before Vic that could have even been more Vic-like.
Yeah, and you know, Bill Cowher, to his credit, several times made statements in the press that, you know, I wish he'd run. Because I think Cordell, if he goes back and talks about, you know, that period of time, he kind of got paralyzed into thinking I have to be a pocket passer. And maybe that was the coaching he was getting. And it probably was the coaching he was getting, telling him, hey, don't run. But you got the head coach going on TV saying, you know, I wish when the play breaks down, he'd just take off.
Yeah. You're getting some love here. Robert's loving your commentary here.
Well, thank you, Robert.
We all love Bob. Bob is amazing. I'm blessed to have him on the show with us, and thanks at least for spending your Saturday here with us a bit.
Absolutely.
But it's at least we've got a lot of times in between picks, because I'm sure if we were picking every round, you'd be busy as hell.
Yes, when we found out we were shorthanded today, and by the way, Leanne, if you haven't read any of her stuff, for the people who are watching, just a fantastic writer. Yeah, I mean, really, really, really good stuff that she puts out.
Yeah, nice.
As a matter of fact, let's see where we are. So we should be coming up hopefully soon.
Yeah, well, we were still in the 6th when I looked at it last. I'm trying to see how far back in the 6th we are. Oh wait, no, we're in the. This is the 7th.
Yep.
No, we're in the 6th. We're in the 6th. Yeah, because we drafted like 241. So yeah, we're 217's last pick in this round, and we are at 208. Jaguars pick is in. Giants are on the clock. Another kicker just ticked off the board there, and Anders Carlson. Xavier Hutchinson was a guy we were talking about, wide receiver out of Iowa State. He came off the board here. I see here too, to the Texans at 205.
The Bengals just took the guy, I mean, and deservedly so. I mean, in my opinion, Asivius this is ridiculous that he's in the 6th round. I mean, he should have been a 3rd, 4th round pick. I like him better than virtually every receiver in the class. I mean, I would say he's the easily top 5 receiver in the class.
Wow. And they get him at pick 206.
Yeah, and the Bengals, of all people.
Right.
Bengals have taken a couple of weird receivers, though, which I'm kind of surprised, unless, you know, it's been really quiet about Joe Burrow. And I've made this point several times over the last few weeks in my articles.
Yeah.
Everybody's been focused on Lamar. And, you know, I'm glad Lamar got his contract. I really am.
Yeah.
I think it's great for the Steelers because, number one, he can't beat us. And number two,
ties up that money.
It ties up the money and ties up the salary cap.
Right.
But the Bengals are notorious for ugly contract disputes. And I don't think that's getting enough attention.
Yes.
Who's the last guy the Bengals paid? Willingly.
But quarterback, but then again, they haven't had a quarterback since Boomer Esiason. It was their last.
Look at Carson Palmer.
Yeah,
he was a fantastic.
That's right. That's right. He was a good quarterback too. Yeah, I forgot about Carson.
And he had to retire. I mean, he got into such an ugly contract dispute that he told Cincinnati, "You know what? I just don't want to play football anymore. What are you going to do if I retire?" And the Bengals, being the Bengals, were like, "Go ahead." You know, and next thing you know, and by the way, that speaks to Marvin Lewis, who, you know, for those of you who don't know, that's a Bill Cowher Steeler original hire. Marvin Lewis got it. You know, the fact that he did so well in Cincinnati for so long, that's a guy who should have another coaching job in the NFL. That is he's a fantastic team builder, right? terrible luck in the playoffs. And Marty Schottenheimer, terrible luck in the playoffs.
Yeah.
But, Schottenheimer kept getting jobs. Marvin Lewis deserves another job.
Yeah,
He deserves another job in the NFL.
That is weird that he never did. I mean, I don't know what
I haven't even heard of him being a finalist.
No. Is he still in the league? Is he still doing any coordinating, or is he just kind of?
I don't think. Yeah, I don't think so. I think he's more consulting, coordinating. I mean, and he was, he was a great coordinator for the Ravens. But after he left us, he went to Baltimore. He was their DC. He was an defensive assistant for us. And whoa, talk about that staff. I mean, Dick LeBeau, Dom Capers, Marvin Lewis. Oh my gosh.
Right. Yeah.
Cowher. One thing Cowher does well, or did well, that Tomlin doesn't, is develop a coaching tree in the coaches. But Chuck Noll wasn't a good developer of coaches either. I mean, he did develop Dungy towards the end. Yeah. But he didn't finish the job with Dungy because he had to let him go. But Chuck Noll's coaching tree and Mike Tomlin's coaching tree are pretty sparse. Yeah. But Bill Cowher was a fantastic coach of coaches.
Right. It also speaks to the fact that, the first coaches that Mike Tomlin came up with were all either former head coaches or guys that have been in the league for way longer than he'd been in the league, promoting. We talked about a little earlier, promoting Arians to be offensive coordinator from being the quarterbacks coach that he was previously. Of course, keeping Dick LeBeau on the roster, and then ended up having Munchak as well as a positional line coach who was a former head coach. And to me, the biggest amazing aspect from that is you had even Todd Haley when they brought him in. These were all former head coaches. They came under the team. You never once had an instance where you heard one of those other coaches say, I could have done it better. We should have done it this way. And you did hear that when Haley went to Cleveland right after he was with us. He said that in a room. He got fired during the season. They not only cut the head coach, they cut him as well on the same day. And, for him to be able to keep all those strong personalities, not only as coaches, but as players, all on the same page, moving toward a common goal, all buying into a system, like that's a testament. I think it's really almost harder to do nowadays with all this distractions that you can have. The way media presents itself and the way you can get information in seconds just from someone else's opinion on a tweet or Instagram or something like that. But he still manages to create calm, and the locker room has done nothing but improve also since that whole fiasco with Antonio Brown.
And I wonder how much of that was, it may have influenced Tomlin very heavily, because all those strong personalities and guys like, on the coaching staff, Antonio Brown, Roethlisberger, and Le'Veon Bell. I love Bradshaw. I love Ben, and Ben is one of my. I remember calling into Pete Prisco, who used to be on the radio here in Jacksonville before he got big with CBS, and I remember Ben's rookie year. And I want to say it was after the Cowboys game when he had the big comeback. I called Prisco up on sports radio and I told him, I said, you're looking at John Elway 2.0, and it's his hero. And Prisco said I was nuts. There's no way after a few games you can call the guy Elway. And yes, it's a little bit of hyperbole.
Right.
But now that his career's over, Pete, if you listen, I was right. Because Ben was awesome with the ball at the end, but passive aggressive, maybe not always the best guy if you believe the stories, in the locker room with the passive aggression. But when you look at guys who interacted with him on his podcast, more and more, I think those stories were just BS. Antonio Brown is Antonio Brown. I don't care who. He couldn't get along with Tom Brady. Come on. Ben may have got a little bit of a bad rap, but getting back to my point, what I wonder is if Tomlin, with all that drama, turned around and said, you know what? I'd rather have the guy who's worked with me a couple of years and start promoting from within, so I
Yeah.
can get a real good gauge, so I don't dig myself a hole with all these wild personalities again. And I think that's, you know, the Steelers are building with family and they're bringing brothers in, and you know, and promoting from within, which he's gotten a lot of heat for. I mean, Matt
Yeah.
Canada, my gosh, I mean, please cut bait. But you know, the way the Steelers have done things, the next guy up is Mike Sullivan, and I don't know
Yeah.
that that's all that much better.
Yeah.
I kind of wish Byron had come in.
Yeah. Yeah. I would like to have seen Byron Leftwich on this team as well.
Yeah, and what I mean, and by the way, living in Jacksonville at the beginning of his career, Leftwich does not get enough credit for how good of a person he is, because people in Jacksonville hated that guy. And his crime was replacing Mark Brunell, who's beloved in the city of Jacksonville.
Right.
Rightfully so. What an awesome person. I've seen him a couple of times, and him and Baselli's, you know, just pillars of the community here.
Right.
But it was almost immediate. Hey, this is kind of a brash guy, and I used to get in constant arguments with people when Leftwich was young. I was like, this is a guy who played a game on a broken leg in college. His teammates thought so much of him that on a broken leg, they're carrying the kid down the field.
Yes.
So he can stay in the game.
Yep.
You don't want that guy?
Just so he can snap the ball and throw and make another play, and they ended up winning that game.
But he wasn't mobile. He was a stationary target, and Brunell was he was a nice scrambling quarterback.
Yeah.
And they fell in love with Garrard, who they thought reminded him of it. And Garrard had a couple of nice years, but he wasn't Byron. And then we got him, and he had a little renaissance. And now I think he's a really good coach. Just because Tom Brady fell off a cliff is no reason for the guy to not get another offensive job.
Exactly. And, you know, it's horrible how some of these coaches are getting treated in that respect for that. But we have somebody sitting here in our green room, a guy that we all know and love. I know a guy that gets Steeler Nation excited whenever we have him back on the show. He said he was going to be back here for the 7th round, and he's a man of his word. I am happy to have back on the show smiling Ben McCallion. How you doing, Ben? Oh, don't go to a grimace on me.
No, I'm not. No, happy to be here. I'm just happy to bring down the average age here on the show. So
yeah, I'm a young buck again. I feel young.
It's all about balance, Striker.
Nice. So didn't have you on here for the first pick, obviously, of when we ended up picking up Nick Herbig, but I want to get your opinions on grabbing Nick Herbig.
I was jumping in the aisles of Kohl's earlier whenever I saw that. I mean, I absolutely love it. He's one actually that this was a couple of weeks ago, maybe 3 weeks ago, had actually wrote a pretty in-depth profile on him and called exactly that. He's a solid 4th rounder, and he panned out exactly as that. The writing was kind of on the wall once they signed his brother Nate. So it's really not that much of a shocker. And it's the second Wisconsin defender as well that they picked up, but he is the depth that they need, especially at an outside linebacker. It's a little bit undersized, but of course it's something that, you know, he can bulk up. But he is so physical. He plays with his hair on fire. He's a high motor guy. I mean, he's going to be something on special teams, but he is going to be that really nice depth piece, kind of rotational. Him and Quincy Roche, who they have brought back as well, are kind of going to be the 2 tandems behind Highsmith and Watt. So I have nothing but great things to see or to say about him. I absolutely love the pick. It's probably one of my favorite picks here of the draft.
Nice. And I know we were even talking about that as being one of the possible picks that you and Matt were definitely agreeing upon, not just because he happens to be a sibling of a guy we just picked up in free agency, but from the fact that just looking at his tape, he can flat out ball. He is incredibly quick off of the snap. And then his bend and even speed around the edge to bend because a lot of times you have players that can have that speed, but they can't bend to get around the offensive tackles to be able to get to the quarterback. And that was like Jarvis Jones. It seemed like that was his problem. He was always trying to run past, but he never could bend.
Right.
This guy can bend, and to see his film and him doing it in the 4th round has me excited.
Absolutely, yeah. And the fact, like I said, he's undersized, but he uses that to his advantage. I mean,
Yeah.
he's still quick. He has quick feet. As you said, he's able to dip his shoulders underneath the tackles. He's also able to play inside as well. Like he's really able to. He is a plug and play. He's very versatile. That's what Tomlin likes to see in a young defensive prospect: is how versatile can you be, and especially playing in a 3-4. I mean, that allows so much wiggle room where you can throw him in on the end, you can throw him inside. Whether if you want to make him kind of a dime backer, he's not that quick, but you can kind of play with it there in that capacity, where he gives Terrell Austin and company a lot of freedom to play with him.
So now we're getting to the point of the 6th round. I know a lot of quarterbacks have been going off this board. Like we've had a big run on quarterbacks here these last couple rounds. Starting to get some kickers and punters off of the board as well. Your guy Duggan is still up there as well. I think he's still available.
He is. I'm still kind of surprised that other guys went ahead of him. I mean, I saw Stetson Bennett went in the 5th round to the Rams.
Right.
That was a little bit sooner than I expected. Clayton Tune, I feel like, was right in line. He was, if he was there at the 7th, he was a no-brainer. But that was a little bit of a pipe dream, I think. There, right. So I'm sorry, Cooley. I like Clayton Tune as well. But yeah, if we're looking at these last 2 picks for the Steelers, I would be looking at a quarterback in Duggan. I would be looking at a wide receiver who can receive everything that we have been saying the last 2 nights here. And maybe even a flyer running back as well. The Steelers like to run the ball. They only have 4 decent ones on the roster. They like a deep pool. So I'd be looking at those 3.
Ben, I know you and Matt were really high on Charlie Jones from Purdue.
Yeah.
What do you think about the Bengals turning around and taking Civis, who I think is better than Jones, a couple of rounds later? I mean, you think T. Higgins might be on his way out, just not because he's not good, but because they won't be able to afford him?
Yeah, I mean, it's with the way their offense runs. I mean, you need a deep pool of talent. They're at the receiver position. And even I'd be looking more so like as inside of Tyler Boyd as well. He's on his last leg there. It's no pun intended. So I think that they're just doing like the Steelers approach here to what they were doing like last year, where they were just looking to rebuild kind of their talent pool and let Burrow kind of see who he has the chemistry with, and kind of sling it around there. That's my 2 cents.
Nice. We got a Chiefs fan here. Welcome to the show. We don't talk like the other heads. We have some fun here. I know we're more Steeler focused, but we welcome fans of every single team in the NFL. So welcome and congratulations to you on your Super Bowl win that you got to enjoy last season. We're hoping to be able to contend this year.
We will.
Yeah,
we
right.
are. Yeah.
Well, this team's going to be a much tougher out with all this toughness that we brought in the draft and in free agency. I mean, it looks like the makeup of this team is going to be a much tougher out for our divisional opponents and for the rest of the AFC.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I and Baltimore adapting to that new offense. I mean, I know a lot of people are ecstatic about old Odell Beckham, and he hasn't been good in a long time.
Right.
I mean, he's flashed. He was pretty good in the Super Bowl.
Yes.
But it's been 3 or 4 years since he had a great year.
Yeah. Well,
now he's all of a sudden your true number 1. It didn't work out for Cleveland. I don't think it's going to work out for Baltimore.
Yeah, and Chris mentioned it too earlier when we were talking. Like he missed an entire season just with that ACL injury last year, so he didn't even play last year. So it will be interesting. The only thing I'd say that would be a bonus, though, Bob, for him would be he's got a better quarterback throwing to him again, as opposed to being in those Cleveland Brown situations where he really didn't have, Baker. He had, Baker and a freaking who was the other quarterback? I know we had.
It was Brisket, right?
Brisket, yes. Yeah, that was the one that, Cody Brisket, good old Brisket playing over there. Then Dobbs threw to him a bit, and of course Deshaun there at the end. But yeah, it's now he has a quarterback that's been in a league MVP. His numbers might tick up a little bit this year, but still the Browns, the new Browns, the Baltimore Ravens are not a team that usually like puts up great numbers for wide receivers anyway. That's usually their tight ends are the ones making the big plays, catching the ball down the field, and they rely on the running game tremendously.
Yeah, after Matt Stafford, you can make the case that Lamar will be the best quarterback he's ever played with.
Right.
And it certainly could help. I mean, even Eli, kind of towards the tail end of his career, I mean, Manning wasn't exactly great. That wasn't they had 2 or 3 really good years together, but I mean, Manning was not at the top of his game by that point. We were talking, Ben, you just mentioned about maybe a flyer on a running back in the 7th. I'm looking at the best available here in the linebackers, and I love Aubrey Miller. I really hope we get him, but I am shocked Ivan Pace is still on the board. He's a physical, fast guy. I mean, I don't think he'll keep falling, but if he does, that could be a nice little get in the 7th round.
Yeah, and the other one, I mean, I had old pick guy, old captain, Servassier Dennis.
Yes.
Went a lot earlier than what I thought down there to Tampa Bay. I mean, I think that was a 5th round. Again, I was out and about here, so I'm still getting caught up. But I was shocked to see him so early. I guess the Bucs really liked the Pitt, the entire Pitt defense because they also had Cansey there at their first pick. So, but yeah, no, I completely agree. I mean, there's still some deep talent on the inside linebacker position, absolutely. And the Steelers don't need a starter as well. So almost like a Mark Robinson type of deal.
And I've got a quick question for you guys. Since we got a Kansas City fan on here, we might as well go over the Kansas City draft here quickly and give our opinions on these players. First pick in round 1, they ended up taking Felix and Duke Izoma, the defensive end out of Kansas State. Rashee Rice, the wide receiver out of SMU with their 2nd pick. Wayne Morris out of the tackle out of Oklahoma in the 3rd. Jamari Connor, the corner out of Virginia Tech. BJ Thompson, the edge out of Stephen F. Austin. And then they just grabbed Keandre Colburn, the defensive tackle from Texas.
Who's a beast.
I love Colburn.
That's
Casey
a great
pick.
He's from Texas. He plays. He's a big boy. Between him on the inside and their first guy in Felix, who's just a pass rush specialist. He's a pass rushing machine. He wouldn't really fit in with Pittsburgh, but just in the sake of where he's going to fit in there with the Chiefs, he's a defensive end. And it's a hometown team. I mean, it shows too. And then the guy from Stephen F. Austin, I mean, they're revamping their defensive line. It seems pretty evident.
Mm-hmm. And I like Wanya Morris, the tackle out of Oklahoma, who got hurt. There's an argument to be made that he might have been, if he stayed healthy, might have been at least 2 or 3 rounds higher than they got him. And they have to do something with losing the tackle, which I still don't understand how you get a $120 million offer from the team you're playing for and turn around and sign for half the money somewhere else. I mean, it doesn't make any sense,
especially when your team's winning Super Bowls.
Exactly, but I do think Morris is they'll like him, and Andy Reid's really good at. I mean, maybe the best head coach at developing offensive line talent.
Makes sense.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's how he got his start. He's offensive line coach.
Right. He looks like one. He's always looked like a lineman to me. So
exactly.
Yeah. Nice. So I was just checking my text to make sure that we weren't getting any new information here. It's just people sending me stupid memes.
I think have we made the turn yet into the 7th, or do we still have a couple of picks left?
Let me check. We are at the last pick. The Cincinnati Bengals are on the clock with pick number 40 in the 6th round, pick number 217. So after this pick, D Winters just came off the board. He was somebody that was up a bit higher on your draft board there, Ben. And thank you so much to Chris, who's taken over the ability to update the big board so everybody knows who the BPA is for you and Matt's consensus board.
Perfect. Yeah, he was. I was shocked that he was still available now. I thought he was going to be gone whenever I came back here after the 5th.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, so I'm still getting caught up on like the best available guys. But I mean, just going back to the quarterback position, I still don't feel. And I was actually texting Matt about this earlier, as I still don't feel comfortable going into camp with 2 quarterbacks.
Right.
And his
Oh,
argument was
they won't.
that's the thing. But with they're the only 2 quarterbacks that they met with in their top 30 picks are gone, or in their top 30 meetings are gone. Mason Rudolph is still unsigned.
Yeah.
Does that open the door for a return, or are they either going to draft one or try and take a swing for the fences, as an undrafted? I mean, but at that point, I mean, even Sean Clifford isn't available, which still I'm boggled by. But it's a thin quarterback pool outside of the draft, so
Right.
it's a weird scenario at the quarterback room still, I feel like.
So there was some talk too about the Steelers might even do something out of the box and end up grabbing an XFL quarterback. So that's a possibility as well. If they're not happy with these people here in the draft, we'll have to see.
Yeah,
Or
the
the
only
USFL.
yeah,
Or
the only
USFL,
the only downside to that is they've already played an entire football season, and they're going into training camp with a bunch of guys who have been rested. They've been playing golf. They've been,
Right.
kind of kicking back. That's tough.
That's what these leagues are supposed to be for, though. These guys
Right.
want to be called up to the next level. It's why they have shorter seasons. They're only
Exactly.
playing 8-10 weeks as opposed to a big long.
And they play in the off season for a reason as
Right.
well. So yeah, I see it both ways.
Mhm.
Like AJ McCarron would be a great one. I don't like Ben DiNucci, and that's weird coming from a pick guy. He got drafted, I think, by the Cowboys, and then just didn't pan out too well.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I just know that in the world of the XFL, those are some top names at the quarterback position that a lot of, at least our fans, have been tracking.
Nice. And we are now in the 7th round, ladies and gentlemen.
The home stretch.
The home stretch. You are 100% right. Pick is in for the Bears. First pick of the set. I didn't see who Cincinnati grabbed. If anybody wants to throw that up, you can. I want to share your big board now, since we were about 23 picks away from our pick, which should happen. Well, if you're doing time wise, it should be with at least around an hour. So hopefully by here close to 6 o'clock or just a hair thereafter, Steelers should be picking again. But I'll grab the big board again, and I want to go over how you view it and what you see happening, and hopefully like what players you would like for the Steelers. As soon as I can hit the right buttons. There we go. Boom.
See if I think that Deuce Vaughn is still available. He's one that I think I have pretty high up.
Yes. So
You've done went just right at the end of the 6th round, Ben. I'm pretty sure.
All right.
Yeah. So you've done an excellent job. Only 2 players remaining in your top 100 consensus top 100, which we probably think both of those guys will be gone at some point here in this round. So it's still just a phenomenal job of you and Matt finding some talent, and then most of this talent getting drafted.
Yeah, Ronnie Bell is still there. I'm still kind of high on him. He's a tough guy out of Michigan. He was one where he's not. I mean, he didn't really have high hopes of going early. He doesn't really have that breakaway speed, but it's like if it's 3rd and 8 and you need 8 yards, he'll get you that 8 yards. He's that type of receiver.
Nice.
I thought Byron Young went. Is Byron Young still available?
I'm not sure. We might have missed a couple players from late 2nd, or sorry, late 3rd, the one because
there's 2 Byron Youngs. Okay, so that was
okay.
One.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Interesting.
Yeah, I know. The wide receiver I like that's still available is Grant DeBose from Charlotte.
Yes.
He's a true slot guy, and a great story about a kid bagging groceries because it didn't work out at his Division II school, and he didn't quite walk on at Charlotte, but it was just a matter of a chance meeting. You get together at practice, and they say, "Hey, come play ball for us." And the Alex Highsmith, Larry Ogunjobi connection to Charlotte. I mean, maybe they pick it.
Absolutely. So I'm about 15-20 minutes away from their campus. just as a
Oh, wow.
reference point. So
Wow.
I get a lot of UNC. I have a lot of friends here who went to UNC Charlotte. And there wasn't. I mean, the thing is, like, they advertised their pro day here locally. They were giving out free tickets to any fans who wanted to stop by. I was debating about it, but it was 8 o'clock in the morning, and I'm good. But yeah, he's one where, I mean, like, all the local fans love him. He was just a gamer, and he did really well. He tested really well. I think he went to the Senior Bowl. He tested really well at their pro day. I was able to see some footage. But yeah, as you said, Bob, I mean, he's flying under the radar. He's actually one where I thought he was going to be gone by this point. I thought he was going to be taken prior to, like, Parker Washington out of Penn State, who I saw he went, was it beginning of the 6th, end of the 5th? But yeah, I completely agree with you on that.
And it's just a classic Steelers, smaller school, not a highly
Late
touted
draft.
guy.
Right.
And then all of a sudden you look up 2 years from now and they're like, where'd they kick that guy?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And they know how to draft wide receivers. And again, they're at the point where, I mean, their receiving room is kind of weird, where they're good enough on the surface, but I feel like as soon as a key guy goes down, they're kind of going to be scrambling a little bit, like trying to use Pat more in the passing game than they want to. And if he's in the field, or if he's on the field, the ball's going to him. But they really, I mean, between Deontay and George, you still don't really have a true inside guy. I know there's Calvin Austin. I know there's Anthony Miller, maybe around there, but.
Well, picking up Robinson really helped out, I thought, because
Yes.
that's an old vet that can play both outside spots, looking to probably factor in as being the big slot on this team. So if I like this a little bit better, because with Deontay going down at any point last year, I think it was difficult. We couldn't even move the ball.
Right.
But in this situation, if that happens this year, I am much more comfortable flipping Robinson out there to be able to at least have a guy that can still utilize his savvy, his route running, his hands to get open on those quick catches. Like, it's just, to me, it's a better option than Cody White was last year.
Right. And still looking at the return man status, though, I mean, what's Gunner and Calvin Austin?
Yes.
I don't think Gunner is going to make it through camp here, quite honestly, if seeing last year was any indication. And only the Steelers know what Calvin Austin can do in that realm on an NFL field. Yeah. So that's still, I know a striker that you and I have been talking about, that kid at TCU.
Yes.
I mean, that's really, if they are, it's not going to be, a true, like, wide receiver that they got to roll out there right away. He's going to definitely be a return man first.
Yes.
Wide receiver second, like a Ray McLeod.
Yeah. Darius Davis was the one I was talking about.
Yes.
Six punt returns in college football for the Horned Frogs. We also like their quarterback, Max Duggan. So a couple Horned Frogs might come off the board here for the Steelers. We don't know if they might triple dip for another college.
Well, going back to Allen Robinson for a minute. When he was here in Jacksonville, when they drafted him, he was an outside guy. But and that's why initially when they signed him, I was kind of like, why do we need another outside receiver? But then I went back and watched the tape of his last good year in Chicago a couple of years ago, and he almost exclusively was working out of the slot. Right. So.
And that was Trubisky was his quarterback at that time, wasn't it? Because he was making sick catches. Like that Trubisky highlight reel from his seasons is like Robinson making insane catches.
And you know who the other receiver was in that offense?
Who's that?
Anthony Miller.
Yeah. So, if they're forced into putting Trubisky on the field because something happens to Kenny, I mean, at least he's got a couple of guys he already knows who to throw to.
Yeah, his supporting cast from his entire rookie season. Absolutely.
Yeah. And, interestingly enough, with Allen Robinson, we were talking about Odell Beckham and, hey, maybe the Ravens don't have what they think they have. Yeah. You compare those two guys, Robinson actually has more catches. He does not quite as many yards, more touchdowns, and he has the more recent good season between the two.
Right.
So,
maybe
the Steelers got the better end of the ex-Rams receivers here. So,
and a lot cheaper.
Exactly.
And we were looking at like career statistically, Robinson's numbers are there with OBJ's numbers. They're like nearly spot on.
Yeah.
Yeah, he just didn't get any looks in LA. I mean, they brought him in to be that OBJ replacement kind of, and they just never threw him the ball, which is the strangest thing.
I think he got hurt early on, and then and the big thing was Stafford got hurt early on.
Yeah.
And then it all kind of just fell apart. I mean, the Rams, to me, the Rams are a mess. I mean, they went all in to win a Super Bowl. Good for them. They got it.
Yeah.
But they're paying the
And now
price
they're paying
now.
for it. That's right.
Yeah.
And same with the Bucks.
Yeah.
And Chris B doing the big work as statistician over there, letting us know. Yeah, I was off. OBJ never played underneath of Brissett and Watson, and then I forgot he was out of football all last year, so he didn't play for any of those guys. So thank you very much for the correction on that as well. We're not 100%, but we try to do the best we can and try to get everything in.
A sneaky good guy who's still on the board, unless he just went, because I'm just refreshing like crazy on my computer here. It's Moro Ojomo. He's a defensive lineman.
Texas
would be would be kind of a little bit of a redundancy with Keanu Benton, but that's a lot of value in the 7th round. I had him projected in the 5th.
Yeah, but he's still, I think, a little bit more of an in-betweener, where he, like in a 4-3, he would be a defensive end. Where like the Steelers already have the Marvin Leal. He's kind of like I mean, I have him on that same level as like a Leal or a Loudermilk as well.
Yeah.
He is a tweener. I mean, absolutely, and spot on. I mean, but like Leal, he's a bully in the run game, and to me, with Cam and Ogunjobi being a little bit older, if we can figure out a way for us to put, and Leal can do it, if we can put another guy out there and just let Ogunjobi and Hayward come off the field occasionally on 1st and 2nd down to rest up and still not lose anything against the run, it's long term, it's the best possible option, and they can develop their own pass rushing skills. So 3 years from now, those two are the starters, because I can't imagine Hayward's going to play much past 35, 36.
That's what they did with Cam too. That's whenever he came in as their 1st rounder. I mean, that's what he was used in, as like that little youth influence, trying to just have him kind of wait in the shadows until a guy went down and just plug him in and seamless transition.
Yeah, it's a great point. Kind of rotating for Kiesel and I want to say Aaron Smith, but I'm pretty sure Aaron Smith was hurt by that time and only playing like 5 or 6 games a year.
Yeah, that was like the transitional period between like, this old team here and like the current team type of deal. Yeah, I was trying to think like who is. I know Brett Kiesel was still on that team, but I just forget who was opposite.
I think Ziggy had kind of taken over. Yeah, Ziggy Hood had kind of taken over for Aaron Smith, not because he was better, just because he
was Tomlin's pick.
Yeah, Aaron Smith, when you go back and look at it, I mean, what an underrated player, and he ended up on Sports Illustrated's Team of the Decade for the 2000s. But 3-4 defensive end, kind of the unsung 3-4 guy before Cam came along. Cam was much better than Aaron Smith was, but Aaron Smith is one of my favorite Steelers.
Line. I love that defensive line between Kiesel, Hampton. Even if you want to throw in like the Kimo von Allhoffen, I know that was a little bit earlier, but man, those are fun guys. Hey, Striker, just as an FYI, your boy Zach Kuntz just got
picked. Oh, yeah. I was expecting him to go a little bit earlier. I think I was projecting to pick him around the 4th round.
Yeah.
But I'm glad. I'm so much happier to have Washington at the end of the 3rd than Zach Kuntz in the 4th.
Absolutely. Yeah. He and I are from the same area. I know his family from church. I went to preschool with, I think, either his older brother or older cousin. But like, I know exactly.
One of those other Kuntzes.
Exactly. And we already have a Kuntz in our long snapper, so I think we already hit the quota. But
is he related as well?
No.
Okay.
Nope. Ironically enough, with that name, you would think they would be, but nope, there is no relation.
Right. I'm just trying to catch up through the Steeler Nation stuff, making sure we haven't missed anything.
Yeah, they pretty surprised Eli Ricks is still on the board, the corner out of Alabama, and he probably won't go drafted, but I think the Steelers should absolutely, the second the draft's over, call Cameron Brown from Ohio State and take a shot, because that kid, when he's healthy, is a pretty good player. But I mean, the worst luck with injuries in college.
Right.
Here's an interesting fact that happened while we were talking on this show. Breaking news. Steelers obviously did not get that slot corner I was talking about wanting to get, but Ian Rappaport is now reporting that former Vikings defensive back Chandon Sullivan is signing with the Steelers.
Okay.
So
Wow.
Steelers did not go and get their the slot cornerback that they wanted in the draft, but they have added one in free agency. Chandon Sullivan started 10 games for the Vikings last season, also played for the Eagles and Packers. Now it's Sullivan and Arthur Mollett in the slot. So that is a nice look at these guys. Not only are they drafting, but while they have 3 rounds off or 2 rounds off, what are they going to do? They're going to go out and get a guy they wanted in free agency.
They
and
don't sleep.
They do not.
That is just
Like nobody else is making free agency moves today. They're all draft moves, and even when they're grabbing people, it's usually for draft picks. This is just they went out and got it.
wow.
They're getting it. They are getting after it. We are here to compete for the division this year,
Love
if
it.
not outright win it.
Omar must have got bored between the 4th and 7th rounds. He was like, "Hey, let's sign somebody. Come on."
Yeah. And thanks to Ray Fittipaldi also for the giving us the inside info on that as well. Don't forget Royals coach Rusty Kuntz. Oh,
Geez, I remember when he was an outfielder.
yeah, right.
I think it was Texas, as a matter of fact.
Yep.
I'm just looking to see who the best available still is on the board.
I know
Derby
Jim
wants Ronnie
Wexall
Hick-
has been. I'm sorry, Jim Wexall has been all over Twitter. Sports writer in Pittsburgh, and he thinks Patrick Peterson is the slot. He thinks they slide him inside. I'm skeptical.
I don't see that at all. A position he's
well,
never really played.
He's good enough to do it. I have no doubt he could do it. I don't know that it's the best use of his talent. Levi Wallace can't do it. I mean,
No.
he's an outside corner, and he's underrated. As far as I'm concerned, I'm comfortable with Levi Wallace out there. You hope Joey Porter could do it, but I mean, it didn't look like it at Penn State. I mean,
No.
So if you're going to play all 3 of them together, I mean, you're kind of stuck with Peterson being the slot corner.
Well, now
future Hall of Famer as a slot corner is a terrible problem to have. I mean, what are you going to do?
Right, but grabbing Sullivan almost makes this point moot. I don't think that they consider Peterson to be the slot corner. Otherwise, they would not have made a move today to go and get Sullivan.
Yeah, they obviously aren't comfortable with the idea of it.
I wonder
same with that Ronnie Hickman too. Here down there with in the comment, he has a safety that he plays closer to like the line of scrimmage. So I would say yes, I completely agree with you. But now that we just got that news, it's like, yeah, it looks like they already addressed that.
It's off the board. Yeah, I don't see them grabbing slot corner at all anymore now. And I can adjust my sheet yet again.
Yes,
Still think quarterback and Bryce Ford Wheaton out of West Virginia as well as another guy who they met with. They brought him in. He's still available, and he's a wide receiver. So I would not be surprised if we see that at like a 241, I think.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And then if they go linebacker, Ivan Pace is the better player. I just hope for Aubrey Miller's sake he gets drafted, but I think if he gets past us, he might not. That kid is just, you turn on the film, he's around the ball. He's not the biggest, not the fastest. He's just around the ball. He just makes plays.
Steelers will rule the North again. Well
Absolutely.
said, Brian Brown. Oh, actually, never mind. News reporters telling us where Pat P should play. Really?
I know, right?
Right. Ronnie Bell.
Well, in fairness, I mean, they got to play somewhere. I mean, you just can't ignore the fact that at the point they were at, until they signed this guy from Minnesota.
Yeah.
I mean, you got to play with Arthur Millette, I like him. He's got a good attitude, but I mean, come on, he's not.
Physically,
he shouldn't be the fourth. He shouldn't be your nickel corner. Dime maybe, nickel no. You got a problem if he's the nickel.
Yeah.
Unless he's playing the Mike Hilton role. I think he is good at that.
Yes, as a downhill hitter, but Hilton could cover. Hilton could make plays on the ball. And he had a nice blend of speed and quickness. Plus, he was one of the best sacking corners we've ever had. Getting in the backfield, making tackles for loss, blowing up wide receiver bubble screens. That guy just always read it. It seemed like at the right time, stopping a big play from even starting. And I've been still waiting to get that guy back. I don't know how good Sullivan's going to be. I don't have much film on him yet. But I'd like to sit down and look at it, to tell you the truth.
Derpy Entertainment wants to make me and Ben happy. Ronnie Bell and Aubrey Miller.
Right. Yep.
Wouldn't be the worst thing in the 7th round.
Yep. Ian's one of the old heads as well. Got some centers still available as well.
Yeah, it's I'm actually kind of surprised though with the way the draft kind of fell. Omar Khan and Andy Weidl obviously don't share Brian Baldinger's opinion of Mason Cole. Mm-hmm. And I think there's still a chance that James Daniels kicks inside. But I am a little bit surprised that they didn't go for, a guy like Schmitz or Weipler or somebody like that at center.
I'd rather have Keanu Benton. Benton. That was the alternative.
Yeah, I agree. I think you got to go D-line before you go center. When we had that pick 120, if the right center fell there, I could have seen that happening. But it would have come down to flip a coin, center or Nick Herbig, and Herbig's the better play there. It's been a long time since. Was this the 3rd year now since Pouncey's gone? The Steelers
I guess so. It was at the end of 2020. Yeah.
Yeah, Steelers haven't gone without a franchise center for a long time. I want to say 20. Yeah, 20 with the Browns.
Because they got Kendrick Green in 21. Then last year they got Mason Cole. So this is, exactly. Wow, I can't believe it's been that long.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the longest. Going all the way back to Ray Mansfield. We haven't gone without a Pro Bowl signature center for this long. And we've had a gap here and there. They had to bring in Hardings.
Who ended up being fantastic. And then
he was great.
Hartwig right after him, too, did a good job. And then Sean Mahan was a dumpster fire before they're like, okay, we need to draft another great one again. And that's when we ended up getting Pouncey.
And Doug Legursky, he was a center, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah. I love Legursky.
He was one of those guard center guys.
Yep.
Yeah, he was kind of that little guy that could whenever Pouncey was hurt.
Yeah,
exactly.
I always get the feeling that Ben really, he loved Pouncey, but I think he had the secret man crush on Legursky.
Well, that name, how can't you?
and here's something too, this is just one of the craziest things for me too. Brian's asking, what about Kendrick Green? But Kendrick Green started in the league as a center for his entire rookie year, yet from sophomore year on, no snaps at center anymore, not even a backup center role. That went to the guy that just went to the Giants. Who was that?
It was JC Hassenauer.
Hassenauer. That's right. We go, Hassenauer.
I want to say that I think his junior year he was forced into the bowl game where he had to play center.
Right.
And he did okay.
But he had a year in the NFL as a center, and now he's not even being considered as a backup center or even trying to make him better. I know he even worked in the offseason with Pouncey to try to hone his skills even after his rookie season. But when he came back, they're like, no, you're a guard.
Yeah, well, it's hard to say they did him a disservice, and they did a little bit with the center, but you could kind of tell throughout the season, so overwhelmed at the position. The Minnesota game sticks out to me, where he really lost the job, because Ben was just sitting there in the shotgun, like snap the ball, snap the ball, snap the ball, and you could just tell everybody on the field was like, "Hey, you were supposed to snap the ball. Let's go."
Yo, gotcha. And right here, too, we have another pick. I'm hoping we sign an undrafted running back named Jaleel McLaughlin, unknown from an area and was top FCS running back for the last 3 years. I want to see him have a chance.
I have not heard of him, so you got me there.
Yeah. That's why we talk about
it. Could be the next Jalen.
Legursky started in our Super Bowl, as did another undersized tatted before started with the Steelers Super Bowl. Yep. Yep. Hey, welcome to the show here, Treon. Being goated. He's just too small and has no footwork. I can hear that. Welcome to the show. Now they're talking about Kendrick Green. Actually talking about Kendrick Green.
Yeah, I mean, he seems like a nice kid, but I mean, I know there's been a lot of talk about trying to maybe trade Kendrick Green, maybe trying to trade Kevin Dotson. Dotson, maybe you could get a late round pick for, but Kendrick Green is kind of like the Mason Rudolph talk last year when everyone was like, let's trade him for a third. Let's trade him for a fourth. Let's trade him for a seventh. Well, right. Now he's going. Right. I mean, teams who see the film just, and Rudolph, who knows what he really could have been. I mean, the Cleveland incident was, I don't think he ever recovered from that. And it's a horrible rap. I don't believe one word of it. I think Myles Garrett was lying out of the other side of his mouth.
Yeah.
But I mean, and people forget the Baltimore game where he got just destroyed. Remember when they had to take his face mask off?
Yep.
Just to put him on a cart.
Right.
I don't think he was ever the same player after that. I mean, even when, he kind of came back and got the job back from Duck, it just, and he played okay here and there. He got a little bit more aggressive. But, I mean, ultimately, you could say you had a first-round grade on a third-round quarterback. There ain't not too many third-round quarterbacks who ever work out.
Yeah.
And it's too much bad blood. I can't. I know they're saying we might be stuck with trying to bring him back as a third rounder.
Yeah.
I think that's bad for him. That's bad for us. He needs to go somewhere else if he can. And you know what? Maybe go pull a Maddox and go play in the USFL, go play in the XFL, prove that you're starting caliber quarterback.
Yeah.
Yeah, it hurts your pride a little bit. I get it. But you know what? AJ McCarron's doing it. Tommy Maddox did it. There's a bunch of guys who went and did it. Mm-hmm. Kurt Warner's got in the freaking Hall of Fame, and he did it.
Right. Ian's asking, too, if you draft a center, Forsyth or Alley would be a good at either 7th round pick.
I like Alley.
Yeah. I was going to say, I like Forsyth out of Oregon. I'm surprised he's still available, quite honestly, but there really isn't that high of a demand for centers, so that probably plays into it. But he's one of the top players that are still available, I believe.
Nice. And we're getting closer. I know Steeler Nation is getting excited.
Wow. Baltimore, sneaky good pick here. And I cannot believe he went to this, if he fell to the 7th. Andrew Voorhees is a really good player. I mean, big time injury concerns, but his doctor sent the letter out to the teams in the NFL saying, hey, this guy's good. He can play. I mean, he's going to be healthy. He's going to recover fully. And I mean, at the very beginning of the year before the season started, I did 5 guys to watch that I thought maybe the Steelers would pick, and Voorhees was one of them. I mean, unfortunately he got hurt, but I mean, him and Cooper Beebe, who ended up not coming out. were two offensive linemen I really thought the Steelers would have a shot at the end of the year and play well. I honestly think if we had a 5th or 6th round pick, we would have. I think Weidl would have taken a flyer on him.
And here we go. I just realized too, these picks are starting to tick off the board a little quicker because we're now at the 4-minute mark per pick that you get for the 7th round now in this year's rules. So we're going to be getting up here on the clock in the next 30 to 40 minutes.
Turn and burn.
Right.
Yeah, what is it? 10 picks away. That's awesome.
Those are on the clock now. Yeah, it's also that time where it's just like, oh, they're on the clock. Oh, the pick is in. They're on the clock. The pick is in.
Right. Right. They're like, come on, guys. We got to get these undrafted rookie free agents in here.
Yeah, it's
they're not working the phone in the 7th round.
Right. Yeah, they're working the phones now. Like that's when we're going to start hearing a lot of stuff coming off the board here. As soon as this draft is going, because not only are they trying to draft people, but they're trying to let people know they have an interest in them. If they're not drafted, Steelers would love to have them in camp.
All about greasing the skids. Try to get, as long as they're that first phone call in.
Right.
The kid from Army is still available too, which
Andre Carter,
yeah, that's this late in the draft that might be worth
I wouldn't
big
like
strong kid
because they already got they already got Herbig. I mean, he's an edge guy. Again, I'm still high on the quarterback. I would love to see Max Duggan. I would be very excited for Max Duggan.
Yeah, I agree. Duggan would be a nice get as your 3rd quarterback, especially this late. If you watch the press conference with the outside linebacker coach right after the Herbig pick, they talked about, hey, we've always wanted that 3rd rotational piece, but then he threw in. He said, yeah, we definitely wanted 3, but we're looking for 4. So maybe if you know in the 7th round, I think Herbig obviously he went much higher for a reason. He's a freak athlete, kind of maybe not as fast as some of the other freak athletes in the draft, but he's very reminiscent of TJ in that way. He can kind of play in space. He can do a lot of things. Maybe a true edge this late.
Well, they still have Quincy Roche too.
Yeah. Yep.
That's my only. I mean, they already have a room of 4 right now, arguably.
Right.
Right. Roche's kind of to me, he's kind of a journeyman guy. I think he had an opportunity with the Giants to really shine, and he didn't seize the opportunity as much as he could have. But then again, he was a better fit with the Steelers when he was here last time. So
yeah,
I mean, it could work out. And certainly they didn't pay a lot to get him.
No,
right.
Here's a question too from Robert. When Kendrick Green doesn't make the 53 this year, would it be a waste to use the practice squad spot on him? I mean, you can.
Maybe it depends too on how the other Herbig goes.
Right.
He was the other one really that they brought him in to be that backup guard or even the competitor to with James Daniels. Maybe I don't know. It's almost like a why not? Sure.
Yeah.
But I mean, I don't think the Steelers, like if he's getting an offer as a starter, and another team, I don't think the Steelers would be like trying to chase him down and trying to lock him in. That's how I see it.
Yeah.
Now go ahead, Bob.
I was going to say Herbig is a little under the radar, but the Eagles connection, and when he went to the Jets, geez, it's terrible. I'm forgetting this. I plead, old man. But when he left the Eagles, there was a commentator. It wasn't Baldinger, but I forget who it was. But he made the call to the Jets and said, "Hey, you guys need to look at this guy," because the only reason he left the Eagles was salary cap. They can't pay everybody, and he did a good job with the Jets. I like James Daniels a lot, but if they are considering, hey, maybe we need to move off Mason Cole, have him as our backup center, they kick Daniels over, Herbig, Dan Moore. I think there's going to be some competition for that right guard spot.
Okay.
And, and Daniels could end up competing with Mason Cole, which I think he would win that competition. I like Mason Cole a lot, but
that's some deep competition. Steelers haven't seen that on the O-line in a long time.
Right,
Not
exactly.
At all. Yeah.
And you're not worried about the fact of
if one loses or gets hurt.
Hey, Chooks is hurt. Well, put a cast on it and get him back out there because we ain't got nobody else.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's definitely not the case anymore.
Yes, right. Yeah, Raven Clark too being on the board helps out a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a nice piece too.
Yes.
Really quality depth piece. I think he would have had a chance if it was just, hey, Dan Moore and Chooks, maybe he breaks in. But now with Broderick Jones, no. I don't think he's better than Chooks. I don't think he's better than Broderick Jones. Him and Dan Moore would have been very interesting.
I would love it if Miles Jacks, if he re-signs too.
Yeah.
That'd be funny how that works.
Definitely won't be paying $10 million for him.
Nope.
Yeah. Jack's a good character guy. I mean, he was in Jacksonville for a long time, and there were some injury concerns with him, which was I kind of surprised when we got him. But when he's healthy, I mean, he's lost a step when he was younger. His first 2-3 years in the league, there may not have been a faster linebacker in the NFL.
Yeah.
And unlike a fast guy like Devin Bush,
right,
Jack hit the whole heart. I mean, he was the heart and soul of that championship, game team where they lost to the Patriots. And Jalen Ramsey was great on the outside, but Miles Jack was the driver of the defense.
He was the guy. He was UCLA.
Oh yeah, and great at UCLA. He got hurt in college too.
Mm-hmm. So 232. Less than 20.
That's why I really like what the Patriots did with Marte Mapu. Although I think they way overdrafted him. I had him mocked to us in the 7th a couple of weeks ago, and but that guy is just an interesting combination. He's big old 216-pound safety who is lightning fast. I think at the Senior Bowl he didn't have him run a 40, but they did like the Amazon metric miles per hour, and he was 19 miles an hour. He's one of the fastest players on the field, and he's projecting as that nickel dime linebacker that you almost have to have now, and he's a decent hitter for a Division II kid.
Valentine just ticked off the board too, at corner to Packers.
Yeah, Kentucky.
Mm-hmm.
I love that Eddie suggestion there, Bryce Ford Wheaton, and this is my Pitt fandom coming out. I hate West Virginia and Bryce Ford Wheaton in the backyard brawl this past year. I mean, he lost them the game single-handedly.
Oh no!
Yeah, it was on a pass. It tipped right off his hands, and the pick guy caught it and ran it in for a touchdown, a pick six, which essentially ended the game.
Yeah.
So that's on his tape. That's what kind of concerns me, is he can't really handle the big moments. So it'll be interesting to see if the Steelers do go that direction, how he'll be implemented.
Well, they also saying Max Duggan, who we've been talking about now for
Max
quite
Duggan.
a few days. Yeah, exactly. Yep, I thought Pitt would look for a new punter.
I think Ian has a good point.
You're breaking up on us, Bob. Your audio. I'm going to bump you down here for a second until he fixes his audio.
I think he was trying to say that Brandon Mann was coming on board.
Okay. Yeah, he's actually frozen. You were frozen there, Bob. I'm going to pop you up here back in a second. We're going to have everybody up here pretty soon anyway, because Pitt's getting close to picking. But Ian, we're not going to draft a punter because we picked up a punter on waivers from the Jets already. It was Brandon Mann. Yeah, Brandon Mann. That's what we're talking about, which you brought up as well. So, yep, he popped off. I think he's trying to fix his thing before popping back on. Must be getting old. Instead of Sure, I wrote insure. Oh, that always happens. Yeah, that happens. We're not perfect, man. We can misspeak. It happens. It doesn't breach our character. They thought both of our pre-draft. They brought in both of our pre-draft visits. Yeah. I'm sure Belichick is using a cheat sheet. That's a good one. And here's one for you, Ben. What about Ivan Pace?
Yeah, that's one I know. Bob, he likes him. Inside guy, as what Bob was saying, he's just always around the ball no matter what the play is. He just has a nose for the ball. He's always around there, always trying to make plays, high motor type of guy. A little bit undersized, I think, for the position and being the prototypical inside linebacker in the NFL.
Yes.
But again, at this point where we are at the point where it's like a sure why not type of deal. Let's get this guy in and see what he can do. So I would not be disappointed at all if that's where the Steelers went.
Nice. Anytime, Ian. Anytime. You got the private chat too. I got to check out. Florida thunderstorms. What's that, Chris?
That's Bob.
Oh, Bob. Good. Okay, now we got Bob back in. Good. All right, we're going to welcome Bob back to the show. We knew he was mid-thought. Welcome back to the show, Bob. I'm sorry. Yeah, you were just starting to space out and kind of chopped up on us a little bit.
Yeah, no worries. I saw Ian White had asked about punter.
Right.
I don't think we draft a punter. You never draft a punter.
We talked about Man too and bringing him on the team already.
We're all good.
So,
yeah. Okay, good. So
now you're up to
as long
speed.
as Ian's question got answered, I'm good.
And we're back.
I'm just mesmerized at the fact that I look like I'm a floating head.
I didn't even notice that. You have a neck?
It's there. But it's like floating head time.
Trippy.
Yeah, it's like the same exact color as my sweatshirt, at least with the bike behind it. So you get floating head striker for the end of the draft.
Because I got a long day for you, hasn't striker.
What are we at? 6 hours and coming up on 30 minutes. 6 hours 29 minutes to the second.
Man,
that's what I do. I hang out on a draft show. I drink and hang out, and though I'm sober now because I've got to drive up to halfway to Philadelphia and Delaware somewhere and exchange some equipment with my Philly guy after the show. But we still got probably at least another hour and a half left on the show.
Whew. Man, that's a long drive at night.
Oh yeah, that's what I do.
Wow.
It's when you're in event work, you gotta strike when the iron's hot, and you get paid for driving and working somewhere. Better than drinking Ensure. Thank you. I haven't had to drink that yet. It's now is Ensure like for? I don't even know what that's for.
I think it's like a calcium drink.
Is it calcium?
It's like a chocolate. It's almost like a Gosh, what's that drink from the Christmas Story?
Ovaltine.
There you go. It's like
an
old person Ovaltine.
Old man Ovaltine.
There you go.
I like it. The funniest thing if it's exactly the same thing and they just put Ensure on it and it's actually just Ovaltine. What do you think the Steelers will use their last two picks on? I've been saying quarterback. We've been saying quarterback. Wide receiver still a possibility. Center, inside linebacker, still possibilities. I'd have to say at this point in the draft.
Yeah, running back. I would argue maybe a running back.
Yeah, you could definitely do that too because they're definitely going to be bringing in an undrafted rookie free agent running back. Here's a chance you might be able to grab one so you don't have to compete with other people to bring that UDFA into your camp.
Yeah, like Keaton Mitchell, I'm seeing is still available here out of ECU. He's a speedster. He's a speedster guy. And Mohamed Ibrahim out of Minnesota, who was like their offense for a pretty significant extended amount of time. Both of those guys are pretty nice flyers, I'd say.
Nice. And I'm trying to look up.
Just to throw in a wrinkle, I'm kind of safety with KZ. I think Keanu Neal will end up being more of the nickel and dime linebacker cover unless they bring Miles Jack back. And Neal's he's a nice thumper in the run game in a base set. Brandon Joseph out of Notre Dame is not a terrible option this late in the draft.
I saw right here too where what the heck is this thing coming up? We were asked about when was Brandon Mann drafted. He was actually drafted in 2020 by the Jets in the 6th round, pick 191, which is before now. What pick are we at now? We're at 234. So yeah, 6th round pick, 2020 with the Jets. Still a young guy, claimed off of waivers. So the Steelers still retained his rookie contract.
Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
Nice.
7 picks away.
Ooh, 2021, last time the Steelers drafted us. Well, that would have been Kendrick Green, right? Was that Kendrick? Or is it
Yeah, I mean,
Kendrick
he was listed as a guard.
He was,
but-
but
Yeah.
I guess
But we knew-
I would still count that. Yeah.
does anybody else have
Personally, I
opinions?
really-
Go ahead, Bob.
With Kendrick Green, they should have never put 53 on him. That was a mistake. They created way too much unrealistic expectation with that kid.
Ben, I think we were one of you off of the show when we got Shannon Sullivan, the corner from Minnesota Vikings. Were you
Yeah,
both on
he's
the
like-
show?
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
that slot inside guy,
Right.
that we were saying. So that completely eliminates it off the board, which
Yeah,
is what
yeah.
we need. So yeah, I mean, I thought he was a safety. Like he is one of those where he's like a safety in one. He's a cornerback. He's listed as a DB. In the tweets that I saw in our group chat, it looked like he was listed as a safety, but
Okay.
he's one of those plug and play guys.
Young
So
guy.
yeah.
Yeah, so drafted in 2018. 5'11", 189, listed as a slot corner. Yeah, drafted by Philly, actually, and then spent 3 years with Green Bay before spending last year with Minnesota. Good amount of passes defensed since he became a starter in 2009, or at least, didn't start until about 10 games a season for 2020, 2021, 2022. And I guess that has to do with having the third corner on the field because he played in all 16 games, all 17 games those seasons. But 6 passes defense, 4 passes defense, 7 passes defense in the last 3 years. 1 fumble recovery. Any interceptions does he have here? Oh, gosh. Yeah, 1 interception in 2020, 3 interceptions in 2021. He didn't have any last year, but this guy can pick off the football too.
How many sacks does he have? Are you able to see how many? Sacks
Yes,
he
I
has?
can. No sacks. Strictly,
all right.
it looks like a coverage slot.
So that's the difference between him and like a Mike Hilton that we've been talking about, where they're probably not going to see him blitz packaging a lot. More
Though
of a coverage guy.
He did rack up 60 tackles last season, which is a career high for him. 2 tackles for a loss, and had 2 tackles for a loss in the previous season.
Hey, and this is the guy from Minnesota, right?
Correct. 3 years in Green Bay prior to Minnesota.
Minnesota was a historically bad defense, so I don't know that getting a slot corner from the Vikings is the savior move that we hope it will be.
Yeah.
But it certainly provide. I mean, he's an NFL guy. He's an NFL body, and Millett is what he is, and I like Millett. I mean, I think he's a good special teams guy. I think he's a good, if you just want an attitude guy, Millett's a good guy. But I just don't see him being able to cover too many people. He's a blitzer. I mean, and we could maybe see him. Hey, when we want to cover, we put in Sullivan. When we want to blitz, we put in Millett. There's a role there, but I'm not 100% that either guy is the long-term answer there at the position.
Right. Brian Brown saying there's 2 XFL players eligible for the draft. How does that work? Only 2? I don't know how the draft works for bringing in XFL players. I thought it was more of like a direct transition that we can kind of sign them as like free agents.
Yeah,
Well,
that was my understanding too.
Yeah, and aren't they in the playoffs this week now?
Yeah.
So I guess if you're eliminated,
then you can
although
go.
I don't see how you could draft. I mean, unless it's a guy who would qualify as in the rookie draft class or something.
Yeah.
But it's going to be 4 picks away.
Yeah, so now we're still at the part of the draft that looks like just the big guys are being taken: offensive linemen, defensive linemen.
So, yeah, building up those. A running back just came off the board with McIntosh.
Oh, did McIntosh get drafted?
Just got picked up by the Seattle Seahawks. Jason Taylor too. Is that Jason Jason Taylor, the linebacker's son? The old
Maybe.
Miami Dolphin, Jason Taylor.
They look
I don't
alike
think so.
in his
Well,
headshot.
yeah.
Wow, so the Seahawks drafted 2 running backs so far this year, and they used their first overall pick last year on a running back.
And I'm really, I guess they're, 2 heads are better than 1 in the running back game, but
Yeah.
Well, they have 3 now.
yeah, Walker he looked pretty special last year. I'm really surprised they don't want him to be a 3-down back, and he's physical too. He's not a scat back kind of guy.
Welcome to the show, Dilly. Not sure who that was in reference to, but appreciate you joining the show.
I'm just scanning ahead here, Ben, and I'm wondering, does anybody ahead of us need to take a flyer on a quarterback?
You're all good.
I don't think the Jaguars will. I definitely don't see the Chargers doing it.
You don't think?
The Jaguars taking a quarterback, and I think they're okay. I mean,
who else do they have?
I
don't know.
Lawrence is so entrenched. I don't know who his backup is either. I don't think anybody in Jacksonville knows who Trevor Lawrence's backup is. Trevor Lawrence's backup is, oh great, the season's over.
The other guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, I do know who the guy is. Hold on, I gotta look him up because I remember.
I like that contract, by the way.
Yeah, if that's a free agent contract and we didn't have to give up a pick to get the guy, that would be a great pick up there, Pens fan. Thanks so much for sharing that.
Yeah.
Going back up here to Ian, he had a quick question here. What do you think about Banks, the inside linebacker? Would he be a fit for Pitt?
Banks. The inside linebacker. I don't know.
Which Banks are we talking about?
I don't know.
Jeremy Banks out of Tennessee. Yeah, I mean he's listed on our board, I believe, behind Ian Pace, who's still available.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, if Pace isn't there, sure thing. But I still don't really consider inside linebacker being a high enough need to draft one right now.
Yeah, I mean at this point, with there's so few picks left, Pace may not make it to the end of the round, but there are some good options there who probably will go undrafted. CJ Beathard's the Jaguar backup. Like I said, nice. Great, the season's over.
Oh, no, the Chargers drafted Max Duggan.
Oh!
I told you the Chargers.
Dang it.
Wow.
Well, had we not swapped picks,
I think at this point,
in the 7th round, we could have gotten Duggan. Yeah. And I'm gonna we're getting close here toward the draft, so I'm gonna be jumping Chris back onto the show with us because I want to get his opinions as well, being a big part of the show. So Chris, welcome back to the Quad Box, my friend. How you doing?
Good. How about y'all?
Good. We're all set. We're getting ready for the next pick. Time for me to get excited again.
Let's go.
I gotta get my drink ready. That way I don't have to take time to pour it next time.
Yeah. I just finished writing another article.
Nice. Which one was this one?
Chandon Sullivan.
Oh, so he was a free agent pickup then?
Yeah, awesome. Free agent from the Vikings.
Cool.
Yeah, honestly, I was looking to his stuff. Honestly, I could see him as more as the Arthur Maulet role than the coverage role. Because he seemed to do better when I was looking through his stuff. He seemed to do better at a run defense. Like maybe not blitzing, but he can stop the run. He looked better doing that than he did in coverage.
Gotcha.
So I could see maybe we keep Trey Norwood as the coverage slot corner, and then we have Maulet and Sullivan battle out for the run defense slot corner.
I don't think they're going to keep both though, so it might be a training camp battle where the best
Yep,
will keep their job.
exactly.
Come on in.
And was that
Jack.
okay? That was earlier. Never mind. Also, sorry, I didn't get the big board updated because I was writing that.
Thank you.
Do you think there's any chance now that they got Levis that Tennessee cuts Willis and we end up with Willis backing up Kenny Pickett?
That would be hilarious. I wouldn't hate it, but yeah, I don't think they cut Willis yet.
I think they would try and trade him first.
Yeah, and even then, I think it would be more of a training camp cut down.
Yeah, no, I agree. It won't be early. I mean,
Yeah,
but if he doesn't have a good training camp with Levis and Tannehill, I don't know.
I wouldn't hate it. It would be funny. Like, oh, we should get Pickett. No, we should get Willis. We got both. That would be funny.
We've got another person sitting in the green room ready to join the show. The other half of this great Steeler BPA Top 300 with Ben McCallion. Matt Papiernik, welcome back to the show. You're out of the car. You're back in the house. How's it going, my friend?
Going great. Had to
Nice.
jump on real quick to join you guys.
Nice. You sound great, too. Everything's looking good today.
Well, that's good. I'm glad I look good. Striker, I need that motivation.
I was just served dinner, steak
Nice.
and mashed potatoes, and I don't eat steak anymore. I usually eat it like once a year. So today is the day I get steak. Daughter helped make it. Got whatever these things are, Brussels sprouts and asparagus. So I'm in heaven here.
No.
Wow. Matt, you see that? The Chargers
Oh,
took Max
looks like we're
Duggan.
on the clock.
Yep.
No, I didn't
Our
see
pick
that.
is in. Our pick is in.
Uh-oh.
Ooh, where do we go here?
I'm calling my shot. Travis Dye.
Grant Dubose is my pick.
Trying to think, who's left at quarterback?
I think
Malik,
mine.
Malik
The guy
Cunningham?
from Shepherd. The guy from
Mike-
Shepherd.
My call's Darius Davis.
Andre
Alex
Carter.
Forsythe. Alex Forsythe. Actually, no, we probably wouldn't draft him this late, but yeah, we could. We probably end up going quarterback unless. Well, we could save it for 10 picks later.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
Oh my
Don't
gosh.
mind me, I'm arguing with myself again.
Don't mind me. I'm having red meat for like the first time in a year, and it's amazing.
We gotta lower this.
All right, we're waiting. to
I
see
definitely
who
like.
it is.
I like the DeBose call too, but I think DeBose might still be there. 251.
Up the selection with the 241st pick in the draft. The Steelers select Corey Trice, cornerback. We got another corner.
out of Purdue.
Yeah, he's a nice player,
Wow.
especially in the 7th.
Yeah, and we just signed Chandon Sullivan.
Yeah, isn't Corey Trice supposed to be a slot as well, or is it a big corner?
He's
Yeah,
out.
he's
a
outside
big guy.
Oh, okay, yeah, okay, there we go. Eddie's saying that too.
Yeah.
He's real big. He's like 6'3".
I'm not gonna lie with the Sullivan pick. I figured corner and safety would be the last pieces we draft.
Right.
Yeah, I figured like we were done with that. We were focusing on other things. Nope.
Just
Wow.
trying to stock the fridge.
Yep. We got. Yeah, we got what? 10 more picks.
Mhm.
We got 10 more picks until it's us again.
I think that was a BPA pick here, quite honestly.
Probably.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
so in my opinion, he's a poor
I mean,
man, Joey Porter Jr.
A
Yeah.
poor man's Joey Porter Jr.
Yep.
So now we have two.
Yeah, it's a great summation.
Yeah,
I like it though. I mean, we all thought that they were going to double dip at some position. I specifically wanted them to double dip, at a double dip at the cornerback position. So
Yeah.
I guess I liked it. I liked it. Not bad.
I was thinking of the double dip as well at corner, but I was expecting one outside corner, one inside corner. Ended up grabbing a free agent inside corner during the draft and got two outside corners.
Yeah, that's
So-
interesting.
It would be amazing if this is the first year that the Steelers actually bring corners that will develop into being starting cornerbacks, because that is something that the Philadelphia Eagles do very well across their drafts. stock in the fridge, getting great corners from year to year. And Matt just fell.
Bye, Matt.
Well, I am going to hop off until the next pick.
Great.
I hear my
See you.
daughter calling out there for me, so I'll be back in like 10 minutes, 15 minutes.
See you soon.
All right, see.
Back to the quad.
Yep. We say it.
This is
So
really
what I was
setting
done, I
up
was
for
getting-
some really good players to be undrafted free agents.
Yeah, we do, especially with quarterback.
Saying he's fast as well.
Nice.
I mean, there's no way that Akella Witherspoon makes the final roster, I think, at this point.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure it's low, but
Yeah,
let me
writing's
go
on the
check
wall.
his check his cap hit and his dead cap. Let's just see.
And I'll try to look up some info here on Trice as well.
Yeah, let's see here. Akella Witherspoon would save us $4 million in cap. It would come out close to a 1.5 million dead cap.
What's his savings? If he's cut?
Almost 1.5 mil.
Okay, for savings, but not the. I thought that was the dead cap amount.
No, I'm sorry. I had confused. That's the dead cap amount. The savings is $4 million.
That's a possibility.
Yes.
Absolute possibility.
Yeah.
Corey Trice, 6'3", 206 pounds, runs a 4.47 40. 11-foot
Specializes
broad.
in press. Yeah, sorry.
What's that?
Go on.
No, go ahead.
I was gonna say he specializes in like a press man coverage with that size.
Wow.
So it's a little bit unorthodox, but that's what the Steelers need. I mean, they need a guy who can knock a guy off the line and play within those 5 yards. But I'll let you go on, Striker.
No problem. 35 and a half vertical, 11-foot broad. That's really a big broad. 17 bench presses for being a corner. Pretty high amount as well. Strength. I'm going off of NFL.com. These aren't my thoughts, guys, but we'll see what they have. Rare size and strength profile at corner, capable of creating wide rerouting of receivers' release. Possesses size and strength to alter route timing. Slides feet to eliminate receivers' leverage of off-man. Surprising twitch to plant and close from side shuffle. Uses size advantage to squeeze the catch space near the boundary. And able to jar and shed perimeter blocks fairly easily. From the backside of the weaknesses, they're saying he plays too tall for clingy route phasing. Below average long speed to recover when beaten. Makes definitive hip declarations way too soon from off man. That can be coached. Chunky hips to prevent fluid swivel from coverage recovery. Technique to phase and locate downfield throws will need work. Below average field aggression as run supporter for size. That's interesting. Sources tell us he's getting slept on. He can't play in certain coverages, but that guy is a monster in press. From a Midwest scout for an AFC team.
Nice.
But he was projected to go somewhere between rounds 4 and rounds 5, according to Lance Zierlein.
All right.
So definitely a BPA on this draft board.
It's interesting they chose to go the corner route, especially because you have the big defensive lineman with the Jomo, you got the edge guy with Carter. But then again, who knows? Maybe they'll both still be sitting here. Some of this draft has been one of the weirdest ones that I've seen in years.
Well, it'll be interesting also. Maybe
Not
with
for the Steelers though.
Yeah, no, but with this guy's size profile, I'm starting to think maybe he could project to playing safety.
Oh, that could be.
Yeah. A project at safety, absolutely.
Yeah.
Or we just keep him in for like specific situations.
So another big
But,
step away from being a zone team. I mean, it's they are putting together a much more physical press man cover style. So I'm wondering if they're play more man and spy guys like Jackson and just rush 4 or 5 guys and cover everybody man downfield and just count on the fact that TJ and Highsmith playing together are going to get home before anybody can even bother to get a read.
Yeah.
It certainly could be extremely effective against Burrow too, because if you give that guy any time. I mean, the fact that he wouldn't be able to look right at Chase and just throw it to him, yeah, if he gets 3 seconds, he's going to loft it up there, and it's going to be tough to cover him man. But you can just make him hold the ball half a beat. TJ, I mean, he's so great. He should be able to get home.
Yeah.
On ESPN now, they're showing this film, by the way, whoever's in front of a TV.
How's it looking?
Big guy. Collapsing on the line. I mean, he's able to quickly diagnose a wide receiver screen there, collapse on the line quickly. He's physical, ripping the ball out of a guy at Indiana, running it in for a touchdown. I mean, he has Steelers written all. I mean, he's a Big Ten guy. He's a Big Ten defender. Steelers.
Wow.
What they have, Benton. They have Herbig.
Mm-hmm.
They have this guy. Now Trice. They have Joey Porter Jr. They're just living in the Big Ten.
PJ.
Outside of their I mean, they're just living in the Big Ten.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
4 of their now we're at 5 draft picks. 4 of their 5 draft picks now are out of the Big Ten.
And where did Hayward go to college? Cam Hayward?
Ohio State.
Small school
There you
in
go.
Ohio.
Yeah, another Big Ten team, right?
Yeah. So some other things here on the RAS. Corey Trice scored a 9.65 out of 10. He's ranked 78th out of 2,222 cornerbacks.
Mm.
So he's near the top percentile in that regard.
Wow, I love it. I think that even I would argue that James Pierre now would be. I know that they just re-signed him on a 1 year.
Yeah.
But man, I mean, I like this cornerback room now. I like the depth. I really want them to make an effort in rebuilding the secondary for this year, and they've done exactly that. And I think a very good job on paper. Of course, we haven't seen these guys play before, but there's no reason not to be excited at this point.
And that corner, that room itself is already kind of being rebuilt, Ben. Just 3 guys added today, 2 through the draft, 1 through free agency. Patrick Peterson already being brought in, DeMonte KZ being brought back, as well as Keanu Neal. We're talking about, and James Pierre being re-signed as well.
And you still have Levi Wallace.
Right.
Yep.
Right. This is there's going to be a lot of dogs fighting over those bones, and this is going to be a really fun training camp to go out and see some.
And their
All right, Mike
defensive
Tomlin.
competition.
And if you think about it, I mean, Witherspoon didn't have a good year last year, but 2 years ago, he was one of Pro Football Focus's stars, one of the high, if you can believe any of their grades, but he was one of their highest graded corners. So now, if all of a sudden he's the worst guy in the room, and there's a very good chance he is, that's a pretty good cornerback room.
Right. All right, I'm trying to grab some Corey Trice Jr. highlights here. I think we can get these off here before we get into it. Let me see which ones this one's on.
Yeah, we still have 6 picks.
Yeah, so I'm going to try to get this to work. Hang on a second. It's a
Cowboys
nice quick
took a
one.
wide receiver.
And at this point, we might both Witherspoon and James Pierre might get cut.
Could happen.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can share this with you guys. Here we go. Let's go to the game film here quickly on Corey and take a look and see what we have. If I can present and share the screen correctly. All right, good. I can see it now. All right, guys, here we go. This is at the line of scrimmage. God, I'm looking downfield and throwing downfield. It looks like is that a interception? Yep, that's an interception. And
he stole it. He stole it from the receiver. That's what he stole it.
Nice. That is nice. Let's center it up here a little bit.
This is mine now.
Number 23. That is a great strip sack or strip fumble recovery.
Strip interception.
Touchdown. No, that's a nice other interception right there in Maryland. Sorry, Derwin. Lining up at the bottom, I believe. Yep, there he is. Knocked it away. We aren't.
I like him.
Yeah, here he is again, bottom of the screen. reaching back behind and knocking it away. A la JPJ, like you're saying, Bob,
Yeah.
or
Yeah.
Matt was saying. Look, fade pass, not against a tall corner.
Yeah, you can't do that. You
Yeah,
can't
that's
do
why I
that
like
if you're in
having.
offense.
Yep. It looks like the Steelers are like, yep, they're going to grab those wide receivers. Let's get our tall corners.
Yeah.
Yeah, it
Good
kind of
pick.
got a Legion of Boom type feel there with
Ooh.
Porter and this kid.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah. Look at this hit. He's getting up too. Like he is excited to make that hit.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, that's a clean hit too.
Yeah. Coming down
Good
off
forward.
of his man. He was on a different man, left his man, and made the hit.
Nice. That's
That was a smart, heady move. Reading the
great.
play. Yep, right here. Hits up the line, bump and run coverage. It's behind him. Yep, knocks it away. He stays on his feet. The receiver does not.
Can't get over just how big he looks. I mean, it really jumps
Yeah.
out at you how big this guy
There he
is.
is coming down, clicking and closing on the wide receiver screen before it even becomes a pass. Yeah, he saw it coming. At the top of the screen here. I don't know if that was a bad throw. Yeah.
I just watching this. I think you have an excellent point. I mean, it's kind of unfair to compare him as a 7th round pick, but I kind of strong Cam Chancellor vibe here watching him.
Ooh.
And maybe he sits for a year and learns how to play safety. And all of a sudden, although it looks like he's a fantastic press corner.
Right.
oh, absolutely.
Mhm.
I would want him up close by the line of scrimmage. Yeah.
Yeah.
Especially on the outside, trying to hang with those bigger guys.
Mm-hmm.
Especially with our pass rush.
Right.
And the best
Oh,
part about
remember,
sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. The
No, you're
best
okay.
part about these big guys like this, like Joey Porter Jr. and this guy, when you match
Right.
up against Cincinnati, is Chase is such a good guy at the release, but these are guys who can really bother him at the line of scrimmage.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely.
Remember last year when Pickens kept, or at least in the preseason, kept just pushing people off the line, actually just like pushing him down. I want to see him try this with Corey Trice, see who wins.
Pickens.
Yeah.
Pickens is another. That's another breed.
Yeah.
Pickens is outside of Hines Ward. That's the best, and I not hyperbole. That's the best blocking wide receiver I've seen since Hines.
Yeah.
And welcome, Lavelle.
Yeah.
Welcome to the show. We love Pittsburgh fans here. You know that. Ronnie Bell, and you can sign a quarterback.
I'm not gonna lie, I love Juju as a blocking receiver. Love Juju,
Oh, yeah.
and AB could actually block really well too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not like Hines and Pickens.
Claypool.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Right.
Yeah,
they're
they
not.
Yeah.
They were crackback blockers. Hines and Pickens, they were good. They're good crackback blockers. Hines is the best crackback blocker of all time.
Ever.
Yeah.
They had
But
to make a rule against him.
yeah,
Exactly.
Pickens will just beat you off the line. I mean, some of the blocks he did in Georgia and college, I mean, you were worried he was going to get arrested. I mean, he just beat people into the turf.
Yeah.
Nice. Everybody's talking about where we're born. Eli Ricks. Ben, do you know much about Eli Ricks?
No.
Okay.
Good to know.
He's a Alabama corner.
Is that the one we were just talking about? How it would be a lot higher if he wasn't, injured all the time?
No, that's Cameron Brown from Ohio State. Eli Ricks, I'm really surprised. There's got to be something health wise with him, because I mean he was projecting to go up with Ringo. As recently as 2-3 weeks ago, he was a second, third round pick. So I'm wondering if there's maybe some Darnell Washington health stuff hiding in the background. He's a good zone cover corner. He's not a great man corner, but in zone, he's a nice player. I think he could get better at man at the NFL level. But with the right defense, you put him in. If you're going to blitz and just drop a zone in behind, he's a guy who's effective there.
And guys, Steeler Nation, grab your drinks. We have yet to have properly welcomed Corey Trice Jr. to the team. Cheers to you, Corey Trice Jr. Welcome to Steeler Nation. Prost.
Striker, I have to take a quick break here
Sure.
as I just cracked my second beer. I need like 90 seconds.
Okay, go ahead. Let me pull you off for 90 seconds because we're
Okay.
drafting soon, so I know I'll have you back.
We're at pick 249.
Yeah, Brandon Hill just went to the Texans from Pitt.
Okay.
That's a deceptively good pick. I mean, the Pitt defense really has been represented well here in this draft.
Mm-hmm.
And I Hill was a guy I thought we might take a flyer on late, although and we're not picking two defensive backs, I would think, in this
seven. Yeah. Well, you don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, this has been a crazy draft, and I'm still not disappointed with this pick. Looking at him, seeing that size and strength available, Big Ten receiver or Big Ten corner going up against great talent every week in the Big Ten. It's I think it's more the Andy Weidl effect where he likes to take flyers on defensive players and offensive linemen late in the draft to try to get them to come back in. And we got Matt back on the phone, running around. I'll wait till he finds a place to sit down or something.
I think pedigree this late in the draft is everything. But
hey, Matt, welcome back.
I know if Ben was still on, he would say Grant DeBose. But sorry, go ahead.
No, you can. Yeah, thank you, Bob. Hey, Matt. What did you see that pick that we picked up, Trice?
Yeah, I was on for that.
Okay, cool. That's right. You jumped back on. Okay.
How much you been drinking?
Not much. not much at all today. I actually have to go driving after the show, so I can't get drunk. You got sober striker today.
That's why you just have your wife drive. That's what I was doing.
Nah, it's a work job.
Mm-hmm.
You got to stay home with family. I got to go do work.
Yeah, I was doing yard work all day, so.
Okay.
Gotcha. Ben's back on too. Let me grab Ben. Hey, Ben, right there next to Matt in the bottom of the screen. There's the Draft Gurus. Welcome back to the show.
Oh, hey, buddy. How's it going?
Hey, what's up, man?
He's the other side, Mike.
just so y'all know, the Eagles pick is in and the Chiefs pick is in. While the Eagles pick has not been announced, the Steelers are on the clock.
Woo!
Nice.
Eagles
we
took
go.
Moro Ojamu, or however you say his name.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, that's a no-brainer for them.
Yeah.
You don't think a wide receiver, Matt? I mean, it's the Steelers. They always draft wide receivers.
I mean, they did it in 2021.
Usually. Inside linebacker, maybe?
I want a running back.
RB.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah.
Who's their third back right now? Do they have one?
Either
Benny
McFarland
Snell.
or Connor Hayward.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I am okay with that.
Uh.
But yeah, I'd like another.
I'm fine with McFarland if he's healthy.
Yeah,
Right.
I like
He just never is.
another inside linebacker. Trying to think of what else we could go. Yeah, I mean the quarterback, third string quarterback.
Right.
At this
You think
point,
the
there's
kid
so
from
many good
Shepherd?
inside linebackers, and there's so few picks left. I don't see us going linebacker.
Good call.
That's
All right.
They can get 2 or 3 good undrafted free agents.
Nice.
Looks like the Steelers pick is in as Buffalo is in. We just have to wait for the Chiefs to announce their pick first. But we have made a choice.
Oh, the Eagles got the guy from Texas.
Yeah,
Morrow.
Jomo.
Yep.
This is such a painful. The pick is in, but we don't know yet.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. So this comes off as a bragging, but one of the guys that I coached did get drafted earlier this round.
Nice.
Yeah, the Titans guy Colton Dowell from UT Martin.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm still thinking it might be Darius Davis. Could be that wide receiver if we're going to go that route as a punt kick returner.
Yeah. Who's left at quarterback? Is it just Cunningham? Or I know there's other guys, but is it just
pretty
Cunningham
much.
out? Yeah.
It's the kid from Shepherd who was turning a lot of heads at the Senior Bowl. He's like this year's version of Duck.
Oh.
Come on.
Steelers don't pick a receiver. It'd be only the 4th time this century they didn't do it.
Mhm.
Wow.
Wow.
Drafted 18 since 2007. But you know they're going to bring in the camp that are rookies. You know, any
Yeah.
undrafted. There's
Oh, yeah.
scoop
Right.
them up.
Kansas City picks.
God,
I guess
hate this
Andre
part.
Carter is still out there
Yeah.
because there's some question about whether he'll be allowed to play.
Yeah.
He's still available? I thought someone took him.
No, he's still there. I mean, I like Grant DeBose, but I mean, just getting his rights might be worth it.
Let's see. Nick Jones got drafted to the Chiefs, another corner. So the Steelers are next.
On the clock.
Now our pick is in. We just gotta wait. We just gotta
Yeah.
wait for them to show it.
Who's that?
That was Matt.
Okay.
Come on.
This is quiet suspense for the Steelers. This is the most suspenseful pick in the draft.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
the only one where we had no
everyone
clue
is-
what they were doing.
On pins and needles for these, what should be
Yeah.
less than 4 minutes to see who they
Yeah.
are. It seems like it's an eternity.
Yeah. Remember, last year the quarterback we drafted round 7 won a Super Bowl. Can it happen again?
But hopefully he stays on this team.
Exactly. He stays on the Steelers and wins a Super Bowl.
Yes, I'm definitely down with that thinking there, Chris.
Yep, it looks like they're announcing it right now.
Okay.
It looks like there's a guy on stage, but they keep cutting to the broadcast people.
Ha! Nobody wants to see broadcast people on draft day.
Exactly. And here we go. They're putting it on the screen now. The Pittsburgh Steelers have selected
Ooh.
the 251st pick. They select Spencer Anderson. I can't tell if that's I think that's offensive tackle
Guard.
from Maryland.
Yeah,
Another
guard from
Matt Canada
Maryland.
pick.
Yep. Nice.
Not bad.
That was
Spencer Anderson.
anticlimactic.
Yep.
Solid, like we said, offensive line, defense. That's where we Andy Weidl likes to draft late in drafts.
Yep.
We
I've
went
never-
there.
I've never seen someone fall off the team as fast as Dotson did.
Right.
Went from starter to now 3 new guards being added.
And
Mhm.
Kendrick Green as well went from starting center to where the hell's he going to be?
Yeah, well, Green kind of sucked. Green just kind of didn't know what he was doing out there.
Well,
Dotson was
you
a
think that a
shocker.
guy with that kind of athleticism would be able to be coached up and be some kind of contributor somewhere along that line.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Dotson, I mean, direct line from Dotson to Kenny's concussions,
Yeah.
Mm.
and he even, I mean, if he was playing well, he played horrible at the worst possible times because you get your quarterback killed. It's just a matter of time.
And I personally thought it was a disservice to forcing Dotson into strictly being a left guard when he was a right guard his entire life, all through high school. All-American at right guard over there for the Raging Cajuns. Had a great game coming in for DeCastro his rookie year before being told to switch over and play left and just never putting him back at right. I don't know why that position or why that occurrence ever made as well, but that's what happened.
Well, guys, it was great to spend the entire draft.
You know,
release all the picks with you guys.
Nice. As well, thank you so much, Matt, for jumping on the show, giving your insight, helping us through this whole draft day process, providing the big board 300 there with you and Ben. I appreciate all the time you have chosen to share with us, and you've been on for pretty much every pick.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, I made it for all the Steelers picks at least.
Exactly, man.
This
That's
day
awesome.
3 just takes a lot out of you.
Yeah.
Hey, the day's young. I got another hour. All right, Matt. Well, thanks for joining the show, man. We'll see you soon.
Love you guys.
I love you too, man. Bye.
I think it's time we do the toast.
You are right. I don't have any highlights on Spencer Anderson, unfortunately, but I think you are 100% right, Chris. Steeler Nation, grab your drinks, and we'll get ready to toast the newest member of the Pittsburgh Steelers, Spencer Anderson of the Terps. Welcome to Steeler Nation.
Villanueva was an undrafted, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he was undrafted by
the Eagles,
Philadelphia. Yeah, and he was a defensive lineman, and we converted him to offensive tackle.
So what's fun in Philly, they tried converting him to tight end.
He played wide receiver at Air Force.
Yeah, because I also remember him as a D lineman in Army.
Was it Air Force? Why did I remember him as
he was from Army.
Army. Okay, never mind. I'm thinking of somebody else that was a wide receiver and at Air Force.
Yeah,
that was on our team as a lineman. So it wasn't Villanueva.
Yeah, but I remember Villanueva was a defensive lineman for Army.
Yeah.
That's after his tour in Afghanistan, he went to the Eagles. Tried to be.
You're breaking up. Another thunderstorm.
The storm coming through.
Got another storm coming through there, Quinn.
Yeah. First Mackenzie breaking up, now Bob.
I know. We'll get Bob fixes his feed. We'll get him back up here soon.
Yeah. It sounded while he's breaking up. It sounded like he was saying it was DeCastro.
No, DeCastro was definitely not a wide receiver.
Yeah. I just thought he was saying that, or at least that's what I heard.
Yeah. CBS Sports grade A+ tall, lengthy, outside cornerback with savvy and athletic game, sticks to wide receivers, and even when he doesn't, his length gets him to the football often. Tremendous tackler, super steal. So, Pens fan, thanks for providing that information there on, geez, why does the name slip my mind now? Trice.
Oh, okay.
It's not once. It's not twice.
It's Trice. Yep. Oh, thanks, Bernie. We appreciate it.
Yeah. Like, this was an elite draft. This has potential to be one of the best the Steelers have ever done.
Right. Good, Mag. Good job, Mags.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, that's all, folks. I'm going to be sticking around here for the next hour. You guys obviously don't have to if you don't want to. I'm going to be on the lists, seeing who the undrafted rookie free agents are that we add to this team. So super excited to see how we're going to be doing that. Please get Mac back because the gummies kicking in. I need to hear Matt say, "That's all, folks." He jumped in the middle of 2 teeth on a carrot. I need that to happen. Please get him back on Bugs Bye. Yeah, he's done. But that's all, folks. Thanks, Ben.
In the group chat, Bob said that there's a whole power outage in Jacksonville.
Oh, that's what happened to him.
Yeah.
I don't think Bob will be back on the phone then.
Yeah. Well, it depends on how quickly it goes back up. But yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, man. What a day. What a day. Now, I know today was not as exciting as day one, but it still seems like the Steelers did the most with their picks.
Yeah.
Still got some great additive talent to this team. I think this is probably the most surprise we had was in the 7th round. And still, I mean, we can't even really be upset being surprised in the 7th round.
Exactly.
When we murdered our first 5 picks.
Yeah, I would say they're playing with house money all day today. I mean, they could not have taken one more pick, and I still would have been ecstatic. I mean,
right.
I love Herbig. I love the Herbig pick.
Yeah.
But even like beyond that, it's just like, again, it's all house money. They're just rolling. Like, I mean, this has been the best draft in my recent memory.
Yeah.
Exactly. Like,
yeah,
this has potential to be better than 2017.
Wow. Now I've got to work the phone since it's time to get these undrafted rookie free agents.
Yep, I'm with you.
And And see if I can grab.
Bob's talking about we should be going for Andre Carter. I saw that in the chat. Where's Twitter at? There we go.
I just need wide receivers. I want wide receiver depth now. Already got my cornerbacks. You know they're going to bring in some running backs. I mean, last year they brought in a nice running back rotation. Even with it was Mateo Durant, who ended up not panning out, but he got the biggest contract for an undrafted rookie free agent running back the Steelers have ever signed.
Yeah.
And then of course you have Jalen Warren. So that you got to think that they're going to be going back to that same well, I would think.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Right now, I've just cleared out so I can see what's coming up and coming through because I know the undrafted rookies. I have a match here on Twitter where I'm going to start seeing them as they start trickling in.
Yeah. Oh, will they start being announced after Mr. Relevant gets picked?
Yes, they cannot be. That's right. I guess I really didn't have to do that yet because you're right. I have to wait for the draft to be over before the Steelers can officially start grabbing undrafted free agents. And we have pick is in for the Packers and 3 more picks left in this draft. Last pick being the Rams pick.
See here, 250 is on the clock. So Denver has their pick in. Chicago's on the clock, and then we got Houston left.
Right. Grant Dubose just jumped off, at least on my sheet, for the Packers wide receiver from Charlotte that you guys were talking about.
Right.
Yeah, that makes sense. Striker, how many undrafted kids are they allowed to sign going into camp? Is it 12 or 13?
It's it's somewhere between 10 and 12. It has to do not with the amount that you can sign, but with 90 players that you're allowed to have on the roster.
Yes, and we signed so we have 7 draft picks. No, we have 6 draft picks, right? 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah,
5.
6. We have
6. Yeah, 6.
We have 6 draft picks.
Mhm.
Wait, no.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, we have a second. 1,
3,
2,
4,
3, 4. We have 7 draft picks.
7 draft picks. Yeah.
I'm sorry. We have 7 draft picks, and we signed 1 person. We signed Sullivan, so we have 80 players, so we can sign 10 guys to be undrafted free agents.
Okay, there we go.
Yeah. Now keep forgetting we have 2 seconds. That was still amazing. Thanks again, Chicago.
I know, what a glut. I mean, that's such a great coup for that trade, and it really panned out. Like Bob was saying, we essentially traded Chase Claypool for Joey Porter Jr.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And honestly, I'd go even further. We traded Chase Claypool for Keanu Benton because I bet if we didn't have that pick, we'd take Joey Porter at 17.
We might have. We absolutely might have.
Yeah, we might have traded him for Benton.
Yeah.
But either which way, I'll take it.
Let's see what I did with him. And what's Trice's first name again?
Corey, I think.
Corey,
I think it's Corey Trice. Yeah.
Corey.
R-Y.
Yeah, there's no E.
Corey Trice. Trice.
Yeah.
Adding them to the board here because those are all the draft picks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Yep. And then we have, of course, we have Sullivan. So we got 3 corners today, or 3 corners this draft during the draft process.
That third quarterback, though, that's a question mark on the depth chart that they gotta address. They've never gone into camp with just 2 quarterbacks.
They've
I mean, even to the days of Brian
3.
St. Pierre.
No, that can't happen.
Yeah. So who's it gonna be?
Right?
So I guess this is gonna finish right up at 7:00, Striker.
That's usually what happens. 2,
Yeah.
3,
That's
4,
good timing.
6,
Great
7,
timing.
9, 10. Yeah, and it should still be light out when we're done this time. I think with having those 4-minute rounds there for the 7th round, it trimmed about an hour off the show.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, if the Bears pick is in number 258, and the Rams have 259. I mean, if you think about it, the Rams can take all the time in the world if they really want to.
Not
Well,
really. They have 4 minutes.
Well, technically, nobody else can jump back in and draft. So
Exactly.
yeah, they can take all the time in the world if they want to for Mr. Irrelevant.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how those rules would work, to tell you the truth, but
Yeah.
with nobody else being able to draft, there's nobody they can jump or that could jump in front of them. So that's an interesting thing to think about.
Yeah.
Mm.
Let's see here. I'm waiting to see the screen. I'm waiting for them to show the screens again. Is the
Who's the next?
are the Rams on the clock, or is their pick confirmed in?
No,
Let
they're
me get.
still on the clock.
Okay.
Yeah,
Let's
they're
see.
on the clock. Pick is in for Bears that I have.
Yep. They're about to announce the Bears selection.
Alex
see.
Forsyth going the pick before. That was somebody I could see in the Pittsburgh taken too. We were talking about him a little bit earlier here on the show.
Yep. Okay. Yep. Confirmed. Rams still have just over a minute on the clock.
Yeah.
Kendall Williamson is a Bear.
Last season with Maryland, left guard, 24 right guard, 78 right tackle, 120. You're talking about the numbers. So 24 snaps, I guess, at left guard, 781 snaps at right guard, 122 snaps at right tackle. So another position flexible guy. Great addition. I mean, we got a lot of IOL guys, interior offensive linemen on this team right now. This but going to be a lot of confidence unless they want to go into training camp without people like Kevin Dotson for some reason.
He's on notice. I'll tell you that.
He definitely is.
I love it though.
He also played, Pence fan said he also played 316 snaps at center in 2021. Awesome info here, Pence fan. Thank you so much for sharing these with us. Helping to make us more knowledgeable on a guy like that. But
it's hard to do it while you're on camera.
Right. Right.
So thank you.
Yeah.
But this is like Trey. This would be Trey Essex guy.
Yeah.
Like Trey would love this guy. Trey played started at 4 positions in the NFL: right guard, left guard, right tackle, left tackle, and still ended up playing a game at center when the guy went down ahead of him. I think it might have been Legursky or something.
Is that Legursky? I would think.
Yeah, I think he was saying when Legursky got hurt or something that he popped in and played some snaps. So pretty interesting stuff. He would definitely love Anderson, and I can't wait to hear his opinions on that when I talk to him again.
And because Tomlin does love his versatility, loves his versatile guys.
Yeah.
Yep, the pick is in. So I'm just checking if we signed anyone yet.
No, it won't be. We won't be signing anyone. I think they have to go off the air, so I think we have to wait until 7:00 before signings can start. And it doesn't happen right away. It usually takes a little bit of time. That's why I say it can take up to an hour. Sometimes they start trickling in at 30 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes, 40 minutes. It's never like right away. At least I've never been. Since I've been doing this for the previous 2 years. Usually it takes a little bit of time before they start going.
Lineman. No one special here as Mr. Irrelevant.
Yeah.
A Deshaun Johnson out of Toledo, who I've never followed before, but that's Mr. Irrelevant for this year.
What position is he?
A defensive lineman. I think a tackle.
Okay, cool.
Nice.
Not a Brock Purdy pick here, huh?
Nope. Not a quarterback.
Who was the first person to make Mr. Irrelevant position in the draft irrelevant. So he is Mr. Relevant now.
Yes.
The way he was playing so well for the San Francisco 49ers. If he didn't get hurt, he might have had a shot of winning a Super Bowl as a rookie.
Right.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah, I don't think he would have gone past Philly, but we'll never know because of that unfortunate injury. Yeah. Assuming for undrafted free agents, we go quarterback, running back, linebacker.
Do like one of everything.
Yeah. And then probably just a kicker and a long snapper just for a camp competition.
Yeah. No, they're not going to bring it. Well, I don't think because they already signed Kuntz to an extension.
Yeah, they signed him to extension, but they always come in with 2 long snappers anyways, just for competition, and of course in case Kuntz gets hurt. So remember, we did win our last Super Bowl with a backup long snapper.
That's tough to do, but
Yeah,
at least he didn't make a mistake. That's great.
yeah. Okay, we have the first one. Tanner
Ooh.
Morgan is signing with the Steelers.
Nice.
Tanner
What's-
Morgan is the Steelers.
How do I spell that?
Tanner, Tanner, Morgan.
Tanner Morgan.
Oh,
Great.
that's the
And what
quarterback.
position?
Quarterback.
Quarterback from Minnesota.
Wow. Whichever quarterbacks were sitting there waiting to talk to the Steelers, because knowing the Steelers only have 2 rostered quarterbacks, knowing the Steelers keep 3 quarterbacks in the draft. I mean, that is a smart move for any quarterback and a record for at least hearing that somebody just got drafted by the Pittsburgh Steelers. Which reference did you utilize for that one there, Chris?
Tom Pelissero.
Oh, nice.
Another Big Ten guy.
Yeah.
Here we go. Confident glider at offensive guard who needs to add weight at the NFL level, but plays with great low center of gravity. Quality athlete, too, from CBS Sports. Grade B+. Hey, I'm fine with that.
Nice.
Here we go. Ben Sauce are the only person other than me I've seen with that jersey, various Super Bowls on it, right?
Who
Yeah.
knows what this jersey is? Do we know whose jersey this is?
Yes.
The
And
one
do
that
you
you're
know
wearing?
Striker?
Let me see.
Right. So here, I'll give you. I'll
Yep,
drop down
yep,
this.
that's
30.
fast. Fast
Yeah.
Willie.
Yes, that's an undrafted rookie free agent.
I figured in homage to undrafted, in the
Yes!
spirit. So the Super Bowl 43. There we go.
Would have
So
also
thank you.
accepted.
Thank you.
Yeah, would have also accepted James Harrison.
Essentially, yeah.
I think they were sold out of that one.
Yeah, right. I do have that Super Bowl one upstairs. Yeah, I was going for comfort today. I've been dressing up the last couple of days. I'm like, if I'm going long haul and I'm not going to be off the air, I've accomplished so far, Ben. Have not once left camera for the entire show. 10 hours for the first 2 days, and coming up on 7.5 hours now. I'm making a record.
How's your bladder? I mean, what is going on inside?
You got a game plan. You got a game plan.
Wow, I'm impressed. Bravo. I
Thank
mean,
you.
even just going back to that first night, again, looking at watching you and Trey. I mean, you guys started out hot, and then again,
Yes.
I tuned in right around 12:30, and it's just.
Oh yeah, Trey got me going. Oh,
I was
I'm
like,
never going shot for shot with Trey ever again.
He's like 3 of you, Striker.
What was that?
He's like 3 of you. I mean,
gosh,
even
yeah,
just the weight
easily.
alone.
And one of my best friends, Big Mike, as well. I mean, that guy is like 6'5", 260. When he was 280, you know, like that guy can just drink me under the table as well. He's one of those people that picks up a full mug of beer and just drops it down his throat like he's pouring it down his sink.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah,
but no, you did. You guys did a great job. You did another year. So great job. Good job,
Mine is-
Striker.
Thank you. Yeah, mine is white number 30 and has the locations of all the Steelers Super Bowls on it. Nice.
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 I'm just looking for more undrafted free agents.
Yep, I'm trying to grab.
Also, check Reddit real quick, because in case someone found it before I do, they might post it there. Okay, nothing there yet. They don't even have the Tanner Morgan thing on there.
Oh, what are you saying? They don't have it yet?
I was saying I was looking to see if Reddit had any. They had any news, but they don't even have the Tanner Morgan news.
Yeah. I'm still waiting for confirmation on that too.
Yeah, I'll go check. Check Pelisaro's Twitter. Yep. So there is confirmation. It's from Pelisaro's official Twitter that we did get Tanner Morgan.
Okay.
I went back, double checked. Go ahead, add that to Reddit real quick, just so they could also focus on other news.
Here we go. See if I can find some Tanner Morgan highlights while we're waiting. Like that was the fastest that I've at least ever heard for somebody grabbing first 50
striker.
career touchdown passes. My gosh. That's an 11-minute clip.
Wow.
Yeah, I just want to pull up something quick. Like we're not going to get everything. We want to see him against Penn State, or you want to see him against Michigan State?
Let's see him against Penn State because we got Joey Porter.
Oh yeah, let's see how Joey Porter's doing against him too. Let me see. Where was that one?
He probably didn't have an interception. I can guarantee that.
That might be the game he actually had his one.
The one.
Yeah, that would be funny.
All right, let's pause this and get.
Probably easier to do it like this. Let's see your hashtag Steelers latest.
All right, I'll share this bad boy. Here we go, guys. We're going to see some Tanner Morgan highlights playing against Penn State. Let's see what he's got here for the next couple minutes. Play action pass. Oh, Craig. Hit a guy over the middle of the field.
Yeah.
Play action pass. More of a fade. I'm not sure how accurate that, but this is getting choppy on me for some reason.
Yeah, it's getting choppy with the Corey Trice.
Yeah, okay. That's a little smoother. Because that's a play that looks like it should have been defended.
He beat a safety over the top.
Right. It was a good throw. Another, I don't know if those are like read options. Well, coming inside on that play. What number is Porter?
9.
9. Okay, I think that was 6 that was coming across the field to come at him from the left side. Okay, play action again or read option. Good catch there. That was just a quick getting rid of the ball, but the
it's a touchdown.
Receiver definitely made the play.
Yeah.
Yeah, he'll be competing with whoever else we pick up.
But this is another Big Ten pick, guys.
Yep.
I don't think they are going to pick up another quarterback, quite honestly.
I mean, Olodekin barely got snaps last year. With as young as this guy is, they can just ride him being the third, fourth guy.
Yep.
If they really wanted to. Another play over the top. Pretty well defended there, too. Not on Joey Porter Jr., but made a good play.
That was a nice ball placement.
Right. Well, on the outside shoulder, only his receiver could get to it.
Right.
He's being actually interfered with.
Yeah.
Caught that ball through interference, one-handed. Wow. That's a heck of a play by the receiver.
He could have walked it down there even any better.
Right. Oh, flea flicker. And he's getting rid of it right away. Was that? Oh, I didn't
knock
know
it out. There we go.
Not Joey Porter Jr. there, though, right? At number 8.
Nope.
He's number 9, you said?
Yeah.
They look like they're avoiding him.
Probably a good thing for us.
Right. Play action. Guy got open pretty well there, delivered the ball just nice enough. And that would have been a catch in the NFL as well. Looked like he got both feet in.
Yep.
Looks like a lot of these he's been running play action, motion stuff. I mean,
some of them look like read option plays too. The way he keeps he kept that one ball in the gut of the receiver or for the running back for a little bit before pulling it out. Right there, right there.
That. Yeah. I'm guessing they run a lot of RPO.
Yeah, that's what it looks
just
like.
Screams a Matt Canada offense. I mean,
yeah, which is why we signed him clearly.
You know, out of the shotgun, it looks like 2 a lot of the times.
Ooh.
Yeah. Big Ben approves of that.
Oh, that was Rashad Bateman the Ravens now. Forgot he played with him.
Oh,
He was his quarterback.
Oh, wow.
Gotcha.
Oh, so
Oh,
this is why
yeah.
Bateman. This is why
Yeah.
Bateman got drafted round 1, because he's making his quarterback look good.
In this same draft, Bateman went in this draft.
No, Bateman went last
Okay,
year.
Yeah. I was
Yeah, it
gonna
was
say, I
last
didn't
year.
think it was this, yeah. Okay, cool. Well, there we go. We got some looks at him there. A lot of read option quarterback. Doing a great job. Hello.
So far, we still only have one quarterback. I mean, not we only have one UDFA.
I believe so. I had no time to look at it while I was
Yeah.
running the footage. I'll see what a lot of these guys too are saying.
Yeah, I keep refreshing under a hashtag Steelers on Twitter, seeing if anyone else can report anything.
Yep, we did get Shannon Sullivan.
Yep. Yep, we got Sullivan. We on the same day we got to play from the Minnesota Vikings and Minnesota Gophers.
That's tough to do.
Yeah, I did think about like what.
Yeah. Good association there. That is a
Yeah.
tough thing to do.
Striker, I will take this opportunity. I will say to sign off if that's okay.
Awesome. Yes, I'm sorry I let you go a little longer than
No,
you said
you're
you're
good.
available.
You're good.
Ben, dude, you hung out a lot this year, and I thank every single second you were able to bless us with your knowledge and your smiling face.
I'm just trying to keep up with you. That's it. That's all I'm trying to do, Striker.
Few
Thank
people
you
can,
very-
but you can.
Thank you. Well, it's always a pleasure. I appreciate having me on. And again, this is the best time of the year. I mean, 3 months of our work leads up to this weekend. So
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
thank you. Always a pleasure.
You are most welcome, and thank you for all of that work making this show even more fun and more knowledgeable. So cheers to that. I'll be seeing you soon, my friend.
Absolutely. Sounds good. Thanks, guys.
See ya, Ben.
Later.
And then there were two.
Yeah.
There
So
we
far,
go.
it's still only one guy.
Yep. Yeah, this is usually, like I said, 20-minute mark was usually when I was starting to get people in, and then you had a little bit of flurry to the 30-minute mark to 40-minute mark. But by the time the hour is done, we're done with undrafted rookie free agents.
Yeah. I just figured we got one off the bat. Maybe we could get some more quickly, but nah.
Right. Well, quarterback was a high need on this team,
Yeah.
and something that, people were pretty excited to hear it was coming in.
Yeah.
And I know that the player itself is probably ecstatic.
Oh, I bet.
Going back down here to the bottom of my list. Tana Morgan, Minnesota. Yeah, I don't see it verified yet.
I guess while I'm waiting, I'll see if my Sullivan article is up yet.
Sure.
We'll do that real quick. It is not. No worries. Yep. UDFAs come first.
Okay.
Because I saw breaking, but it was the Tanner Morgan thing again. Come on, you can't do that to me.
Oh, they say Tanner was coming in. What was that?
Yeah, it was like I saw breaking, so I got excited, but it was someone else doing the Tanner Morgan news.
Oh, gotcha.
Like, yes, damn.
Oh, who'd they get? Oh, no. Same, more the same.
Exactly.
Yeah, we'll wait on it.
Yep.
It's a waiting game.
Yep, it is, but amazing draft.
Jeez, yeah, that's what I was just about ready to talk about too.
Yeah.
Just recapping the draft here, guys. First round, moving up 3 slots, giving up our 4th round draft pick to pick up Broderick Jones, offensive tackle out of Georgia, who is a left tackle and is rated probably as the 2nd best left tackle on the board behind Paris. Joey Porter Jr., a guy many of us wanted in the 1st round, ended up getting him in the 2nd round at pick 32 instead of 17. great value there for that pick. A tall, strong corner that can tackle, and great press corner, coverage corner. Keanu Benton, then nose tackle in the second round, finally getting that big boy from Wisconsin at number 49. Then Darnell Washington, a guy we were talking about being a second round pick, end up grabbing him in the third round, but we ended up trading back in the third round to end up getting our fourth round pick back, or at least a pick back for the fourth round, which was fortunate because we were able to pick up Nate Herbig's brother, Nick Herbig, the outside linebacker, also from Wisconsin, in the fourth round at pick 132. Then seventh round, fast forwarded there, Corey Trice Jr., another big, rangy cover corner from Purdue, and pick 241, finishing off the draft at pick 251 by Spencer Anderson, a guard that has played at both guard positions, at center and at right tackle as well. This guy is position flexible, the type of guy that the Steelers love. And so hopefully we'll find out here who the undrafteds are. But what are your thoughts here on the draft here?
Legendary.
Right.
This has potential to be one of the best drafts the Steelers have ever done. I'm not going to say rival 74 yet.
No.
But this has a ton of potential.
What do we need? Only 4 Hall of Famers out of this draft to be as good as the 74 draft, or 5 Hall of Famers if we include Shell as the undrafted rookie free agent in that draft.
Yeah. Yeah, we're definitely getting we're going to sign a UDFA linebacker, and he's going to the Hall of Fame.
Right.
Yeah. Donald Jones will be in the Hall of Fame. Joey Porter, Darnell Washington.
Yeah. Yep.
They're all going.
It would be the first tackle for the Steelers getting to the Hall of Fame for the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Okay, still more of the same with Tanner Morgan. We have 4 minutes until the 20-minute mark, where things should start flowing a little bit more.
Yeah. I thought you got all those things printed yourself, period. Anytime we're doing orders like that, you need to get your own order in and delivered.
Let's see.
What we got here, guys? Going down through the comments. I must need on inshore my jersey is number 6 Duck, and he only has the logos from the 6 Super Bowl Steelers one, but some away jersey with Seattle Super Bowl only one seam while sitting. Not that you care. It's fine. Good night, guys. This was an awesome draft. Go Steelers. See you, Brian Brown. Thank you so much for joining the show yet again. We'll see you at the vidcast. I'll be having a special vidcast on Tuesday, and I do have a special guest coming on that vidcast with me. Let me look up the info here. Yep, right here. Joe DeLeone from the Believe Network. He is their draft specialist. He will be joining us on Tuesday at 7 p.m. Eastern time. We can ask him to some direct questions as well, guys. That's going to be a fun show as well. Does anyone care to know who is not full grown and has a memory of Steelers winning championships? There you go. Well, I grew up in the 80s, so.
Yeah.
Yep. Thanks, guys. You're welcome, Magnum. Thank you so much for being on the show.
Yeah. Let's see. Well, so we already know who had the best draft. Who do you think had the worst?
I don't know well enough or followed who teams were drafting enough to know who had the worst draft. I was expecting Cleveland to have a bad draft. They seemed like they were taking quality players every time they picked. Ravens always draft well as well. And Cincinnati, if you've got to say anything, they might have had some questionable picks, but they're still stock in the cupboard at receiver. They're still doing their due diligence online and at defense. So, we'll have to see how they pan out. Do you have any opinions on anybody, Chris?
The Detroit Lions.
Oh, yeah?
Their first round was abysmal.
Who did they take? What happened in the first round for them?
They drafted running back and linebacker. They drafted guys that they could get in the second round.
Right. Oh, wow.
Yeah. In fact, with the hang on. Apparently, looks like we might have another UDFA. I'm trying to find it exactly what it is, though. The tweet's been deleted. Okay, so as usual, Steelers Depot reporting false information.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So he was not taken by the Steelers immediately. Tanner Morgan might not even be a Pittsburgh Steeler.
No, Tanner Morgan is a Steeler.
Oh, okay, good.
It was somebody else. I saw a running back UDFA signing, but the tweet that was linked is deleted. But Tanner Morgan is a Steeler.
Great.
Yeah.
Hi, Liza. Omar Khan's talking to the media here soon.
Yeah.
I
imagine, like if he's talking to the media, I guess Andy Weidl and Mike Tomlin would help sign the UDFAs.
I guess. Yeah, I don't know how that's going to work right now, but I assume that or maybe even the scouts. I don't know who is running and working so hard right now.
Yeah. Jordan Byrd has been signed by the Steelers. It looks like
Jordan Byrd.
Yeah. Although we're seeing, this was the same guy that don't type it up yet. This was the same guy that Depot quoted for for running back.
Yeah,
the running back UDFA that turned out to be false. So I'm going to wait for a second confirmation. And yet, Omar Khan and Mike Tomlin are at the podium.
Okay, so they're not making phone calls right now.
Yep. Yeah, I'll keep an eye on Jordan Byrd, but that might be fake. Well, this is one of the dumbest things to falsify. Like,
right.
If you're gonna make something up, why would you make up UDFAs? Like, no, but a lot of people don't care that much.
Right.
Yeah.
And like we said, all of the positions were hit. It seemed like for positions of need, offensive tackle, corner, defensive tackle, especially at the nose, third tight end was taken care of. Outside linebacker, that fourth or third off the bench too, to be on both sides, help out, which looked like Nick could rush off of each side. We saw that on his film. And then grabbing some more offensive line depth, which you can never have enough of.
Exactly.
Because a guy like that could hang out on the practice squad if he doesn't develop immediately. Same thing with Core Trice as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like Trice and the offensive lineman we got, I'm blanking on his name.
Anderson,
yeah. Trice and Anderson, yeah, we probably drafted them for like, okay, you're probably not going to start, but we want you here on our practice squad. Like, it's more of like as soon as they get cut, they're getting a contract offer.
Right.
Yeah. So yeah, you're off the team, bud. Here's $600,000 to stay on our practice squad.
Which is helpful.
Yeah. Let's see. Depot is once again quoting Brad Benson. We'll see if that's true or not. I haven't seen anything else on that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Once like Pelissero or Rappaport announce it, once one of them announce it, I'll go consider it true.
Yeah. Brad Benson put out that Jordan Byrd signing free agent contract. Was that the guy you were looking at before?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but earlier he did report false news with us getting a running back. So I'm going to wait.
Well, that is the running back. That's Jordan Byrd. It's looking like that's going to be confirmed.
Oh, he is a running back? Oh, I must have read that wrong. I saw something entirely different.
Yeah, San Diego State University Aztec.
Yep. Okay, so we might have Jordan Brett on the team.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there's that. If that's the case, there's a running back slot that we were looking to fill.
Yep. See, apparently, Omar Khan has said that they did have Joey Porter Jr. highly graded, and they thought he would go much higher than he did. They didn't even expect him at 32.
Wow, that's great.
Yeah.
That is fantastic.
Yeah.
So it's a first-round draft pick falling into their laps, which would be a first-round draft pick anyway. So
Yep.
at least that worked out that way.
Sucks we can't get the fifth-year option, but at least we got one for Jones.
Right. On one of the most expensive positions in the NFL.
Yep.
Omar Carlin feels like we're a better team than we were at 7:49 on Thursday.
I can agree with that.
Or 7:59 on Thursday. Yeah, so that's a good call.
Yeah.
And it seems like Tomlin is really happy with the draft as well.
Yeah, I don't see why they wouldn't be happy.
Right.
Well, the only thing that's somewhat upsetting is that they didn't get the quarterbacks they like, but
what do we have here? Vince Williams on Nick Herbig. The Nick pick is a little F for me. I'm not a fan of undersized edge rushers.
Mhm.
So that was from Vince.
Yeah. Let's see. Again, like, of course, with Herbig, he could still help slot in that inside linebacker.
Yeah.
Let's see. Is there anything else?
Just had another pop up here.
Ooh, what you got? What?
From the interview, Mike Tomlin talking about Omar Khan. It said, "What do they call him?" And he goes, "The con artist."
I saw someone make that joke in the Steelers Discord earlier.
Yeah, that's a cool nickname.
Yeah.
The con artist.
Hang on. I mean, he did end up stealing from the Bears. Probably stole a little bit from the Panthers.
Right.
That's who he traded back for 93, right? The Panthers.
I think so. Well, he definitely stole that receiver from Robinson from the Rams. I thought just swapping 7th picks. We didn't lose a pick for it. So that was a pretty good haul as well to get that kind of talent and to drop his cap hit from 15 mil down to 5 mil for the season.
Yep. So also they're talking about like after they got Darnell Washington, the top guy on their board was Nick Herbig.
Really?
That was the top guy on their board after Washington.
And he was there when they drafted him in the 4th round.
Yeah.
Wow. That is something else. The draft just fell their way.
Yeah.
Absolutely fell their way. Washington to fall there, Herbig to fall to there, Joey Porter to fall to there. Like this was a draft because it seems like the only people that we were definitely knew we were going to go up to get. Broderick Jones was a necessity, and even grabbing Keanu Benton in the 3rd round. That looked like a tactical pick, or sorry, the 2nd pick of the 2nd round, the 3rd pick. That was a tactical move to make sure that we shored up that defensive line, stopping the run, finally bringing in a big snack eater in the middle of the defense there for us.
Wait, why is someone eating Casey Hampton?
I know, right?
The big snack eater.
That's because I can only think of big snack every time I'm talking about nose tackles.
Yeah.
But Big Snack was a great player for us.
Yeah. So Omar Khan said that he had a good feeling in the 3rd round before moving down. He had a feeling that somebody they liked would be there. So it looks like if Washington was taken before 93, they would have gone Herbig.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah.
That is something else.
So again, they're looking at Herbig in the third, and they got him in the fourth. The entire draft was we wanted them here, and we actually got them here.
Right. That's the way this draft felt. That's
Yeah,
honestly, it's
amazing.
yeah. Broderick Jones ended up falling down to there too. Like that was pretty big to get to in an area where the Steelers could jump up and grab him. It worked out fantastically.
Yep.
Yeah, so he was their top guy on their board when they drafted right directly behind Darnell Washington at 93.
Yep.
And at 132, he was still there. That's 3, 11, 2, 3. That's nearly 40 picks later, 39 picks later. The guy that was at the top of their board on day 2 ended up being there late in the 4th round when they drafted. That is fantastic.
Yeah. I don't know how reliable this is, but someone said that Spencer Anderson might be able to play center as well.
Yeah, see, we did get one of the people watching the show did look it up, said he had like some snaps as a center in 2021 and a good amount of them.
All right. Yeah, remember I heard a left guard, and right tackle. I didn't hear center and left tackle.
Yeah. Yeah, right now we think that is a confirmation. From what everything we're seeing, it's confirmed.
It is 100% confirmed.
Okay, that is kind of 100% confirmed. Yes, there it is. Jordan Byrd is now 100% confirmed as well. San Diego State running back.
Ooh, where do you see that confirmation at?
I see that over at Depot actually.
Yeah, I saw they reported it. Yeah, they reported that a while back, but I just
it's from Brad Benson's Twitter. Jordan Byrd college stats.
And Tomlin has a new Tomlinism. Great.
Yay. 5'9", 170. That's not very big for a running back, to tell you the truth.
Yeah. I mean, the Cowboys drafted a guy that's 5'5".
Wow.
Deuce Vaughn.
What position does Vaughn play?
Running back.
Oh, wow. Wow. That's interesting.
Yeah.
This looks a lot like Fast Willie Parker numbers here. I don't know what his measurable is that they like. He's been in school at San Diego State for 5 years, had stats all 5 years, a COVID player, so he was there for a bit longer. Most rushes this past year, having 102 rushing attempts. 390 yards was the most rushing he's ever had in a season in the 5 years that he played. Starting off as freshman year, 137, 355, second year, 255, third year, fourth year, 246, fifth year, 390. Never over 3 touchdowns in a season. He did that 3 times. Not really a receiver as well. 16 receptions in his sophomore year was the most he ever had. 13 and 10 the past 2 years. So not putting up a lot, but had 1 touchdown receiving last year. Plays. I'm going to go down and see if he has any special teams or if he's a returner as well. Yes, he is. There we go. Kick and punt returner. It looks like their main kick and punt returner has 3 kick return touchdowns in his kick in his history, and 1 each in 2020, 2021, and 2022. Also added a punt return touchdown last year as well. So 4 total return touchdowns. Here's one of these guys that can compete with the kick punt team as well. So running back 3 is hit, and kick punt returner I'm taking off the board, as well as third quarterback. And that's everything. We have all of our needs have been met.
Yep.
So if we want to upgrade or do things for free agent people, bringing them in, it's possible, but Steelers don't really look like they have any needs left. Yeah, 371 snaps at center for Anderson. Thanks, Yurik. I appreciate that.
Wow, that's a lot.
Yeah.
While we're waiting, I'm sending my article out everywhere. It just came out not even a minute ago. Okay.
Yeah, Robert. We normally go into training camp with 4 quarterbacks. I don't know if we're going to add another undrafted and have those 2 guys compete for that 3rd spot, which might happen, but we'll have to see.
Mm-hmm.
And Striker, don't Steelers sometimes have as many as 5 quarterbacks for offensive stuff and at least 4 quarterbacks in training camp? I've never.
It's happened twice. It's happened twice in my memory.
We had Rivers the one time just for rookie mini camp. Roland Rivers, he was the guy out of Slippery Rock. I had him on my show once. Good dude. But he never was ever officially on the roster. He was only signed for rookie mini camp, which could possibly happen again. But we are all anticipating at least 4 going into training camp this year. Is a Pitt quarterback available to be in the 4th or 5th quarterback? I don't think so. I think that quarterback is still at Pitt. Yeah. I think we already got our Pitt quarterback last year.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah. I guess it's true. They could jump out now, Robert. You're right. With the way that the new rules are made, you make money in the staying in college and playing, or you can leave and make more money in the NFL. Yeah, it'd be interesting. Some interesting options with the way these things are going. UDFA signing. Yep, running back Jordan Byrd, San Diego State University for the Steelers. We got the Aztec over here. We just went over his profile too, Pens fan. He's a kick and a punt returner. Has 4 return touchdowns, 3 as a kick returner, 1 as a punt returner last year, and he's spread them out. 1 kick return a year each year for the past 3 years. Not a whole lot of production as a running back or receiver, but the Steelers seem to like his potential as a returner.
Mm-hmm.
Who is behind Trubisky currently? I will tell you exactly who is currently behind Mitchell Trubisky. That is the newest 3rd quarterback of the Pittsburgh Steelers, Tanner Morgan, quarterback out of Minnesota. So another Big Ten quarterback coming to the Pittsburgh Steelers and is going to be in the mix. Might be adding another quarterback here as we keep talking. And grabbing the info. Oh, no problem. Thank you so much too for looking up stuff on your end, Pens. Keep doing it because it's the end of the show. It's the end of the night. Now's the time where we're going to get busy.
Yep.
I'm looking up to the clock. Yep, Chris. Yep, you got your Shannon Sullivan article. I see that right now on Twitter. Guys, check it out over at SteelerNation.com. Chris right here finished up his article on Shannon Sullivan. Swing on over there and read it quick as we're watching all these picks coming in.
Yep.
Something fun to do.
Yep.
And I'll check my Twitter feed again.
Oh, apparently apparently there was a country concert with Lainey Wilson, and her entire band was wearing Duck Hodges jerseys.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's odd. That's cool.
Yeah.
Also, it seems that Jordan Byrd was a track champion, 100-meter dash state champion in high school. So he's looking probably to be a fast guy too, but being a smaller guy, he should be fast. Mike Tomlin on the Steelers drafting Georgia players. We're not the only ones fishing in that pond. Is that the Tomlinism that you like?
Yeah, he's got another Tomlinism.
Yeah, I like that one.
It's like, I swear, like, there's times where
It says Philadelphia is doing a pretty good job of that too.
Yeah. So there's times it's like don't disturb Mike Tomlin. He's working on a game plan. Instead of working on a game plan, he's thinking, what other phrases could I tell the media? What's something else that nobody's ever said before that I could say right here?
I don't know if he's thinking that, but he is a well-read man.
Yeah. Yeah, he's probably not. It's just funny for me to think about. Keanu Benton, Tomlin said he wanted some goons out there. So no excuses, Steelers. No excuses.
The Steelers got the players that they wanted this year.
Yeah.
Nobody jumped them. Their big guys were there when they wanted them. And they said, like, top of their boards when they were drafting other players ended up falling to their next picks. Too bad we didn't have a 5th and a 6th. That would have been even more interesting to see who we would have brought on. But still doing a decent job of rounding it out in the 7th with what looks like some pretty good, solid additions as well. Oh, come on back up here, too. Bird related to Admiral Bird, who said he encountered UFOs that warned him to leave Antarctica. How's that for Steelers question? No one saw coming. Definitely not. That's a great question. I know how you got that question. I'll be doing a 420 show after July 1st. We'll have fun with that one. And Robert, yeah. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Sorry. I'm waiting for official confirmation, but looks like the Steelers have signed a kicker.
Oh,
they've signed competition for Boswell. B.T. Potter.
B.T. Potter.
Yep, out of Clemson.
Yes. B.T. Potter. And it's a semantics thing to their Robert. The minicamp, the people that get signed to minicamp for a minicamp contract do not get officially rostered on the Steelers and are not rostered Steeler players. Yes, technically they do have 5 quarterbacks, but they don't have 5 rostered quarterbacks.
Yeah.
And then after minicamp, though, or rookie minicamp, the Steelers have the option of signing players in rookie minicamp to become rostered players, which does happen every year.
I remember 2 specific scenarios where we did have 5 quarterbacks, either on the roster or on the some on the practice squad. Like
yes,
like during the COVID year, because the year before
they had some extras. Yeah,
because we had guys from the year before because we had 3 quarterbacks get injured. We needed a guy behind Paxton Lynch because Duck was the only starter.
Yeah,
we got J.T. Barrett from Ohio State, and actually at 2019, the year before, they brought I forgot the dude's name. But they brought in a dude whose sole purpose was to imitate Lamar Jackson in practice.
Yeah, that one was not Rivers.
Yeah, no, I want to say it was a Christensen, something. I was gonna say Hans Christensen, but I think that's a writer.
Yeah, that is Hans Christian Andersen. Bulldog Steel, the new Mandalorians. Nice. Is that your name over at SteelerNation.com? I'm not sure if you're Bulldog Steel or not. Bird's 40 time was a 4.46. That is pretty fast.
Nice.
BT Potter, 20 of 26 on field goal conversions. Which school is BT Potter from?
Clemson.
That's a good program.
Yeah, I still want to wait for an official source, but I saw one source pop up that reported that.
Yeah.
Although it wasn't Brad Benson this time.
Good.
It was kicker updates.
BT Potter. I'll see if I can find him over here on the stat sheet. We'll read up a bit about him a little bit.
All right.
Now see what kind of stats we got. BT Potter.
Let's roll a highlight film of him kicking things.
No. Not doing kicker or punter highlights. I'll watch him on my own. If we draft him within the draft, but
yeah.
Okay, so he's also a 5-year player at Clemson. COVID kicker as well. Looks like he played 2 games as a true freshman, 7 for 7 on extra points. Field goals, he was 1 for 1, so not too bad. Second season, 79 for 79 on extra points, 13 for 21 on field goals. That's a 71%. That's not very good. Trying to see if they have a long or something here. It does not show. But he can hit the extra point, 61 to 62. He only missed 1 extra point in college. 234 out of 235 for extra points in his entire college career. 18 for 23 his junior year there at 78%, which is much better. 80% kicker at 21 for 26 in his senior season. 5th-year season, doing the rerun on senior tour. 20 for 26, like you were saying there, Chris, for his last season there at 76.9%. I really don't think that this guy is a high caliber guy that's going to be replacing our kicker Boz anytime soon.
Yeah. This is more just because we always bring 2 kickers into camp anyway, so this was just the obligatory pick.
Right. We already have 2 punters. We know we're not doing that. We got to get another long snapper, though. You're right.
Yep. Let's get that long snapper highlight reel.
Huh. He's number 14th in the NCAA, number 5th in the ACC for his career points. So he put up some points. And checking the list again.
Yep. Just keep scrolling, keep looking for if anyone. I'm going to multiple sites, seeing if anything happened.
Yeah, kicker update is saying we got Potter.
Yep, that's where I got my source from. Again, I'm not sure how true it is or not.
Right. Yeah.
Apparently there's a UDFA named Hippenhammer.
Ooh, I like that name. Hippenhammer.
Yeah.
Hippenhammer.
Well, speaking of names, we need to sign Bumper Pool.
Oh, is that the name? Bumper Pool?
Yeah, that's a linebacker.
Wow. That's a good linebacker name.
Yeah. We gotta get Bumper Pool. Let's see, Malik Cunningham went to the Patriots.
Okay.
Is there anything else? Steelers. Okay, nothing there.
Right. Minute past UFA signings already. Steelers probably got roomfuls of guys making calls. They must have to slow down at the end so they don't make an offer when other caller already filled them 90. Yeah, we'll have to see. Yeah, I'm not sure
that makes sense.
Yeah, I'm not sure how it really works that way, or if they just yell like it's on a stock market in New York. They're like, "Got it, sold, done." No excuses this year. When they come down to Houston this year, Southern Black and Yellow will be showing out. Great to hear that, Britt.
Yeah.
Great to hear that.
Apparently,
Still at it, eh, Striker? Yes, I am, Bernie.
Apparently,
still here.
PFF, who normally hates on the Steelers, gave the Steelers an A+ for the draft.
Oh, really?
Yeah, all these people that don't even like the Steelers are like, okay, that was good.
Yeah. Crispy comment of the day. Everyone thinks Tomlin game planning when he's just thinking of a new Tomlin. It was funny and true, Chris. Competitions for Boz. How about competition for a kicker who needs competition? Our lane, but we already brought him in. I've told you 4 times already on the shows over the couple days. We got Man. We took him off of waivers. Yep. We absorbed his contract from the Jets. We have 2 vet kickers already signed on our roster, and that was before the draft. So
Yep.
we're all good at punter there, Robert.
Yep, Braden Mann from the Jets is on the Steelers now.
Yep.
Let's see. Yeah, I'd love to see Bumper Pool as a Steeler.
Right? Oh.
Let's see.
Ooh. Teams that received A+ grades. That's the one you're talking about, the one from PFF.
Yep.
Yep, the Cardinals, the Colts, the Giants, of course, the Philadelphia Eagles,
Yeah.
and now the Pittsburgh Steelers. And the first time I've ever seen them given an A+ rating.
For anything.
Never seen that in a pre-draft rating for them.
Yeah, not even TJ Watt gets a good rating.
Right. When he was drafted, they're like, oh,
Yeah.
if he was
even
good,
when
Dallas would have taken him.
Yeah. Or like even when he's playing, even when he wins Defensive Player of the Year, it's like, nah, Miles Garrett's actually better.
Right.
Let's see here. So apparently Steeler Nation reported, so I guess Justin found a wide receiver that we got.
Oh, yeah?
And I'm looking through. Let's see, there's Tanner Morgan, Jordan Bird. He listed Jordan Bird as a wide receiver. Never mind.
Okay.
Jordan Bird's been confusing the hell out of me all day.
Yeah, well, at least from here, it looked like he has running back stats. He's a running back,
Yeah.
but he's mostly a kick and punt returner. I think that's the reason why the Steelers are most enamored with his ability, being a fast guy,
Yeah.
able to make some plays. Yeah, I was expecting this to be a lot quicker right now. It looks like there's a lot of competition for some UDFAs right now.
Yeah. Yeah. I hope it's not just because. I hope it's not just happening because Omar Khan and Mike Tomlin are at the podium.
Right.
Yeah. Apparently, Alawalu's giving major props to the Steelers for their drafting.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, Alawalu loves the Nick Herbig pick.
Awesome. Yeah, but I honestly think Alawalu's going to be retiring as a Pittsburgh Steeler this season.
I mean, I think he's a free agent.
He is a free agent, but with his injury situation, I don't think he's coming back. Same thing. We got to wait on Wormley as well.
Yeah,
because he got hurt right in the last week of the season, and I don't expect him to be back until October to be able to play again.
Yep.
Yeah, unfortunately, because he got hurt in mid-January.
Yep. Yeah. So there's only two guys confirmed on this. Only two confirmed undrafted free agents.
Yeah.
Yeah. And even then, one of them I'm not 100% sure about.
Which one? Bird? Well,
Bird,
yeah.
Yeah, I haven't seen anything else on the Clemson kicker.
I have not either.
Yeah. Let's see if the NFL app has anything on these UDFAs.
Yeah, usually our feed does pretty well too. Sometimes Justin gets those into us pretty quickly as well.
Yep.
But he's not as active today on the blasts.
Yeah. Let's see. Even on the NFL side, Tanner Morgan is the only confirmed UDFA on the NFL app.
Oh, period. Just for anybody.
No, just for the Steelers.
Just for the Steelers, yeah.
But yeah, a lot, like half of the teams don't have a single UDFA signed.
Wow. A lot of competition this year at UDFA.
Yeah. Just looking through to see if there's any other major signings. I guess as major as a UDFA can be. The Vikings got the Georgia kicker.
Okay.
Like I said, the Patriots did get Malik Cunningham.
Yes, I believe so.
Yep, and he is currently in the USFL.
Okay. Yeah.
I don't know if his team's playing it or not, but I wonder if they're watching him play as they're picking him.
Yeah, I don't know. And I don't know how it works if he has to leave the USFL as soon as he signs a contract.
Maybe then sometimes it takes a while for the contracts to sign, so he could theoretically wait until his season's over before he signs.
Yeah. Best value 2023 NFL draft class. Giants, Steelers. Number 1, Giants. Number 2, Steelers. Number 3, Eagles. Number 4, Bengals. 5, Browns. 6, Titans. 7, Broncos. 8, Dolphins. 9, Colts. 10, Jaguars. So all of our teams represented here except for the Ravens, which is surprising because I thought they were getting some great late round value with good defensive players, good players in general. Early on, not so much. Hey, PFF, they were wrong so many times. Very uneasy getting A+ from those Steeler-hating dorks.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. It's like, well, they actually gave us credit for something. It's a miracle.
There'll be like Mel Kiper giving us anything other than a B-. I've never seen Mel Kiper give us higher than a B- in any draft.
Yeah, you got to this was at very least an A draft at the least.
Yeah, on paper it's an A draft.
Yeah, we'll see how it turns out, but I got high expectations.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
Is it insane to think that 13 wins is actually reasonable? Is that insane to think about right now?
No, I don't think it's insane to think about.
Yeah. I think we can win 13 games and it wouldn't be a shock.
Well, getting up close here to 8 o'clock, I'm going to have to jump off because I've got to drive up to Philly.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Unfortunately. I mean, I love doing this stuff. I love staying on here as long as I can, guys. You know, I ball out as much as I possibly can, but I have to cut this show just a tad short this year. Before we get all of our undrafted rookie free agents in, we got 2 definite. Well, Tanner's a definite, maybe Jordan Bird, maybe BT Potter. We'll talk about them on the Steeler vidcast coming up on Tuesday at 7 p.m. Make sure you subscribed over at SteelerNation.com YouTube.com/SteelerNation to be able to see when all this stuff comes up and we start recording and talking and interviewing with great people. Going to have a draft specialist from the Believe Network over there as well. So I'm really excited to have a nice draft focused show here coming up as well. And Chris, you hung out all day today with me, man. I really appreciate your stamina as well. We are looking at 8.5 hours between the two of us. Fantastic job today, Chris.
Thanks for letting me on this whole time.
Yeah, not a problem, man. You're welcome back anytime. And thanks for keeping those sheets updated and providing some funny quips as well. Thanks, Bernie. I appreciate it. We'll see you. We'll see you real soon. Thanks, guys. Have a great night. Here we go, Steelers. Thanks, Yurik. Thanks for being a big part of the show too, my friend. It's been a long 3 days. It's been a happy 3 days and an exciting 3 days. But until then, This has been the Steeler Nation Draft Show, sponsored by Total Sports Enterprises. Be sure to go on over to SteelerNation.com, read all these great articles, including Chris's article that he just put out on the newest cornerback, Sullivan, that we just picked up in free agency here during the draft when we normally be grabbing a 5th or 6th round pick. We grabbed Sullivan as a free agent. And you can follow us on Twitter at Steeler Nation, Instagram and Facebook at SteelerNation.com, or follow me, your host, SN Striker, on the Tickety Talks, on the Grams, and on the Tweety Tweets. So thank you for being a part of the Steeler Nation Draft Show, sponsored by Total Sports Enterprises. I'm your host, G Striker, with Chris B, rooting along with you as always. Go Steelers!
Let's